Chapter 511. The King of Phoenix was subdued just like that? How is it possible? Aren't you kidding? What is that terrifying will just now? Why do I have the feeling of facing the world directly, and the Phoenix King was also instantly suppressed? Wait, suppressed? Wouldn't that be the legendary will of the world? In the City of Bloodlines, watching the golden light spots all over the sky dissipate, everyone looked at Eli in the sky in shock and bewilderment. No one thought that things would happen like this. Whether it was the will just now or the subsequent suppression of the Phoenix King, they were deeply impressed, and they also had a new understanding of Eli's methods. Is this fucking normal? How could anyone summon the will of today's world? Isn't it difficult to awaken the will of the world since thousands of years ago? Why did you come out again today? At this time, among the trio of patriarchs who had already gathered, Patriarch Hai Long was also shocked. Is it the will of the world? He said these words almost dully. The will of the world? How could he summon the will of the world? Could it be that the will of the world was awakened decades ago? Patriarch Haisha murmured, regardless of his serious injuries. At this time, the two looked at each other, and both saw the shock in each other's eyes. Patriarch Feng Shen Yalong twitched at the corner of his mouth. You two are here and there. Hello. Everyone pays attention to the will of the world, but no one pays attention to Eli's strength? That is a Phoenix King at the stage of the sacred tree. Holy tree! It can easily kill our sacred tree. Please, it's not that you didn't pay attention to Eli's strength. He finally couldn't help reminding. The two turned their heads at the same time, looked at him strangely and said, What's so strange about the divine tree? According to legend, Eli is a Chiba warlock. It's normal to be able to defeat the divine tree. Well, he was thinking too much. However, this attack now allowed the three of them to finally confirm Eli's strength, and they felt more at ease. Even if they were injured at this time, they only felt that the future was bright. When several people were still immersed in hope for the future, Eli's voice brought them back to reality again. All of you from the Warlock Alliance, I'm the one who caught you out. Someone with the Warlock League? Several people raised their heads and looked towards the sky, only to see three figures appearing in the sky in the distance. 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, all looked middle-aged and old, but the aura exuded by one of them reached Chiba, and the 2 behind them were also divine trees. Judging from the wizard's robe, Warlock Chiba should be a warlock from the Price family, and the 2 behind him belong to the Yunj family and the other belongs to the Dai Luo family. At this moment, the 3 of them looked at Eli, their brows were tightly furrowed, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Looks like it's the fragments of the world that you are pulling. Eli looked at the 3 of them, still calm, but the quicksilver blade was ready to be triggered at any time. Compared with alien races, these humans are more vicious. Eli, you are very powerful. You can actually contact the will of the world. This time, we made a mistake in judgment. The Chiba warlock of the Price family looked at Eli, his brows gradually relaxed. The plan undoubtedly failed. But they can't be blamed for the current situation. Who the hell would have thought that Eli summoned the will of the world and directly suppressed the Phoenix King from the strength of the peak of Kyunyi to the sacred tree? However, we are at the same level, and it is impossible for you to keep us. I can pretend that what happened today never happened, and we will leave now. Warlock Chiba continued. Leave? Eli was a little shocked. You are going to kill me, and you are about to leave in front of me. Is the Warlock Alliance so proud? Well, it really fits their style. Sorry, you have to stay today. Eli shook his head, expressing his opinion. Good. Warlock Chiba raised his eyebrows, but his blood was excited. I could only see that his muscles began to turn into white one after another, and there were 9 pairs of white wings spreading out behind him. A hot breath also emanated from his body, and his height reached 5 meters. 6-ring bloodline, blazing angel bloodline. Eli, you can't keep mine. He looked at Eli, his aura diverging. The bloodline is very strong, and it's probably the first time I entered Chiba, but I have accumulated more, and I can beat it, but there are certain risks, about 85% of the probability of victory, there are many dangers. Eli evaluated this person, suddenly a little startled. The risk factor is too high. So. In the next second, a silvery white eye bloomed in Eli's eyes, rounds of silvery white light bloomed, and a silvery blade that seemed to shouldn't exist in the world slowly drilled out of one eye. All he saw was silvery white, with silvery white mental power flowing around him, and he didn't emit the slightest breath, as if he shouldn't exist. Snapped. Suddenly, a hand grasped the sharp blade. Holding the quicksilver blade, Eli looked at the warlock opposite. This is... Warlock frowned. Although the knife-like sharp blade in front of him didn't seem to be oppressive, he didn't dare to underestimate it. After all, the opponent was Eli, their core enemy. In the next second, I saw Eli waving the sharp blade lightly. Immediately, the silver-white sharp blade rippled away, and a touch of extremely sharp mental power condensed at the tip, and then disappeared in the eyes of the warlock in an instant. It's gone, where did it go? It hurts so much. Warlock was confused for a while, and then felt a sharp pain. Looking down, the sharp blade had pierced into his heart at some point, and the force of its explosion had reached Wanhua, killing all the tissues in his body in an instant, and then attacked his mind. Boom! There was darkness in front of Warlock's eyes, and he understood that his consciousness had been chopped into countless pieces. Before he died, he looked at Eli from the corner of his eye. What method is this? He said hoarsely, his eyes were full of desolation, as if he still couldn't accept his fall as 1,000 leaves. Mercury blade. Eli replied. In the next second, the light in Warlock's eyes suddenly disappeared, his blood veins gradually disappeared, and his vitality breath dissipated little by little, before falling towards the ground. And all this happened in less than a second. At this time, others were still watching the two confront each other, but Eli could die in the next second. At this time on the ground, everyone looked at this change and was stunned. That seems to be a Chiba warlock? Just died like this? Are you kidding me? Ah, has Lord Eli's strength actually reached this level? It's too outrageous, but he's at the same level. Is this a genius? Everyone is discussing. The aura of the person who just got off was not weaker than Eli's, which meant that he was about the same level as an adult, but it was a bit outrageous to die like this. In the future, I will only follow the lead of the adults. Patriarch Hai Long's mouth twitched, and he choked out such a sentence for a long time. Me too. Me too. The other two also nodded. The damage caused by today's accident was limited, but it fully demonstrated Eli's strength in front of the alliance. I am afraid that the Warlock Alliance did a good thing with bad intentions and helped them strengthen the cohesion of the Warlock Alliance. Anyway, after today, I am afraid that the trust in Eli and the Alliance will reach its peak. What a mistake! Died. At this moment in the sky, the remaining two people only felt their hearts tremble. That is the Chiba Warlock of the Price family. Just die like that? At this time, Eli also turned his head to look at the two of them, and said with a smile, "You two, would you like to have a cup of tea together? I have a lot of good tea here." Grunt. The two were sweating coldly, and fear gradually filled their eyes. Chapter 512. Boom. In the distant center of the Central Territory, Patriarch Press looked at the information in front of him, his face gradually turned livid, and he clenched his hands tightly, making a clicking sound. Eli summoned the will of the world to descend, suppressed the Phoenix King at the peak of Kyunyi to the stage of the sacred tree, and then easily defeated him. Lord Sabadile was discovered by him, and then killed on the spot in the City of Blood. Patriarch Price at this moment, I felt that my blood was about to burn. He didn't understand, how did things turn out like this? How could that fellow Eli be able to summon the will of the world? You must know that even their families have no means to summon the will of the world, so Eli's means are not in their plan at all. What is even more worrying is that the warlock Kyunyi killed by Eli was an adult of the Price family. Lord Putis. He gritted his teeth, feeling so troublesome for the first time. The fighting power of the Chiba level is almost the top fighting power of several big families. If one dies, it means that their war potential has been greatly weakened. What's more, they are still facing the Lich Tower. With the continuous addition of ancient sleeping warlocks over the years, the power of this force has expanded so much that even they feel more and more troublesome. Eli. He said the name through gritted teeth. If it wasn't for this man, how could they have so much trouble? But with the establishment of the Bloodline Alliance, this also means that the two groups have no room for maneuver anymore. They represent the interests of the two major power classes, one is the ancient Bloodline family, and the other is the Bloodline family that has developed over the years. The conflict between them is even more intense than the conflict with the Lich Tower. But no matter what, if the Bloodline Alliance is not eliminated, our rear is like nails. If we insert a knife between the battle with the Lich Tower, it will be really troublesome. He gradually calmed down, thinking with The bloodline alliance must be removed first. Since they haven't fully developed yet, and Eli is the only one with high-end combat power, there is still a chance now, or it will be troublesome later. He pursed his lips, but his will gradually became firmer. Up. He knows what to do. He looked at a ring in his hand and pressed it immediately. It's time for a meeting. My lord, all the patriarchs have left, and the details of the future joint cooperation have also been discussed. In the wizard's tower, Alida reported to Eli. That's fine, I'll leave it to you, you can do your own thing. Eli waved his hand. Yes. Alida nodded and left quickly. After Alida left, Eli also stood up and walked to the window. Outside the window is the valley, and at the corner of the valley at this time, countless shadow chains entangle a giant bird on the ground, and the giant bird is constantly struggling and screaming shrilly. The giant bird is the king of the phoenix, and Eli didn't kill it that day. One is that it is a pity to kill such a high-level monster, but it has a high research value due to the fusion of a large amount of black mist. The other is that Eli also feels that he needs a means of transportation. But it has not been very cooperative. It's not easy to subdue such a high-level monster. I'll do it myself. Eli shook his head, then walked down the wizard tower, and walked slowly towards the Phoenix King in the distance. Seeing Eli approaching, the Phoenix King struggled even more frantically, and looked at Eli angrily. Snapped. Eli walked over directly and slapped Chi directly. The huge force directly caused the ground to sink in, and the Phoenix King was also dizzy. At this time, Eli's voice also came into its consciousness. I give you two choices. Eli stretched out two fingers, one is to sign a contract with me and be loyal to me, and the other is to directly kill you here. After finishing speaking, Eli waved his hand, and a huge wind blade leaned against the phoenix's head, and then waited for its answer. The phoenix didn't dare to move in an instant. Feeling the wind blade on its head and the seemingly non-existent killing intent, it has no doubt that as long as he refuses, he will definitely be killed here directly. A few seconds later, a hoarse voice entered Eli's consciousness. What contract? A simple contract, I think about you very much. Eli said with a smile, master-servant contract, but as long as my lifespan is exhausted or I die, you can be free. To me, it's only a few thousand years younger, but for a creature like you, a few thousand years younger is nothing, how about it? Exhausted lifespan. Phoenix raised his head and looked at Eli once, as if he didn't believe that he still had a chance to regain his freedom, so he agreed directly. I promise. Okay. Eli let go of his hand, and a contract slowly appeared. The Phoenix King took a look and confirmed that the conditions were as mentioned before. The power of the soul floated a little above the contract, and the contract between the two was established immediately. Feeling the establishment of the mysterious power of the contract, Eli also smiled. The shadow chains locked on the phoenix also dissipated one by one, and its aura rose slowly, returning to Chiba. This is because it signed a contract with Eli, and a connection connects it to the world. As time goes by, it will even fully integrate into the wizarding world, and its combat effectiveness will not be affected. In fact, most of the alien races in the green field are like this, but they are the source of blood and have established contact with the world. From now on, your name will be Phoenix. I will fix this fragment in the green land in the future, and it will be good for you to live in it. Eli also arranged. Yes, my lord. Phoenix didn't dare to refute, and got up slowly, gradually shrinking into a few meters in size. He also accepted his fate. Anyway, it's only 2,000 or 3,000 years, so he can afford to wait. Eli was also very happy to subdue a Chiba-level combat power, with a long-lost smile on his face. Ka ka ka. And at this moment, a sudden click came to Eli's ears. Eli looked towards the place where the sound came from. The shadow dome in the distance burst suddenly at some point, and a 5-headed giant snake slowly came out of it, and the aura it emitted reached the level of the 5 rings. Hydra. Looking at the giant snake that came out, Eli's eyes lit up. There is no doubt that Hydra's promotion is over. At this time, Hydra was selected and moved quickly towards Eli, exuding joy, but when he saw the giant bird figure behind Eli, he froze immediately. He turned his head to look at Eli, his eyes seemed to say that I will be away for a few days, you actually have birds outside? Seeing Hydra like this, Eli laughed loudly, ready to explain to this little guy, but before he could speak, a burst of majestic vitality suddenly and slowly emanated from a distance. No. Eli stopped and looked not far away. Hill, who was withered in the distance, didn't know when the scorched black book cover suddenly began to crack, a touch of green gradually came out, and at the same time, there was an excited voice. "Father, Hill has successfully advanced." A silver bell-like sound reached Eli's ears. Eli pursed his lips, feeling that there were too many surprises today. 3 blessings come to the door. Chapter 513. 3 hours later. Eli heaved a sigh of relief watching Hill reborn from the withered giant tree. At this time, Hill has completely transformed, but compared to before the promotion, his height has directly increased by nearly 400 meters, reaching a height of 500 meters, just like a tall mountain. Her branches are tens of meters thick, and the skin is light brown. Wisps of life force escape from time to time, and above the canopy, countless papers hang down, dotted with green leaves, like a green sea of stars. Among them, the countless life forces almost turned into mist and shrouded around, like a fairyland on earth. It's only 4 rings, but even I can't match its vitality. What kind of creature is this? Beside Eli, Phoenix blinked his eyes, a little shocked. And when he turned his head to look, there was a 5-headed snake staring at him on one side. This aura has reached the 5th ring, and it actually has 5 elements, namely shadow, fire, water, wind, and the rare thunder and lightning, which shocked him a little. The person he took refuge in was surrounded by strange creatures. All advanced, all advanced. Eli glanced at Hill, and then at Hydra. Hydra's promotion this time is more of a thunder attribute, and the initial assessment of combat effectiveness is not bad. After the promotion, it should not be too weak in the bud. As for Hill, it cannot be judged by common sense. Father, Hill can now make plants below the 4th ring have the potential to advance to the 4th ring. At this moment, a silver bell-like sound entered Eli's ears. Whirring whirring. Eli's breathing became heavier and heavier, and the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. 10 minutes later. Father, are you sure you want me to promote this to the 4th ring? Hill looked curiously at Eli below. At this time, in his hand, he was holding a bead-like creature with a blood-colored flower growing on it, exuding a bloodthirsty aura, but Eli held it in his hand and remained motionless. Eli nodded. The plant in front of him is the blood bamboo flower, and it is also the result of his travels in the human world more than 2,000 years ago. It once helped him a lot in the 2nd ring stage. At this time, it has been bred for an unknown number of generations. Eli once wanted to breed it to the 4th ring, but the shackles of instinct prevented this experiment from being successful. Hill advanced today, but his dream is finally coming true. Of course, what Eli cares about is not his advancement, but he just thinks that if Suezuhua advances, the devouring runes will definitely not change unexpectedly, and it may be of great help to him to understand the law. Let's start. Eli said directly. Okay, then father, you stand back. Hill replied. Eli backed away. In the next second, Eli only saw Hill slowly hang down a branch, the end of the branch gradually began to change, and a drop of extremely bright green liquid slowly condensed. Eli stared blankly at the scene. Between the green liquid, he sensed the ultimate life force, which is something more powerful than pure life force, as if it has infinite power. Is this the power of its transformation? Tick. The liquid finally fell and dripped on the blood bamboo flower. Tear. In an instant, the originally calm blood bamboo flower struggled frantically, only to see its roots deeply inserted into the ground, and its height was rapidly raised. 3 meters. 5 meters. 10 meters. In the blink of an eye, the blood bamboo flower grew to a height of 10 meters. At the same time, spots gradually appeared on its bamboo-like body. Its aura has gradually increased from the limit of the 3rd ring, and it is working hard towards the 4th ring. Eli waited quietly, while Hydra and Phoenix waited aside. The change lasted for half a day. Half a day later. The blood bamboo flower has been promoted to the 4th ring, but to Eli's surprise, its appearance has gradually changed back to before, but the color of the flower has become much darker. Of course Eli didn't care what it turned out to be. He arbitrarily picked off the blood-colored flowers, and the silver eyes in his eyes lit up in circles, helping Eli see through the phenomenon to the essential runes inside. He just stood there on the ground, motionless. All living things also watched him quietly. This change lasted for a full day, but there was still no change. During this process, Nicholas also came to the land of greenery. He was also extremely surprised, so he waited with the others. 2 days later. Vivica also joined the team. 10 days later. 10 days. Vivica murmured as she looked at Eli, who looked like a sculpture not far away. Your Excellency must have some insights, let's not bother. Nicholas glanced at Eli, and then looked at Hydra next to him with hatred. This idiot actually advanced to the 5th ring before him. Enlightenment. Vivica looked into Eli's eyes, but found that besides the silvery white light, there seemed to be something else brewing in Eli's eyes. It was a thick shadow, and a vortex that seemed to swallow everything. That is. She blinked her eyes, and just about to say something, she found that the light in Eli's eyes gradually enlarged, and Eli's body also moved a little bit. I see, I see. I understand. A murmur came out of Eli's mouth, and his expression gradually recovered. A ball-like object, mostly dark, but with a black mist wrapped around one side, was taken out. Shadow rules. Not far away, Phoenix blinked his eyes, not understanding how Eli has such a level of things, and what is he doing with this? His mouth slowly opened wide, and his eyes gradually widened. Click! The crisp sound resounded in everyone's ears. They stared blankly at a gap in the shadow rule, and Eli just swallowed that part of the shadow into his body, as if entering a black hole. Is he devouring the rules? Everyone gasped and stared blankly at this scene. But they didn't dare to stop them, they could only watch Eli devour the shadow rules bit by bit, and finally stopped when they devoured almost half of them. At this time, a huge tree of rules seemed to appear in the eyes of everyone. One side of the tree is blurry, but on the other side, there are countless shadows, and the leaves of the shadows grow like spring pine trees after the rain. In the blink of an eye, they grow from 5 or 6 to dozens, 100. Eventually growing to 1,000 pieces. Kyunyi consummation. Nicola stared blankly at this scene. If you haven't eaten pork, you've always seen pigs running. No, even if you haven't advanced to the 5th ring, he also knows from Eli that the standard of Kyunyi level is 1,000 leaves of rules. So at this moment, Eli has reached the level of the normal Chiba peak. And it's in less than an hour. Grunt. He couldn't help his throat trembling, and turned his head to see that Phoenix on the side was also in shock, just like him. Who is this person? Phoenix murmured, and at the same time suddenly felt that he might have been a little hasty in signing the contract. Is this person in front of you really a human? At this time, Eli is also gradually waking up, looking at the shadow rule on one side, and his own hand. He was a little confused for a while. Am I promoted to the top of Kyunyi? Chapter 514. Is this the peak of Chiba? In the green land, Eli stretched out his hands, a little unreal. Even if he didn't feel it deeply, he could feel the side of the huge law tree in his body at this moment, and nearly 1,000 law leaves swayed with the waves of the spiritual sea. In terms of quantity, he should indeed be regarded as the peak of Chiba. But Eli pursed his lips and looked the other way. Compared with the lush shadow side, on the other side of the translucent time branches, there are still only 2 or 3 time law leaves swaying, lonely. His faint law did meet the requirements for promotion, but when he was promoted that year, he had more than 1 law. In addition to the law of shadow, he also had the law of time. So, I'm half of Kyunyi Peak. Eli was a little dazed. But it's okay, after all, it's only less than half a day, and it's outrageous that he can reach this level. Except for most of the power of the law, there is also the advanced swallowing rule. Thinking of this, Eli headed towards the inner perception again. On the piece of shadow law, it seems that countless shadows are circulating, and the circulating shadows are rotating irregularly, emitting a devouring breath like a black hole. This is what Eli got from the blood bamboo flower this time. There is a special devouring rune inside the advanced blood bamboo flower. The moment Eli observed it, his own devouring law came into contact with it, and then there was a change that shocked even Eli. The law of devouring has advanced. After the advanced stage, besides its own law is more powerful, Eli also has a new ability, that is devouring, which is different from the previous simple devouring. This time it is a devouring power that can devour the rules. And unconsciously, Eli swallowed most of the shadow rules directly, which is why he advanced. What a waste! Eli looked down at the general law of shadows, and suddenly felt his heart bleeding. This is a complete rule. And when Eli sighed, the surrounding creatures also looked at each other in blank dismay, not daring to disturb Eli. In the end, Nicholas couldn't bear it anymore, and asked Eli in a low voice, "My lord, are you all right?" Eli finally came to his senses, and explained with a smile to a few people, "It's nothing, I got something, I accidentally got immersed in it. Get something? The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. My lord, you don't look like you have gained a little bit. However, the few people didn't ask any more questions. When they saw that Eli had no time, they dispersed one by one, especially Phoenix turned into flying towards Hill, and then stopped. Eli returned to the wizard's tower, and continued to understand the advancement of devouring rules. Soon, Eli had a deeper understanding of the rules of devouring, and also had a new understanding of his own state. My current state is very similar to when I was in the second ring. As long as I devour the same rules, I can advance, but where can I find the time? Or the time to take shape? Eli thought in the wizard tower. The current situation on the mainland is extremely complicated, and war may break out in the next moment. He must become as strong as possible, so it is naturally necessary to find time rules that can be devoured. But the time rule is a bit high-end, and it is easy to find. Eli suddenly thought of something and felt it into the sea of consciousness. Skimming the tree of laws, Eli looked towards the side of the sea of consciousness. There, a white light that runs through reality, consciousness, and void stands, surrounded by strands of translucent light, exuding the breath of time. This must be related to the time rule, and it may even be the rule itself. Eli perceived silently, but quickly gave up his outrageous idea. Joke. First of all, it is not a question of whether it can be swallowed. If you take a bite and the immortality buff is gone, it will be a big deal, so you must not focus on it. Since the white beam of light cannot be considered, what else is there? Eli thought about it, and soon his eyes lit up again. I thought of it. The corners of Eli's mouth gradually rose. Click. The timeline thunderbolt shot down in the time shards, causing waves of space to fluctuate. As usual, the split timeline will enter the Earth, and then reintegrate into the unique ecological environment of this world fragment, but a little change has taken place on this day. In the corner of the time shards, whenever a timeline thunderbolt falls, a figure can be seen quickly appearing at the landing point, and then opens its shadowy mouth to swallow it. Grunt. Swallowing a timeline thunder and lightning again, Eli felt the leaf of the fifth law appearing in his body, and smiled. After his detection, these lightnings do contain a certain law of time. Of course, the law is very weak, and it may take dozens of lightnings to make up one piece. But even so, it was much faster than his own meditation. This is really my blessed land. Eli looked into the depths of the time fragments, where the timeline thunder and lightning fell like heavy rain, stirring the air and stirring up Eli's emotions. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the time shard, Eli sat on the edge of the shard, perceiving more than 100 leaves of the law of time swaying on the other side of the tree of law, showing a satisfied smile. Based on the current efficiency, at least 3 months from the outside world. Eli evaluated his own efficiency, happy but not so happy. I am delighted because this is too simple for Kyunyi to advance, but what is not so delightful is the news from Mia a few days ago that the remaining 5 families of the Warlock Alliance seem to have moved. The entire high level of the Warlock Alliance is already secretly operating, and a big operation may be brewing. Mia reminded him to pay attention. Hey, eventful autumn. Eli shook his head. Of course, Alita had already been informed by the news. At this time, the Blood Alliance had been mobilized, and the top executives of each family were also waiting. But it's nothing to do with me, I'd better break through to the real Kyunyi peak quickly, and I'll be fine at that time. Eli pursed his lips, making a secret decision in his heart. Warlock League is strong, but not that strong. Chiba is the limit. Reaching the peak of Kyunyi is enough to deal with most of the troubles, not to mention that Eli himself knows himself. At this time, he should be enough to rival 2 or 3 peers at the same level, but if the law of time also reaches the limit, then this Chiba level he will not be afraid of any enemies. Come on! At this time, Eli also had a good rest, so he continued to walk towards the depths of the secret realm. January is fleeting. At this time, the leaf of the law of time in Eli's body has reached 400, getting closer and closer to the peak of Kyunyi. And just when Eli felt that he could reach the peak of Chiba smoothly, something happened that made Eli temporarily stop and continue to improve his movements. Because, the war broke out. Chapter 515. War broke out. In the wizard's tower, Eli sat on one side, looking at Alita on the other side. Yes, my lord. Just this morning, the Alliance of Warlocks launched an attack in the northern part of the western region, the southern region, and the eastern region at the same time, mobilizing more than 1,000,000 warlocks. At this time, Alita's face was very ugly, and her voice was a little anxious. Is this a declaration of war? Eli narrowed his eyes slightly. This was faster than he expected, and it seemed that the Warlock Alliance finally couldn't help it. But at this time he has not yet reached Chiba consummation, this is not a good time for reconciliation. Did Wu Huan make a move? Eli asked suddenly. Not yet. Alita shook her head, but added, but this time the Warlock Alliance is mainly targeting our homeland. The other two domains and warlocks in other areas seem to be more inclined to hold back. From the point of view of warlocks you can see the deployment. At this time, there are almost more warlocks gathered outside the western region than the other three domains combined. According to the current information, it is likely that the Warlock Alliance is under pressure from many parties at this time, and I am afraid that it does not have the courage or ability to surrender all these domains. Their idea should be to eliminate our head first, and then make another plan. Really? Eli nodded. Alita can see this point quite clearly. At present, it seems that the Warlock Alliance has launched a war with them, but they are destined to be unable to devote all their attention to them, because they have a more powerful opponent to the north, the Lich Tower. Compared to the Lich Tower, it might even be weaker than the Bloodline Alliance. After all, they were not destroyed under the joint attack of the 6 major families before, and they even exist to this day, and they have occupied a large area of the Northern Territory. So there is a high probability that they intend to defeat the Bloodline Alliance with the power of thunder. And to defeat the Bloodline Alliance, the best way is to defeat the Bloodline Tower, or kill the number 1 villain leader. The Bloodline Tower controls this behind the scenes, and the actual master of the green field is Eli. Since they want to fight, let's fight. If it's basic combat power, we won't be too weak. I will send Nicholas and Hydra to help you. Eli thought for a while. Alita nodded. So far, they have no choice. Fight or perish. Soon, Alita left, and Eli turned around and entered the secret realm again. But this time when he entered, Eli also had a sense of urgency, so he went deeper into the secret realm, and began to devour the law of time to increase his strength. 10 days later. A big thing happened. The Lich Tower in the far north moved. As if knowing about the war between the Bloodline Alliance and the Warlock Alliance, the Lich Tower, which had been silent for decades, brazenly launched a war, and millions of Lich descended to the Northern Territory. In just one day, a quarter of the territory of the Northern Territory once again entered the range of the Lich Tower. The Warlock Alliance was shocked. Facing the Bloodline Alliance and the Lich Tower at the same time, they felt tremendous pressure instantly, and even weakened the suppression of the Bloodline Alliance in a short period of time. According to Mia's investigation, almost all the ancestors of the Warlock Alliance woke up from their slumber one after another, and faced this huge crisis for thousands of years together. It is said that although there are no thousands of flowers, there are many thousands of leaves. In a short period of time, a large number of warlocks entered the Northern Territory to resist the Lich. Eli again gets a short time. At this time, the number of leaves of Eli's Law of Time is 450 pieces. War is bound to be brutal. The war in the Northern Territory has passed for more than 2 months in the blink of an eye, and a large number of warlocks died every day. The entire Northern Territory was completely turned into a scorched earth of death, and the red blood dyed this place red. Number of times, in Paradise City, the faces of the 5 families are icy cold. Everyone, we made a mistake in this decision. The Price family frowned and sighed helplessly. I don't think we can be blamed for this incident. Who would have thought that the Lich Tower would suddenly explode after being silent for so many years, but fortunately, the war between us and the Bloodline Alliance has not yet started, which makes us a lot easier. Patriarch Yunji shook his head and said. Patriarch Dai Luo raised his head slowly, frowned and said, for the time being, we have stopped the Lich's attack, but as the killing continues, their strength is increasing, but we have been weakening. What's more, the Bloodline Alliance is behind us, and it may be stabbed at any time, so we have to guard against it. Hearing this sentence, everyone nodded. If the Bloodline Alliance launches a sneak attack on the Warlock Alliance, then this is definitely a good time, and if they do it at a critical moment, it will definitely make them vomit old blood. And everyone deeply felt that Eli would definitely do it. After all, they have been dealing with Eli for a long time, and they are deeply aware that this is a very difficult opponent. Once they find an opportunity, they will never let go. Then what should we do? Patriarch Sarah looked at the 3 frontmost families. The room fell into silence for a while. The silence lasted for a full 5 minutes before Patriarch Yunji cleared his throat and said with blinking eyes, as the Sira family said, the trouble of the Blood Alliance must be eliminated, it's just how to get rid of it. Although the outside world looks like we are the most vulnerable at this time, the awakening of the ancestors also makes us extremely powerful at the moment. Why don't we drag the Lich Tower on the one hand, and quickly mobilize manpower on the other hand to attack the western regions and drain the blood? To take down the tower, it is best to take down Eli. Even if you can't take it down, it's okay, as long as its wings are cut off, the damage he can cause is limited. What do you think? She looked at everyone. There are certain risks, but it's not a big problem, I agree. Patriarch Press nodded. I'm fine too. The patriarchs of Dai Luo, York, and Sarah hesitated for a moment, and agreed. A new meeting started soon, but this time it was about how many combat forces were sent into the western regions. The discussion lasted for half a day before it came to an end. It has been decided, this time to attack the Bloodline Tower, each of the 5 major families will send people, a total of 5 Qunyi, including 2 Qunyi peaks, and 6 sacred trees, to destroy the Bloodline Tower within a week by means of thunder. The Press family said bitingly. Everyone looked at each other and nodded. This time, they almost only retained their fighting power against the Lich Tower, and shot out the rest of the 5 rings, almost without reservation, which showed their determination. The Tower of Blood, what do you use to resist it? Everyone showed long-lost smiles and felt a burst of relief. Finally the Peak of Chiba. In the fragments of time, Eli stretched his body. After 2 months of hard work, he has also reached the Peak of Qunyi. Even at this time, it can be seen that the timeline lightning in the time fragments is much sparser, which has a great relationship with his wonderful destruction. But it's all worth it. Eli felt the power of the law in his body. He had never felt that he was so powerful. At this time, he was almost twice as strong as before 3 months ago. After all, the superposition of the power of law is not 1 + 1 = 2, but greater than 2. All kinds of secret techniques, and other methods, as well as my newly condensed mercury blade, my combat strength at this time is enough to defeat even if Qunyi arrives. As for the bottom, it is like killing a chicken. Eli silently evaluated his combat power, and suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. These times are tense for the Warlock Alliance, and I can finally relax a little bit. But they probably won't do anything in a short period of time, after all, there is the threat of the Lich Tower. Eli considered the current situation, and didn't think they would attack them again. Unless they're crazy. Eli's lips curled up in a smile. But a few seconds later, his smile gradually fell, and he took out a crystal ball, and the corners of his mouth gradually twitched when he saw the information inside. MD, slap in the face. He cursed. Chapter 516. The Warlock Alliance has attacked the Bloodline Alliance. The time is the day when Eli completely reaches the Peak of Chiba. Even Eli didn't expect the Warlock Alliance to have such courage to break the boat. Eli also received specific news of the war that night. The Warlocks of the Million Warlocks Alliance crossed the border and entered the western regions, and fought aggressively in a row, while each part has 5 rings gathered, and they are not holding back the formation, they will take action every time they encounter difficulties. Eli took a deep breath. There is no doubt that the purpose of the Warlock Alliance this time is very clear. That is to completely eradicate the Tower of Blood, kill their warlocks, destroy their infrastructure and warlock system, and completely eradicate the Tower of Blood. Even in this battle, they didn't seem to care about Eli anymore. In other words, for them, what they care about at this time is the power of the Bloodline Tower, not me. Obviously, if I can't make a move in this situation, they will destroy the Bloodline Tower. If I make a move, they will take the kill. Is this the plan of the Warlock Alliance? Eli narrowed his eyes slightly. Yangmu. A complete conspiracy. The Warlock Alliance seems to be saying again, I just want to rely on my strong background to destroy you. It's really bad. Eli shook his head. If it was a few months ago, he might still have scruples and choose to be wise and protect himself, but the number of times he already has the power to eliminate troubles and solve this cholera. Humph, if you fail again this time, Warlock Alliance, do you have the background to do it again? Eli sneered, then walked outside the wizard tower. Phoenix! Eli shouted not far away. On Hill's branch, the huge phoenix turned its head and saw Eli with a bright look. Flapping his wings, he flew over and said humbly, My lord, do you need anything? Join a fight. Eli smiled, baring his teeth. Not far away, Hydra also raised his head suddenly, neighing. After a while, the huge phoenix flapped its wings and carried Eli away from the green land. On Eli's shoulder, Hydra was entrenched, looking in the direction of the distance just like Eli. That direction. It is the location close to the middle domain. Southern domain. It is rare for the two masters to meet again. The Warlock Alliance launched a war against the Bloodline Tower, at this time? Are they crazy? Patriarch Hai Long stood up, his eyes full of horror. Who knows what they think? What's worse, they almost dispatched most of the Five Rings combat power. There are only two at the peak of Kyunyi, and Kyunyi is not a minority. The owner of the sea shark also frowned. Why? The two looked at each other, a trace of worry flashed in their eyes. This time the Warlock Alliance is like a lunatic, but what's worse is that this is a powerful lunatic, and what's worse, due to the pressure from many parties, this lunatic has almost used all his background. There are so many Five-Ring Warlocks, except for the Lich Tower and the Sea Clan, no faction has so much combat power. At least their bloodline alliance is the highest, that is, Eli. We can't do anything, we can only look at Lord Eli, said the owner of the sea shark. Yes. During this period of time, they were also attacked by the Warlock Alliance, and they couldn't move at all. In other words, if it weren't for them, I'm afraid Eli would have to face more Five Rings at this time. Trust my lord. The two looked at each other and prayed for Eli. Zhongaiu. Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce. The Lich Tower can't be solved in a short time, but the western regions are finally coming to an end. Chairman Jin Chan stroked his long beard, as if he had seen the scene of blood flowing into rivers in the western regions. It's a pity for Jin Ji, I was still very optimistic about him. He shook his head, feeling sorry for this former subordinate. The talent is good, and the short-term vision is also good, but the long-term is not good. It is undoubtedly a wrong choice to abandon the Warlock Alliance and choose the Tower of Blood. But you choose the path yourself, so you have to bear the consequences. He changed his tone, and a hint of ferocity flashed in his eyes. At the same time, Jin Jigang, who is far away in the Tower of Blood, has made an inventory of the economy of the Tower of Blood. Looking at the industries with potential, he feels that the future is bright. But looking at the bills, he couldn't help but look into the distance, with a hint of worry flashing through. My lord, we must win. He prayed, and took out the dice that the adults had given him by accident. Toss. 6. Jinji's eyes lit up. Full. The land of the extreme north. I don't know when, a huge Gothic black stone castle has been built here. Inside the castle, the Lich King sat on the icy throne, looking at the howling wind in the distance. Beside him, a bone dragon lich reported something. Did something like this actually happen in the central continent? God helped me too. After listening, he rattled, and the green light in his eyes suddenly flickered. Then, what shall we do, my lord? The lich asked. He. The Lich King sneered, and said, since humans have given us a chance, how can we not grasp it well? Let's gather all the liches, and we will give them a surprise. Yes. The bone dragon lich nodded, stretching the bone wings behind him. This is indeed a golden opportunity for them. Oh? By the way, what was the name of the warlock you said just now that he used the Warlock Alliance to fight against? The Lich King suddenly asked. My lord, his name is Eli, and it is said that he has colluded with a wizard who may be the return of the Wizards' Union. Gyulong Lich thought for a while and replied. Eli. A low-pitched murmur came out of the Lich King's mouth, his head lifted slowly, and the light in his eyes froze for a moment, as if he was remembering something. This name is so familiar. Where have I heard it? Could it be that this person is in my lost memory? I always feel that this person has a certain connection with me. He frowned. When he reformed himself back then, something went wrong, and some memories were lost. Who is it? Hiss. The Lich King was thinking, and the soul fire in his eyes was burning more and more vigorously, which made the ancient dragon lich beside him feel a burst of fear. The flames burned and extinguished, and the light in the Lich King's eyes gradually dimmed. Forget it, if you can't think of it, then don't think about it, these are not important. Compared to those, it is more important to eliminate the Warlock Alliance, establish a new order, and repurify the world. This world should not be like this. A wizard is the right way. Although I have transformed into a lich, as long as I can the world is messed up anyway, so it's all worth it. Even if I die, it's worth it. As for the other warlocks, they should all be wiped out. Hey? Who told me this? Like my teacher? Hey, who is my teacher? In the dark and cold palace, the Bone Dragon Lich watched the adults start talking nonsense, especially those weird words, which made him couldn't help but take a few steps back. Transforming a lich will gradually plunge the soul and will into darkness. There is no doubt that his leader has sunk deeply, even like a paranoid. Repurify the world and put the world on the right track. He silently shook his head. All they want is a longer life. The other side. Phoenix is extremely fast. 3 hours later, Eli saw the battlefront. Chapter 517. Holy Sword City. This is a majestic city standing in the eastern part of the western regions, and it is also the core of the eastern part of the western regions. It is in charge of Luo Ye, the former Holy Tower Warlock and now the Tower of the Bloodline Sunshine Sun Warlock. But at this time, the city has almost fallen. The sounds of killing, flames, and wailing came to Luo Ye's ears. He was standing on the tallest wizard tower in the city, holding a weapon in his right hand, and his left hand had long since disappeared. At this time, his body was covered with blood, and his blood vessels were almost exhausted. When he looked down, he could see countless warlocks under his command dying under the siege, but when he looked up, he could see countless true spirits fighting in the sky, and farther away, an old man wearing a cloud-white warlock robe. He just stayed in midair, but it made him feel a burst of fear. 10 minutes ago, it was this fifth ring that killed more than a dozen fourth rings in one blow, and then easily broke through the city's defenses, and even directly pulled out the city. The fifth ring is a different world from the fourth ring. Why do we have to face this kind of monster? Luo Yi's body trembled and his voice mournfully wailed. And it was this howling that made the warlock notice him. Is it the most powerful warlock in the city? His eyes flickered slightly, and he raised his hand. In the next second, a highly concentrated wind element instantly condensed and flew towards him. Boom! The wind element is about the size of a finger, but it brings up hundreds of feet of wind and waves and makes a terrifying neigh. Ruined. Looking at the wind element, Luo Ye felt a fatal feeling, and he couldn't avoid it no matter what. But it's fine if it ends like this, it should have ended long ago. He closed his eyes in despair. But in the next second, he found that he was not dead. Opening their eyes, a shadow came into their eyes, and the wind element fell into the shadow and was swallowed as if there was no obstacle. Shadow? Luo Yi's eyes widened, he turned his head suddenly, and saw a figure shrouded in light. The scarlet wizard's robe rattled violently in the wind, one of the quicksilver was swimming around the body surface, one hand was holding the wizard's staff, the other hand was holding a simple wizard's book, the right shoulder there is still a little snake. He stood in mid-air, his eyes were bright, like stars. Lord Eli. Luo Yi's eyes gradually brightened. No. Suddenly, a painful sound came to his ears. Looking back, the white-robed warlock in the distance has been swallowed by a phoenix wrapped in black mist at some point, without even the slightest ability to resist. After swallowing the warlock, the giant bird slowly shrunk, then flew towards Eli, staying on his left shoulder. Lord Eli! He yelled at Eli. Eli flew towards him, and threw him a vial of potion. This can heal your injuries. Eli said. Thank you, sir. Without hesitation, he opened the potion and swallowed it, and immediately felt much better. After that, he looked at Eli again, only to find that Eli was standing on the wizard tower, looking calmly into the distance. What are you looking at? He wondered. And just when he was puzzled, the warlocks on the ground also noticed the sudden change, raised their heads one by one, and looked at Eli in shock. Master Eli is here. It's safe. The warlocks in the Bloodline Tower were already desperate, but when they saw Eli, a ray of light seemed to light up in their hearts. The warlocks of the Warlock Alliance looked at Eli, and everyone retreated silently and quickly exited the city. Soon, the warlocks of the Warlock Alliance withdrew from the city, but Luo Ye found that Eli was still looking straight into the distance. My lord, what are you looking at? He asked curiously. Here we come. Eli's calm voice reached his ears. Coming? What's coming? Luo Ye was stunned, and looked in the direction of Eli's gaze. At the end of the field of vision, 11 figures flew towards this side, and each aura was much stronger than that of the white-robed warlock just now, and blood aura wrapped around them, setting off bursts of elemental storms. Are they all 5 rings? And they're all above the sacred tree. Luo Yi's eyes widened, and his mouth slowly opened. In the distance, in the group of 11 people in the distance, 2 warlocks flew in the front, one fat and one thin, one from the Yunj family and the other from the Dai Luo family. Among them, the Cloud Singer looked at Eli and shouted directly. Little thief Eli, today is the day you die. Roar. Under Luo Yi's shocking gaze, the fat warlock at the peak of Qunyi was full of blood, and countless storm elements began to move towards him. In the next second, with the roar of the wind element, a storm that covered the sky and the sun flew quickly, and between the storms, a huge butterfly-like creature appeared. I saw that the height of its body was about 500 meters, as if it was integrated with the storm, but the wings on both sides were thousands of meters long, silver and blue, like the blade of the storm that wanted to cut through the dimension. Bloodline of 6 rings, World Destroyer Crystal Butterfly. Good bloodline. Eli raised his head, and the tree of law in his body also began to move along the limbs. A bloodline that had been sleeping for a long time was awakening. Shadow Dragon. Roar. Countless shadows entwine, and the 10,000-meter-long Shadow Dragon reappeared in the sky. Its huge wings spread out, dragging tens of thousands of meters of space into the dark shadows. With a terrifying roar, the Shadow Dragon raised a shadow and flew towards Yunjqunyi Peak opposite. In the blink of an eye, shadows collide with storms. Boom! A roar made everyone cover their ears. Then there was a strong shock wave covering thousands of miles in an instant. Luo Ye felt it was difficult to breathe for a while, and countless warlocks were even stirred up, especially the sky. The sea of clouds instantly turned into shadows and blue, and the elements rioted. Luo Ye raised his head and looked towards the center of the collision. What? Seeing the sky scene, his eyes widened. Above the sky, the shadow actually suppressed the storm, and the huge shadow dragon's claws had already caught the wings of the Shima Feng Jingdi, and Feng Jingdi was struggling frantically. Hiss! Blood was poured down like a waterfall. One of the wings of the wind crystal butterfly was severely torn, and then swallowed by the shadows, and the howling miserable wind crystal butterfly was directly clawed by it and thrown to the ground. Boom! A large crater instantly appeared on the ground, and a large amount of blood stained the ground red. In the first moment, a Peak Qunyi was seriously injured by Eli. This is Lord Eli, so strong. A face-to-face meeting. The Blood Tower warlocks on the ground were extremely excited and cheered, but the many warlocks in the distance were stagnant, especially the 10 warlocks in the back were all slowed down for a moment. Just a few seconds? Is this too exaggerated? Many 5 rings looked at Eli, suddenly not so confident about this battle. And Eli turned his head, looking at these people with his golden dragon eyes, as if there was an inextinguishable flame burning in his eyes. He opened his mouth, his voice swayed through layers of shadows, and said, "Come." Chapter 518. Come. Along with the shadows, the sound waves set off layers of air barriers, and the permeating shadow atmosphere made the sky seem to be covered with a layer of tulle, and the faces of many warlocks in the Warlocks Alliance also changed. This breath, how is it possible? Eli is much stronger than expected. It seems that this battle may not be that simple. How could this be? Everyone hesitated. Obviously this was different from what they had thought before. Everyone, it's not our turn to hesitate now. At this time, the head of the warlock of the Dai Luo family cast his eyes on everyone, and said calmly, "If we don't get rid of him today, then I'm afraid it will be our doomsday." Yes. Really? Everyone nodded. It takes at least 1 or 2,000 years to grow to their level, and the will is naturally very firm, so after judging the situation, everyone's eyes are also firm. For the family, they have no choice, even if it is life. Eli, you are very powerful personally, but today we have more than 10 warlocks here, you have to die here today. Warlock Dallo looked at Eli and said. Then try it. A roaring sound came from Eli's mouth, and he looked at everyone. The next moment, I only saw that the 10 people had changed and turned on their bloodline avatars. In the sky, 10 figures covering the sky and the sun slowly appeared. In addition to the Seraph bloodline of the Press family, the Shi Feng Jingdi family of the Yunj family, the bloodline of the De Luo family is the bloodline of the Sacred Tree, the bloodline of the Sira family is the bloodline of the Titans, and the bloodline of the Golden Dragon and Lion of the York family. They are all of the blood of the 6 rings, and each figure is thousands of meters, nearly 10,000 meters. The Sacred Tree covered the sky and covered the sun, with thousands of tentacles hanging down. The huge titan reached a height of more than 10,000 meters, even surpassing Eli's body length. The muscles exude a luster like gold. Even Eli felt a little shocked watching this scene. It can be said that with the appearance of these figures, the ground is already gloomy. What all the warlocks have been thinking about is not who will win, but can they survive the aftermath. But obviously, those old guys from the Warlock Alliance didn't think about it. The moment the bloodline was completed, they rushed towards Eli. Eli, I'll help you stop those 2,000 leaves, and the rest is up to you. Phoenix got out from nowhere, and flew towards the 2,000 leaves in a flickering figure, launching an attack. This shocked them as well, because they knew that they had introduced it into the wizarding world, but they didn't expect Eli to kill it, but subdued it. Seeing the two Chibas being dragged directly into the sky, the warlock of the Diluo family shouted loudly, "Continue to attack." Then, the 8 figures flew towards Eli without any obstruction. Roar! When Eli flew out, he also flew directly towards the golden dragon and lion of the sacred tree on the opposite side. Stab it! The shadow passed by, and the sharp claws grabbed the golden dragon and lion, and directly tore it brutally. Roar! The dragon and lion warlock let out a mournful wail, but regardless of his injury, he turned around and grabbed Eli, and countless manes wound towards Eli. "I've got him, everyone!" he yelled. Even Eli didn't expect the warlock to be so decisive. The rest of the warlocks even showed joy, and turned around to attack Eli. Dozens of attacks came towards Eli in an instant, the vines, the flames that burned everything, the Titan's giant hammer that seemed to destroy the world, the storm and the golden breath that flowed like gold. Boom! The sky rips. The warlocks on the ground could only see countless rays of light coming into their eyes like a rainbow, the space in the sky was broken into pieces, and deep black and purple space turbulence erupted from it instantly. With just one blow together, the space was torn apart. So is Eli still there? Many warlocks looked towards the center of the attack, but did not find its figure. Could it be that it was beaten into fly ash? Countless warlocks were a little sluggish, but at this moment, the sound of tearing reached everyone's ears. Looking up, I don't know how far away, Eli's voice suddenly appeared, and in his hand was a golden dragon and lion corpse that had been torn in two, slowly turning into a human corpse. Call! Eli took a deep breath, and looked down at the golden dragon and lion in his hand. MMP. Is this man crazy? How dare a warlock at the divine tree stage have such guts? But when he looked down at the eyes of the dead warlock in his hand, it was a firm and crazy look, which made him seem to understand something. He raised his head and looked at the warlocks in the distance, and they all had similar eyes. Already have the consciousness to sacrifice for the family. A family bond. Eli grinned, looking at these old warlocks, almost all of them were about to expire. Attack! The warlock of the Diluo family in the distance flashed anger, and shouted again. The battle is on the verge of breaking out again. Shadow dragon's breath, flames, storms. Countless forces began to wreak havoc in the sky, and Eli's figure was already flashing in it, fighting with many behemoths. The roar of the battle made all the warlocks feel tinnitus, and the escape of the law made the warlocks on the ground dodge wildly. I don't know how many warlocks were killed just by being contaminated. It can be said that in the aftermath of every battle in the sky, a large number of warlocks will die as a result. True spirit warlocks have assumed the responsibility of protecting the warlocks, but even so, many times even they will accidentally die in the aftermath, so more warlocks flee. Rivers of blood flowed on the ground, but everyone fighting in the Warlock Alliance didn't care about it at all. Fight, fight, still fight. As the battle progressed, Eli once again found an opportunity to kill the two Sacred Tree warlocks, and in this process, the former Kyunyi Peak Crystal Butterfly warlock joined the battlefield here, even regardless of his life. Farther away, Phoenix is entangled with two Chibas, Hydra, who is not yet qualified to participate in the battle, and is on the edge of the battlefield. The battle is still going on, but he doesn't feel anxious about Eli, so as the battle progresses, the opponent can't hurt him at all. On the contrary, warlocks are dying under Eli's hands, and he is also looking for better opportunities. Many Warlock Alliance warlocks have also felt this, but they have nothing to do. The main reason is that Eli's strength is completely beyond their imagination. Hurrah! Once again dodged the attack of a sacred tree at the peak of Kyunyi, but this time Eli did not dodge, but directly entangled it with a large shadow, and then a mercury blade flew out. What's this? His eyes widened, and the warlocks in the distance couldn't help feeling flustered. Shocking and plundering, the blade of mercury entered the trunk in everyone's eyes, and then a light like mercury lit up in everyone's eyes. The light dissipated, and everyone looked. How is it possible? The voice of the seriously injured wind crystal butterfly warlock trembled. In sight, at this moment, the main body of the warlock with the blood of the sacred tree has turned into pitch black, and the lush crown has also turned into grey, and the breath of death is lingering. He died. Akyunyi Peak has died. The complexions of the many five rings changed drastically, and then their faces became even more bitter. Looking at the huge shadow dragon's body, they even felt a burst of fear. Can't beat it at all. At this time, one of the two Kyunyi peaks was injured and the other died. How could they fight? Besides, they only had one Kyunyi at this time, and the remaining two were still fighting with Phoenix. What else do you have? Eliminating a potential threat, Eli then looked at the remaining warlocks, who no longer felt any threat to him. With the death of the warlock, the battlefields on both sides also stopped for a while. The remaining 5 warlocks stood in a row, looking at Eli. The leading crystal butterfly warlock looked at Eli, hesitant at first, but then he became firm. His eyes seemed to be burning with a flame. He looked at Eli, and his voice was firm and resolute. Eli, you are very strong, but today for the sake of the family, we must keep you, or there will be no troubles. Family, the world, for everything we want to protect, even if it burns our lives and our souls, we must keep you on this battlefield. Warlock's voice was firm and fiery. He glanced at everyone, and then nodded in unison as if conscious. A silent tacit understanding was born among everyone. In the distance, at some point, the 2 Chiba warlocks also flew back, but with some scars on their bodies, they also joined the team, and the 7 of them looked at Eli together. Eli, they're crazy, they'll come back even after resisting my several attacks. At this time, Phoenix also flew towards Eli in the distance, and said loudly. Crazy indeed. Eli nodded and looked across. At this time, the skin of each of these people began to crack, and a large amount of blood moistened their bodies, and then the blood began to burn, wrapping them in layers of flames. Burn blood. Can you not be crazy? At this time, Phoenix was also stupid when he saw this scene. Especially the apex of the heart also felt a deadly threat, and shouted towards Eli, Eli, they are going to burn their blood, damn it, they are dying, let's run quickly. You go first. Eli said his way, and then looked at these people. He could already feel that a blood-cursed connection had arisen between them. This group of people wasted their lives, so naturally they had no intention of letting Eli leave. But, no matter how many ants there are, they cannot be a titan. Eli's lips twitched slightly. Life also began to burn, and the secret method of violent blood was used. Layer. 2 floors. 5 floors. In the blink of an eye, a layer of blood-colored blood mist slowly flowed from the gaps between each scale, covering the whole body like mist, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed from a black dragon into a blood dragon. Burning blood, who would not be the same? Seeing that Eli also started to burn his blood, Phoenix waved his wings and screamed strangely, crazy, crazy, all crazy, I want to run away. The black mist filled the air, and his figure flew towards the distance, disappearing before everyone's eyes in the blink of an eye. On the ground, all the true spirits also looked up at this scene. Even tens of thousands of meters away, everyone felt a sense of deadly threat. Luoya lowered his head and glanced at the warlock on the ground. A thin film enveloped the nearby people, and then layers of shields enveloped himself, like an eggshell. The bloodline instinctively told him that he must defend himself well next. As for the warlocks under the true spirit, they can only ask for good luck. At this time, most of the true spirits on the battlefield made the same choice, one by one inspired the blood to open the strongest as if, and some kindly set one for the low-level warlocks. But looking at the scene where the true spirits are facing the enemy one by one, all the low-level warlocks are pale at this moment. They are not fools, and they understand that the next attack may threaten the true spirits, so what about them? In fact, of the nearly 1 million warlocks at this time, only 600,000 died at this time, and most of them died in the aftermath just now. I'm afraid there will be another bigger one in the future, I'm afraid it will really die. Thinking of this, the low-level warlocks looked desperate. At this time, the power of the 2 parties in the sky has also been accumulated. On the side of the Warlock Alliance, the main body is the living peak Kyunyi Fengjingdi, so the power of his bloodlines converges towards him, and a bloody light gathers in front of him. In the distance, Eli raised his head, and the shadow dragon exhaled a cold breath. He looked at Eli, the blood had already dyed his body red, and the burning blood almost made his will faint, but he still stood, looked at Eli, and let out the last cry of life. Eli, block our lives, stay here. Boom! The bloody light exploded, and a bloody beam of light pierced the sky. The space along the way was torn apart one after another, but it was unstoppable. It feels like a big devil. Eli let out a chuckle suddenly, but all the power was also released at this moment. The shadow dragon breathes. 5 times the breath of the shadow dragon spewed out without reservation, piercing the sky like a torrent of shadows, flying towards the blood-colored bloodline beam of light, and then collided. Boom! Collision. Blood, light and shadows dyed the world on both sides. At the center of the explosion, the power has already surpassed Chiba, with it as the center, a space black spot suddenly appeared, then expanded rapidly, and then spread towards the surroundings. Boom! Within hundreds of thousands of meters, the sound was like thunder. And then there was an explosion, the collision of huge forces, the space began to collapse on a large scale, and for the ground, it was also a terrible disaster. The power of the explosion fell from all directions, and instantly fell to the ground like a meteor shower hundreds of thousands of times denser, as if it wanted to return everything to death. Indeed it is. In the blink of an eye, countless defensive shields on the ground instantly shattered, and then there were countless blood dances rising, and wailing sounds. Even the true spirits blocked the terrifying aftermath, like a boat drifting in an ocean storm. Maintain. Even, the ground collapsed tens of meters in the blink of an eye, and the ground within 10,000 meters turned into a purgatory, and it was mixed with regular power, which might make the affected area uninhabitable for thousands of years. And the aftermath lasted for tens of minutes. After that, in the smog that filled the sky, Luo Yi's defenses opened layer by layer, and he opened his eyes with difficulty. Cough cough cough. Is it over? He didn't look around, but raised his head to look at the sky. At this time, in the sky, a large area of space is connected to the turbulent flow of space, exuding terrifying power, and not far away, the 7 figures are standing, but the breath of life has completely disappeared. It's normal to burn life and die. I don't know what about adults? He looked up and looked to the other side. The huge shadow wraps something like a planet. Ka ka ka. The shadow shell gradually dissipated, revealing the figure of Wanmai inside, who roared towards the sky, as if announcing victory. Luo Ye suddenly relaxed and collapsed on the ground. Not only him, but all the true spirits also awakened at this time, and of course some of them also died unexpectedly in the aftermath, and most of the living ones also looked at Eli, and their eyes were full of shock. Win. This is the invincible Lord Eli. They looked at Eli with admiration, and understood that this continent was about to reappear with a giant power, and they were one of them, sharing this victory. Victory! Luo Ye raised his head again, and this scene was deeply etched into his memory. He understood that today's scene, he will never forget it. Chapter 519. Victorious, but... After sighing, Luo Ye turned his head to look at the ground, and then showed a look of unbearable. The holy sword city that stood there has long since disappeared, and only some wreckage can be seen, while the distant mountains, river valleys and everything that can be seen have turned into a black and red flat land. The black is the trace left by the shadow flowing rain on the ground, while the blood color is the color of the dead blood of millions of warlocks flowing into the ground, mixed with the soil. In this battle, not to mention the deaths of many 5 rings, but the death rate of low-level warlocks is also extremely high. 99%. That's right, almost 100%, almost 1 million warlocks died in this area, and although the bloodline tower only accounted for less than 30%, it was an extremely terrifying proportion. As for the true spirits, it was okay, except for a few unlucky ones, most of them survived. It's really tragic. Luo Ye closed his eyes. Most of these warlocks belonged to the former capital Holy Tower, including his friends, relatives and descendants, and warlocks who trusted them sincerely. It hurts so much. Sadness gradually washed away joy, and he seemed to have returned to the day when the teacher died. Not only them, many true spirits shook their heads and lamented at this time. Obviously, this battle was extremely tragic in their eyes. In particular, the many true spirits of the Warlock Alliance feel even more desolate. Not only the ancestors died, but their family descendants also died in this war. Million warlocks. Above the sky, Eli, who finished solving the 5 rings, also looked down. He naturally understood that in such a battle, at such a short distance, low-level warlocks would never have a chance to survive, and even a weak force was enough to kill them. However, he still didn't leave the battlefield. Naturally, it wasn't killing, but I haven't used this method since I got it, and it's been less than half an hour. It should be enough. Eli looked down at the ground, and then the tree of rules in his body began to sway. Hula la! Like the autumn wind sweeping the fallen leaves. Pieces of translucent leaves of time drilled out of his body, and then slowly landed towards the ground. What is that? All the true spirits looked up at this scene, looking at the leaves of time all over the sky, at a loss. Wait, what's that? Suddenly, a real spirit screamed loudly, pointing his finger to one side. There, a leaf of time fell to the ground, melting into the earth like a drop of water. Sudden change. I can only see layers of ripples appearing in it, the scorched ground gradually recovers, a touch of green appears on the ground, and then a touch of small mountain peaks slowly appear. This change is extremely obvious on the scorched ground, like a black mountain top mix in a white goat. Restore the earth, restore the environment. He murmured. No, it's not. Suddenly, a voice came from beside him, it was Luo Yat. Just look at him staring at the land at this time, his eyes widened. This is not a regrowth, it used to be that way, I absolutely cannot admit my mistake. What? Luo Yi's words shocked all the true spirits. How it used to be? Is that backtracking? At this time, many fallen leaves also slowly fell to the ground. The earth regained its color, the collapsed peaks stood up again, the mountains and rivers flowed again, the plants stretched their branches again, and even the holy sword city was restored. In the blink of an eye, Wanli Nei seemed to have returned to what it used to be. Countless true spirits stared blankly at this scene, feeling extremely shocked. But then something happened that shocked them even more. On the ground, countless blood circled and traced back, and a little bit of flesh and blood began to grow upwards. With a wailing sound, everyone saw warlocks standing on the ground again. They didn't have a single thread on their bodies, but looking at those familiar faces, all the true spirits froze in place. Resurrected? Is this something a warlock can do? Luo Ye looked at many familiar figures and his throat moved slightly. Are you kidding me? Isn't this too unwarranted? Could it be the power of time? Does Eli still have this power? The true spirits spoke separately, seeing the figures they mourned just now resurrected one by one, which made them all feel a sense of astonishment. And they are like this, let alone those warlocks. A sorcerer looked at his body dully, squeezed it, and it was indeed his body. I'm alive. He was shocked. He clearly remembered that he died in the aftermath of the last round, and faced a shadow meteor. It was impossible for him to survive that kind of attack, but now he came alive again. What happened? Could it be? He shook his head. I saw the huge shadow dragon exuding a strong breath of time at this time, and the fallen leaves of boundless time fell to the ground one after another, and every time they fell, a large number of warlocks were resurrected here. It's Lord Eli. He instantly understood the reason. Looking at the figure in the sky, he knelt down directly. My lord! He burst into tears, not only the joy of being rescued by Eli, but also the admiration for Eli. Not only him, but also the revived warlocks at this time also understood, and looked at the figure of the sky species with admiration, even the warlocks of the Warlock Alliance. It's gone, and it can be resurrected. Is this still a human? Of course it's not just these emotions, such as, where are my clothes? And what about my equipment? Damn, it's all gone, but it doesn't matter, at least I'm still alive. Ah, don't look at me. After many warlocks were shocked, they realized that they were not naked at this time. They covered their bodies in panic, and some of them were sad for their lost equipment. Of course, this was a minority, and most of them were happy after the catastrophe. It is a blessing to be alive. Of course, at this time they also saw the 5 rings of the Warlock Alliance who died in the sky, and they were all shocked again, because they had already died in the aftermath before the result came out, so they naturally didn't know the result. At this time, I saw many clan elders die, and each of them looked ugly, and I didn't even care about the embarrassment of not wearing clothes, because they understood better than my own embarrassment that after today, it will be the embarrassment of their family. Of course, these have nothing to do with them for the time being. Because no one thinks that they can still leave here. And all of this is because of Eli. So people looked at the huge body of the shadow dragon in the sky, and the awe and fear in their hearts spread again. The shadow dragon looked down at the ground, and all the warlocks felt a burst of coldness. But in the next second, Eli's voice entered everyone's ears. Phoenix, Hydra, settle this place and return. After giving orders, everyone only saw the shadow dragon flapping its wings, followed by a bang. Disappeared in front of everyone. Chapter 520. Roar. As Eli left, the phoenix reappeared in the distance, and Hydra, who had been on the edge of the battlefield, also neighed, emitting his breath. Seeing the fighting power of the 5 rings, the remaining true spirits also turned ugly. No wonder Eli left just like that, the CO author is still there. As for them, the rest of them are also under the 5th ring, how can they stop them? It's over. One by one, the true spirits gave up their resistance and raised their hands in surrender. On the ground, the warlocks of the Warlock Alliance also lowered their heads. Although they were resurrected at this time, the blood power in their bodies was almost exhausted at this time. Eli did it on purpose. Why? All the warlocks also surrendered, without the slightest desire to fight. It's over. The other side. Eli also stopped after flying 10,000 meters. Body recovered. Puff. Eli felt a pang of discomfort almost instantly. At this moment, his face was pale, his mental strength and blood vessels were almost exhausted, and even the Tree of Law fell into a state of depression for a short time. I've overestimated myself too much. Reviving them is already the limit, not to mention equipment and strength, and if I didn't burn a lot of blood, I'm afraid I can't do this. The corner of Eli's mouth twitched. Time travel is strong, but this time the scope is too big. He was almost exposed in front of everyone, so he ran quickly to prevent his image from being shattered. He was not injured in the fight, but he was injured in the end. Outrageous. I'll have to be sure next time. Shaking his head, Eli judged the direction, and then returned to the green land. Soon, he returned to his old lair, and then plunged into the secret realm of time. He was injured, which made him feel a sense of crisis. It must be restored quickly. After half a day, Felix and Hydra are back. From the 2 of them, he knew that everything went well, all the warlocks had been captured, and the true spirits were all resolved, which made Eli heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there were no surprises. Then he sent a letter to Alita, arranging the next matters, and plunged into the time fragments again, continuing to recover from his injuries. At this time, Blood City Wizard Tower. At this time, Alita looked at the battle report in front of her in shock. It's fake. She looked confused. Looking at the battle report, the adults are coming, fighting against the 5 rings, resurrecting millions of warlocks, everything is so unreasonable, but it happens to be true. It's outrageous. She sighed and shook her head, then looked back. And seeing that there are still millions of warlocks, and the final war matters, and after dealing with the matters of the subsequent wars, all the shocks are left behind, and I only feel that the future is dark. Happy sadness. Alita felt it for the first time. In a room not far from her, Jinji showed a smile. Looking out the window, I only feel that the future is bright. Here, he will have the opportunity to sprint to a higher level. Eastern Territory. The owner of Heilong and the Haisha family looked at each other. I admit that I have little knowledge. Who would have thought that Eli's strength has reached such a level? How high is his real strength? Patriarch Heilong let out the most perplexing sigh. Yeah, it's too deep to hide. The owner of the sea shark also nodded. The strength that Eli showed in the battle this time was too terrifying. Fighting against more than a dozen 5 rings by one person, is it not Kunyi at all? Even at this moment they have deep doubts about Eli being Chiba. Are their guesses really right? Could this be the true strength of this person? Well, even if you say that he is Wanhua right now, I'm not surprised. Patriarch Heilong curled his lips. The layout is too small. Patriarch Haisha said. Patriarch Heilong. Shaking his head, he changed the subject and said, since Mr. Eli has defeated the enemy on the main line, it's time for us to fight back, right? The owner of the sea shark's eyes gradually lit up. He lined up a row of tables and said loudly, damn it, yes, after being bullied for so long, it's time for our Bloodline Alliance to counterattack the Warlock Alliance. This old guy should get down from their position. Counterattack. The two nodded, and the light in their eyes became brighter and brighter. Middle domain. Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce. How is it possible? How is it possible? Chairman Jin Chan stared blankly at the message in front of him, only feeling his brain go black for a while. How could it be possible to lose? How could it be defeated? I don't understand. He murmured, feeling for the first time that he had made a wrong choice. The Warlock Alliance is gone. After this war, the Bloodline Alliance is completely on the same level as the Warlock Alliance. With the addition of the Lich Tower, this is the most critical time for the Warlock Alliance. He began to feel a bit of sadness for the Warlock League. As a chamber of commerce that is backed by the Warlock Alliance, he seems to have never worried about this issue. After all, the Warlock Alliance has stood for thousands of years, how could it be possible to turn back, but this time, he really felt that it might disappear. Ginger. He suddenly thought of this once promising successor. Why? He took a long breath and lamented. I missed it this time. Guys, this time we made a mistake. In Paradise City, Patriarch Price seemed to have aged several thousand years overnight, his eyes were dim and lifeless. Below him, the patriarchs of several families remained silent. There is no doubt that their plan failed. And if you fail, you will naturally bear the result of failure. At this time, the army of the Bloodline Tower has entered the central region, and most of the western region has been controlled, and the southern region and the eastern region have also quickly counterattacked. At this time, the two regions have almost fallen into the hands of several forces again, and they are still continuing to counterattack, but since we have almost sent most of our mobile forces this time, there is little way to stop them. Ladies and gentlemen, this time it is really time for the life and death of our Warlock Alliance. At this time, the silent Patriarch Yun Ji spoke, with a low tone. Eli. Patriarch Dai Luo's fists were clenched. Everything is caused by this man. Hearing this name, everyone's eyes also changed. Everyone used to have disdain in their eyes, but now they have turned into a trace of fear and a trace of mystery towards Eli. Fear is the fear of Eli's power and future, and mystery is that they can't see through this person at all. They have completely put it in a position that is even higher than them at this moment. In fact, you don't need to worry too much. Even if the Bloodline Tower fails, our strength will still surpass the Bloodline Alliance. We will eventually clean them up. Press said slowly with withered lips. These words seemed to instill a lot of strength into the warlocks present, and each of them looked better. But at this moment, Sierra's family in the corner suddenly let out an ah, and then showed a terrified expression on his face. He looked terrified and even panicked. The big thing is not good. The Lich King of the Northern Territory used millions of soul sacrifices to destroy the Northern Territory. Our family and clan were wiped out, and only a few warlocks escaped. Click. The atmosphere was instantly dead silent, and the warlocks present were speechless for an instant. Patriarch Press burst into tears, looked up to the sky and lamented. Is it really Heaven's Death Warlock Alliance? Chapter 521. The new calendar is 4,932 years. The Alliance of Warlocks was forced to open up a multifaceted battlefield, and fought against the Lich Tower and the Alliance of Warlocks. The troops were divided into two groups, led by 5 Chibas along the way, and dozens of 5 rings pushed to the western regions, but they encountered Eli and the entire army was wiped out. At the same time, the Lich King sacrificed millions of souls, broke through the Northern Territory, and forced the Warlock Alliance into the Central Territory. At this time, the Bloodline Alliance and the Lich Tower continued to swallow the Warlock Alliance's territory. This is an unprecedented predicament for the Warlock Alliance. 1 year later. Winter is coming, and everything is covered with a layer of silver frost, but the green land is different, it is still like spring, with the fragrance of grass and flowers. Eli sat on the recliner, and there were desserts and drinks on the small table, enjoying it. Comfortable. Eli sat up slightly, picked up the teacup and took a sip. The past year has been the easiest year Eli has ever had. Since the Bloodline Alliance entered the Central Territory a year ago, 1/3 of the territory in the western region has been taken under our control. The Bloodline Chamber of Commerce was also established under Jinji's command. It is currently making great strides towards the number 1 Chamber of Commerce. Nicholas was also promoted to the 5th ring, oh, and of course I also got a lot of benefits. Eli thought. In the past year, he was easy, but the Warlock League was not easy at all. In just 1 year, their power has shrunk to 1/3 of what it used to be, and the remaining 2/3 are occupied by them, and the remaining half is collected by the Lich Tower. Of course the situation is now more or less stable. So now the situation is three-legged. 3 legs stand together, but how long can this fragile balance be maintained? Eli stretched out his hand, and a fallen leaf fell into his hand. Now it seems that the Warlock Alliance is temporarily safe, but whether it is our Bloodline Alliance or the Lich Tower, it is only because everyone needs time to digest the harvest. After the harvest is over in a few years, the natural situation will undergo new changes. So I still need to be stronger. Eli slowly sat up, the space ring flickered, and a translucent gemstone was taken out. The gem is about the size of a palm, with a layer of crystal walls like air bubbles on the outside, and wisps of dreamlike breath inside. This is the time gem, and it is also the most valuable thing the Alliance has searched for this time. This is a precious item condensed into a high concentration time breath. Although it looks ordinary, its level is comparable to ordinary 6-ring resources because of the blessing of time itself. With the help of this, plus the shadow rule, it's enough for me to break through. Eli's eyes were calm. He had already reached the peak of Kyunyi before, and in the past year, he was nestled in the secret realm of time. In addition to recovering from his injuries, he also reorganized the power of rules in the past year to a higher level. At this time, he already has the qualifications to break through. And this time gem is the last ring. It's just that although we are moving very fast, most of the precious resources have already been collected by the Warlock Alliance. Except for this usefulness, most of them are useless harvests and a lot of power of faith. Eli shake your head. This time the war had the greatest impact, but the gains were really not many. There are really very few that are useful to him. As for the power of faith, it really exploded again, from 18 petals to 27 petals, the number has increased a lot, and it is even enough for Eli to cross the ocean from here and connect to the deep sea. But what's the use of this? The power of faith that shined brilliantly in the 4th ring at the time is really limited for him at this time, more often it's just for pretense. Of course, Eli is also looking for ways to improve, so he doesn't have any ideas at the moment. This is life. Eli sighed. This kind of thing has not been experienced once or twice. The long years have allowed him to not be afraid of the cost of time, so the things he has learned are really many and complicated. Most were abandoned before forming the system we have today. So Eli is also very free with the power of faith, use it if you can, and give up if you can't. Forget it, don't think about it, the future situation is confusing, I'd better make a breakthrough first. Eli decided to put the matter aside for now and focus on the breakthrough. Breakthroughs are always the #1 priority. Turning over from the recliner, Eli walked towards the wizard tower. Enter the secret realm. 200 times. Close your eyes and start meditating. After 1 month. In the fragments of time, Eli suddenly opened his eyes. After more than 10 years of polishing, the power of rules is almost perfect at this time, there is no way to advance, and there is no other way to go except to break through. Then let's break through. Without hesitation, Eli took out the time shards, as well as some shadow rules entwined with black mist. At the same time, the tree of rules in the body began to sway violently, the 2,000 leaves of rules began to shake violently, a large amount of power of rules entangled, and more power of rules began to emerge inside the tree of rules. Some new changes are gradually emerging. Eli swallowed the time gem and took a bite of the shadow rule, and then the power of the rule became more violent, and a sprout began to appear between the leaves. Eli is also slowly immersed in it, and his own sense of existence is also reduced a little bit. 3 years later in the time shard. In the secret realm, the time fragments that were originally peaceful suddenly rioted, and countless timelines were struck by thunder and lightning, and the entire secret realm was instantly illuminated. And amidst this, Eli opened his eyes. It's over. He took a deep breath. At this time, he had broken through to the 4th stage of the 5 rings, the Wanhua wizard. Thinking of this, Eli couldn't help entering the space of consciousness again, observing the tree of rules at this time. At this time, the tree of rules is taller than before, and the leaves of rules grow on it as before, exuding a faint power of rules. In addition, on the top of both sides, there is a flowers. The flowers on the left are flowers composed of shadows, like roses, but each skateboard is made of the power of shadows, with some dark wines, while the flowers on the right are like roses, with translucent petals and a unique beauty. The flower of rules, the difference between Kyunyi and Wanhua. Eli pursed his lips. He could feel that the rule power contained in each of the 2 flowers is more than 100 times that of the rule leaf, and because of its existence, the entire rule power can be fully mobilized. Once it explodes, the power is far from Chiba can be compared. And the improvement of this level is the cohesion of the flower of rules. And the name of the Wanhua wizard also clearly explained the promotion method of this step, that is, the flower that gathers the rules, and the number is 10,000, which is simply terrifying. 10,000 flowers, I have 2 branches, I'm afraid it will cost 20,000. Eli's mouth twitched. The only good news is that this promotion does not require all the shadow rules and time rules. It is also possible to gather a large number of other rules. This seems to be related to the promotion to the 5th ring, and the key word of the 6th ring is the world, which requires many rules. Reasonable. And I still have the power to devour to cheat. Eli suddenly smiled. Yes, it doesn't matter if there are too many, he has the power to devour. In addition to half of the shadow rules, there is still this time fragment. As for other rules, just like the 2nd ring back then, it is okay to swallow other people. Although there is loss, it will greatly shorten the process. There are still a few captive 5-ring warlocks in the land of greenery, let's experiment first. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, Eli took a step forward and returned to the wizard tower. But as soon as the wizard door was opened, an unexpected warlock appeared in front of Eli. Chapter 522. Mia. Eli looked at the girl with short silver hair in front of her. It turned out to be Yudo's daughter Mia. And beside her, Viveka followed. My lord, long time no see. Mia lowered her head in respect. In the past year, Eli's fame has been known to everyone, and everyone knows it. The spread rate is more than that of the Lich King. He can be called the most influential figure in the wizarding world today. Stories of victories against 5 of the same level and many sacred trees with 1 blow are still being circulated. Of course, there is also the fart of the Warlock Alliance at this time who has nothing to do with the man in front of him, not to mention Eli saved his life, and it seems that he has a long-term relationship with his father. So her respect comes from the heart. It's been a long time, but why are you back? Is there something important? Eli asked. Yet. Mia nodded, and continued, there is a very important piece of information, I don't feel comfortable letting my subordinates pass it back, so I decided to come back in person. Oh. Eli also got serious. You must know that Mia has never returned to most of the previous news about the final, including the previous siege of the Warlock Alliance, which shows that this news is much more precious. Looks like something big has happened. Let's go, let's talk in the room and follow me. Eli nodded and walked towards the wizard tower inside. Mia followed directly, and Viveka also followed quickly. Soon, the 3 of them arrived in a room. Eli sat down, and Mia was still standing. My lord. After everything was ready, Mia glanced at Viveka at the side. It's okay, Viveka is not an outsider. Eli said as if seeing his concerns. Okay. Mia nodded. Viveka on the side smiled, and then showed strong curiosity. Mia didn't tell him what happened before, and the previous words also aroused her curiosity. Eli also looked at Mia. Sensing the gazes of the 2, Mia cleared her throat, and said, My lord, it's about Grey Wizard's Tower. Oh. Eli's eyes narrowed slightly, and Viveka's eyes widened even more, and she asked in surprise, Wizard Grey's Tower, is it the legendary Wizard's Tower? Mia glanced at her, then nodded. Yes, it's that Wizard Tower. Hearing this, Viveka's eyes widened and she wanted to ask, but Eli stopped her. He shook his head and said to Mia, let's finish it at once. Viveka was not annoyed at being interrupted, and stared at Mia with curious eyes. Mia continued to look at Eli, and said, My lord, you also know about the expedition of the Warlock Alliance in the western regions more than 100 years ago, and this time it is precisely because of this, 3 days ago, they seemed to be there. I finally found the location of Wizard Grey's Tower in a document. Found it? Eli's eyes widened, as if he hadn't expected it. After so many years, he almost forgot about this matter. He didn't expect that the Warlock Alliance would actually find a place in it, so it would be troublesome. So what's going on now? Eli asked. My lord, at this time almost all the high-end combat power of the Warlock Alliance has been secretly assembled, and they are ready to enter the range of the Wizard Grey Tower, and they may leave at any time. Mia said. So decisive. Eli was surprised. My lord, the current situation of the Warlock Alliance is really not good. I have lost so many high-end combat power, and I still have to face the pressure from the Lich Tower and my lord. If I don't do something, I'm afraid it will really disappear in a few decades. Therefore, when this news came out, almost the entire highest level of the league was excited. This was almost the only chance for them, so they planned to give everything they had. If they successfully obtained the Wizard Tower, their crisis would be resolved, and it might even change the current situation. After all, the legendary Wizard Tower has the power to rule the world. Mia said quickly, with a hint of worry on her face. Vivica on the side was also stunned at this time, receiving the news that was enough to shock the world. Eli on the side was lost in thought. What to do? Do you want to block it? That is natural, and they must not be allowed to obtain the Wizard Tower. But how to stop them, whether to stop them from the entrance, or control them, or snatch them, or follow them, anyway, he has the key, let them help to find out. Seeing Eli lost in thought, Mia didn't dare to interrupt, she silently took out a communication device, as if she was checking it, and moved quickly, but in the next second, she seemed to see something, and her body froze immediately. Grunt. Her throat moved slightly, and even a trace of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. My lord, my lord. Her voice was almost trembling. What's wrong? Mia raised her head, pursed her lips, and tremblingly said, My lord, just now, my people have discovered that the top management of the Warlock Alliance has disappeared for 3 hours. It is very likely that they have already left the Warlock Union area at this time. She looked flustered because she knew what it meant. Eli also changed his eyes. Come on, I have no choice, it seems that there is only the last way. He immediately stood up and said seriously, since this is the case, we can only enter. The Wizard Great Tower must not fall into their hands. My lord, we have no place. Mia reminded weakly. I know. Then how do we find their positions? Mia wondered. I said I know the location of the Wizard's Tower. What? My lord, you know. Mia almost jumped up. Yet. Eli didn't explain. He glanced at the two and said, It's not too late, let's go. After all, the two of them only felt that the vision in front of them was dim. When they regained their vision again, the two found that they had already appeared at high altitude, being driven by Eli to fly in the sky at an extremely fast speed. Besides the three of them, there is also a dog, Dylan. At this time Dylan was also confused. He was taking a rest when he was suddenly picked up by Eli. Before he could react to what happened, he found himself in the sky. Looking at the two people around him, the doubt in his heart reached its peak. Eli, where are we going? He asked aloud. Go to the Grey Wizard's Tower, I'll see you after entering. Eli glanced at him and replied. Hearing the answer, Dylan was dumbfounded, and then his eyes gradually lit up. Okay, no problem, I've walked through every inch of land inside. Dylan said with a chuckle, knowing that Eli finally decided to explore the Wizard's Tower. Mia? Vivica? The two looked at the conversation where one person and one dog seemed to know everything, and they were a little confused. How does it seem that Eli knows everything? Eli's speed was very fast, he almost crossed the western region in 10 minutes, and finally entered the Suia mountain range in the western region, and here was the entrance to the Wizard's Tower. When he got here, his speed suddenly slowed down, a shadow enveloped several people, and then walked through the shadows, during which several people did not make a sound. A few minutes later, the shadows dissipated, and they had appeared in a forest. Seeing the light, Mia was about to speak, but her mouth was covered. She blinked and saw Eli pointing to the sky with his other hand. Looking up, she was stunned. Above the sky, a space-time gap opened at some point, and outside the gap, there were nearly 24 warlocks gathered, and he even saw a lot of familiar faces, who were high-level members of the Warlock Alliance. At this time, more than a dozen warlocks in the sky are struggling to maintain the space-time rift, and there are precious resources around them, as well as an altar composed of millions of magic stones to help maintain, and the rest of the people enter one by one. The warlocks of the rift also entered one by one, until the space-time rift finally closed. And until the rift closed, Eli and the others didn't show up. Seeing that they all went in, Mia didn't care about the shock that the adults really knew the location, and said anxiously, My lord, the crack is closed, how can we get in? No wonder she was anxious, after all, seeing how difficult it was to open the secret realm in the sky just now, Mia felt that it would be impossible to open it with a few of them, not to mention that they didn't bring so many resources. If you go back to recruit people, the time delay will not be a little bit. And Eli just reached into the interspatial ring, then took out a silver key, smiled and said, "Don't worry, we have the key." And watch the keys shine in the sun. Mia froze in place. Didn't they follow the Warlock Alliance to explore? Why is the situation a little bit wrong? Chapter 523. Key. Viveka's eyes lit up. Eli glanced at him and said, "Dylan and I will go in later, and you and Mia will stay here." Ah! Hearing this, the eyes of the two froze for a moment, and Viveka puffed up her mouth even more. It's not negotiable. Eli was also very determined, he couldn't bring 2 bottles of oil. All right. Viveka knew that she would definitely not be able to enter this time, and nodded dissatisfied. Mia didn't have much thought, but she regretted that she couldn't enter. 10 minutes later. In the sky. Eli and Dylan looked at each other, then took out the key. Accompanied by a burst of fluctuations from the key, the space in front of him rippled like water waves, and a crack in time and space slowly opened, as if connecting somewhere. Eli and Dylan stepped inside without hesitation. Then the space crack slowly closed. On the ground, the two were hiding in the shadows, waiting silently. When Eli opened his eyes again, the scenery in front of him had changed. There is a starry sky in front of him, and the light of the stars does not know where to illuminate the place. There are a large number of meteorite fragments floating around, including various flying war weapons, and even Eli saw several damaged sky warships. City. And Eli's eyes were only concentrated on these for a few seconds, and then he cast his eyes not far away. In the empty starry sky, there is a huge planet. It was a silver-white planet, its huge size was comparable to the moon in the wizarding world, probably not much worse than the previous Earth, and on it, Eli saw countless mechanical creations. The entire surface of the planet was covered by huge weapons like a forest of steel. Eli saw huge fusion element cannons tens of thousands of meters long, and elemental energy lakes like oceans. Of course, this is not all, there are 3 huge rotating rings around it, covered with countless runes, including space runes, and runes that accumulate power and explode. Eli doesn't know the function, but his instinct tell him that if this thing is used, even the world will be torn apart. Is this the Grey Wizard's Tower? Eli took a deep breath, feeling deeply shocked in front of this huge wizard's tower. That's right. Dylan nodded at the side, looked into Eli's eyes and said, "Those 3 rings are called Wrath of the Star Ring. The attack is comparable to the 7 rings, and the 3 rings erupt together, powerful enough to destroy a middle world." Hiss. Hearing Eli's description, Eli gasped. 1 ring compares to 7 rings, and the 3rd ring destroys the world. He can't even destroy world fragments, let alone worlds. It's indeed one of the top 10 wizard weapons in the wizard world. Eli sighed, but he was more interested in this wizard tower. If he mastered it, it would indeed be a blow to dimensionality reduction in today's wizard world. "My lord, let's enter," Dylan urged. "Don't worry, let's talk for a while about the dangers inside and what to pay attention to." Eli turned to Dylan and asked. "Dangerous?" Dylan frowned and said, "My lord, the key itself has a certain authority. Although you can't let you directly control the wizard tower, you don't need to worry about the attacks of mechanical creations on it, and you can use it at any time. Leaving Ma's secret realm, the only thing you might have to worry about is the Great War that year. There may be some creatures left by the Master, you may need to pay attention to this." Oh? Hearing this, Eli looked towards the wizard's tower, and found that there were indeed some faint black spots on the silver planet, as if they were still moving. "Then you really have to be careful," Eli said. "With the key, he can advance and retreat freely, and most of the dangers here can be avoided, which is equivalent to a authority dog, but those black mist creatures don't care, after all, they were enemies of life and death back then. It's different this time, but how about the members of the Warlock Alliance to help us explore?" Eli said with a smile. "Oh, by the way, my lord has the key. When we land on the ground, we should be able to grasp some basic permissions, such as surveillance permissions, or control some basic mechanical items," began to say. "Oh, that's interesting, then go straight down." Eli nodded, and flew secretly towards the wizard tower together with Dylan. The huge star ring does not move at this time, but when Eli travels through and sees the 3 star rings, he still feels extremely shocked. In front of these behemoths, they are as small as an ant, not even bigger than a talisman above. Wenda, it's hard to imagine how the wizarding world built these creations. And the closer to the ground, what Eli observed was a little different. He found that the planet seemed to be full of metal, and Dylan explained that the body of the wizard tower was actually transformed by a metal life form. It was the body of the master who was accidentally killed by the wizard world. Of course, most of the strangeness has been lost at this time, but there are still some special features, such as automatic repair, etc. So in fact, the surface of the planet is still very neat, and only the creations of the wizards are damaged. In fact, the wizard tower that has gone through that battle, plus thousands of years of no maintenance, 9% of the wizard's creations parts of 15 have been damaged and need to be repaired before they can be used. This also made Eli understand that the wizard tower. Soon, under Dylan's guidance, they got closer and closer to the ground. They landed in an unremarkable area. It is also an extremely dilapidated scene, a huge broken metal factory, a huge fusion element cannon broken in half, and mechanical tissues everywhere. Even until Eli landed on the ground and felt the metal ground, he understood that this was a dilapidated mechanical planet, and of course it was the so-called wizard tower. As soon as it landed, Eli saw some mechanical creations standing on the ground not far away turning, and even a few tens of meters of mechanical robots appeared on the ground in the distance, and their eyes suddenly lit up. But it was only a few seconds. After the light swept for a few seconds, it fell into silence again. "Hey, my lord, I told you that we have the authority, and the creatures here in the mainland will not attack us." Dylan smiled triumphantly, and then saw a change in his body, a mechanical tentacle stretched out, directly inserted into the ground. The ground suddenly rippled like water waves, and then the earth fissioned, and a passage leading directly to the ground slowly emerged in front of Eli and Dylan. Eli was puzzled, and Dylan opened his eyes. "My lord, this is the passage to the supervision room, and it is also the area I was in charge of, but I will have to rely on my lord to unlock it later." "That's it." Eli nodded. Soon, the two walked down towards the inside, and after walking for a few kilometers, they suddenly realized. This is a huge underground space, with a size of several hundred acres, surrounded by countless screens, but it is all dark at the moment, and there is a huge console not far from them. Dylan seemed to be very familiar with this place. He walked directly to the console, and then pressed a button. Suddenly, the light curtains in front of him brightened one after another, and on the console, a phantom like a female elf slowly appeared. "My lord, this is an interesting low-latitude creature. It has no concept of lifespan. When the wizard tower was built, the wizards integrated it into the planet as an auxiliary creature. It is a part of life and death with the wizard tower. A creature, her name is Samir," Dylan said, and at this time, Phantom also opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a layer of data flow slowly behind him, and then looked at Dylan, as if wondering, but his eyes widened in the next second. "Little Dylan, you're back. Wow, I didn't expect you to come back after thousands of years. I thought you were dead at the beginning. Oh, it's just surprising, after all, you are so weak, only the fourth ring dare to participate in the war. You say yes, little Dylan." Samir's illusory figure jumped in front of Dylan, chattering endlessly. "Little Dylan?" Seeing this interesting title, Eli frowned. At this time, Samir also noticed Eli, but unlike seeing Dylan, the moment she saw Eli, her eyes changed instantly, and she screamed loudly, "Someone is invading! Someone is invading!" In an instant, the surrounding walls instantly lit up, and countless dark holes appeared. A little bit of energy seemed to be accumulated in them, and even a large amount of metallic liquid flowed out of the walls. In an instant, the humanoid robot exuded the breath of the four rings. Eli's complexion changed, and the aura belonging to the high position of the fifth ring burst out instantly. And Samir felt Eli's breath and eyes change. Over the years, the power of the wizard tower has gradually weakened. If it was the invasion of the five rings, she would have been able to deal with it, but at this moment, she can't stop such a powerful enemy, let alone the wizard tower is in a state of no owner. My lord, take out the key. It's a matter of authority. You haven't obtained the authority here yet." Dylan shouted loudly, because he forgot to remind Eli. Hearing the reminder, Eli took out the key again. When seeing the key, Samir's eyes were repeated again. In the next second, countless machines retracted, and two balls of liquid slowly melted into the floor. Samir looked at the two complainingly and said, "Oh, it's true, if you don't take out the key, it's almost a problem. The corner of Dylan's mouth twitched, and he quickly ran to Eli and said, "My lord, the creatures in the wizard tower are all above authority, and having the key automatically has the second level authority here, which belongs to the second level authority. I forgot to tell my lord." Dylan apologized. Eli also understands that it is too excited. In fact, Dylan has been in a state of excitement since he entered here with confidence. On the other hand, Samir looked away curiously after knowing Eli's identity. She knew Dylan, but she had never seen the warlock in front of her. Eli also briefly introduced, "Wizard of 5 Rings and 10,000 Flowers, Eli." "Hello, Master Eli." Samir nodded curiously. "Samir, my lord is here to obtain the permission of the wizard tower," Dylan said beside him. "I understand." Samir nodded, but then looked at the two of them in doubt, and asked curiously, "If you want to control the wizard tower, you can go to the core center tower. Why did you come to me?" "Samir, isn't it true that you have all the monitoring on the wizard tower? We don't know what is going on with the wizard tower today, and at this time, a group of illegal warlocks broke into the wizard tower in an attempt to gain authority. That's why I came here," Dylan said. "What, illegal intrusion?" Samir's eyes widened. In her eyes, Dylan is Gray's personal student, and Eli has the owner's key, so it is orthodox, and intruders are naturally illegal intrusion, which needs to be stopped. In an instant, Eli only saw the hundreds of thousands of screens here light up one after another, and a picture after another appeared on them, showing the current situation of the wizard tower. A few seconds later, a screen was seen moving in front of their eyes. On the screen, many warlocks are fighting against a large number of mechanical creations. It is the Warlock Alliance. Seeing this scene, Samir's face changed, he seemed a little flustered, and the figure walked around. What should I do, what should I do? Someone really invaded." She spoke quickly, then looked at Dylan and said, "Little Dylan, you have to stop them for us. If you allow them to obtain the final authority, then you will be in trouble." "Of course." Dylan nodded, and then said, "In fact, our purpose this time is to stop them, so I came to you, in addition to obtaining the authority to monitor them, but also to obtain the authority of other departments. I know you can contact every witch spirit, Samir, we need your help." "This." Samir hesitated. At this time, Dylan pushed Eli out, and said to him, "The owner of the key has second-level authority, and as the only wizard here, according to Article 361 of the regulations, he automatically obtains all second-level department authority. It's legal." Hearing Dylan's words, Samir hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay then." In the next second, I saw a ray of light shine from Samir's eyes, scanning Eli up and down, especially staying on the key for a few minutes. Eli also remained calm. At this moment, Eli finally understood Dylan's purpose, and he deserved to be a local. Soon, Samir gradually recovered, and a stream of data flowed out of his body, slowly flying towards Eli. Eli felt that there was no harm, and accepted it directly. It took a few seconds for Eli to finish receiving it. "How is your lord?" Dylan laughed as if he knew exactly what happened. "Good. Just now, he obtained many permissions of this wizard tower, including but not limited to all surveillance rights on the wizard tower, control of accidental robots in the core area, various weird permissions, etc. Of course, most of the authority is only outside the core area, that is, the so-called core center tower, but this is enough. Of course, I have learned more about the wizard tower since then, such as there are a large number of evil creatures inside and outside the core area, as well as polluted mechanical artifacts, etc. These are also not in the control area. Of course, what Eli cares about is the polluted mechanical creations and evil creatures. Even if Eli felt this, it was very troublesome. It seems that this depends on the members of the Warlock Alliance." Eli leaned back, and a liquid flowed out from the wall, dragging Eli's body, and the original screen suddenly enlarged, displaying members of the Warlock Alliance on it. Samir and Dylan were looking at the screen. Let them save some fighting power. There are more internal troubles than one, and this weird creature is a bit interesting. Guide 1 to let me observe and observe first. Eli smiled and issued 2 orders. And Dylan feels pity for all the warlocks. At this time, they don't know what kind of situation they will fall into. Compete with the permission dog? Poor League of Warlocks. Forget it, when they get through all kinds of crises and enter the final core area, they will find that they are just people who help to find the way, and the aureole is behind. Chapter 524. Hurrah! Press panted heavily, looking around. At this time, they were on a piece of steel ground, surrounded by steel signal towers one after another, and above the signal towers, elemental cannons were aimed at them one after another, and there were a large number of mechanical creations surrounding them below. Damn it, there are too many of these guys, we can't finish it. A man in a white warlock robe shouted not far away. He was the current commander of the team, his former patriarch, Saladin. As for him, he was resigned long after that defeat. Boom! After destroying a robot again, Press also felt a little helpless. After entering this area, they found that the place was forbidden, and it may be that the unknown is not good. A large number of robots directly surrounded them, many of them are high-level 5-ring robots, and these robots are connected with the surrounding creations. Together, the power of the explosion is extremely terrifying. And there are too many, so many that they all feel outrageous. But they have no choice, this is their last chance. And just when he thought they might have to fight here for a longer time, he suddenly found that the attacks of these robots stopped suddenly, and they froze in place. Seeing the robot that stopped attacking, they were also stunned. What's going on? Why did you stop attacking? Yeah, it's strange. What happened? The warlocks were puzzled, and the next second, all the robots moved again. Everyone was nervous, thinking that a new round of attack had begun, but found that these robots turned around and walked away, as if they had completely ignored them. It seems that we may have triggered some mechanism, it's over. Saladin walked out, smiling. The others also nodded, thinking so. In this case, let's go on. Saladin said. Click. Suddenly, a rustling sound reached their ears. Turning his head and looking, at the corner of the steel creation in the distance, there is a black body that looks a bit like a human, but there are countless eyes on his body, blinking non-stop, and these eyes are watching closely at this moment. There was joy in their eyes, as if they saw prey. Grunt. Saladin and Patriarch Price's throats moved slightly, both feeling threatened by this strange creature. In the monitoring room, Eli looked at a picture. On the edge of the screen, the warlocks who had just finished the battle left with scars, but in the center of the battlefield, the monster, 2 sacred trees, and the corpse of Chiba remained. At this time, the monster's eyes were all closed, emitting a strange wave, while the 3 corpses in the distance were all covered with eyes, which looked extremely strange. The combat power is comparable to that of Peak Kyunyi, and the means are mainly mental attacks. Even for warlocks who are mainly bloodlines, they are a great threat. Especially in the later stages of the battle, several people have alienated themselves. Has natural restraint for wizards or warlocks. Eli thought about the battle just now, and he had a deeper understanding of the previous war in his heart. Thinking of this, he turned his head to look at Samir, who was not far away, and said, Samir, gather the body of this beholder, named by Eli, and then transport some of the tissues and the corpses of the 3 warlocks to the experiment room. I want to check it myself. Among the many permissions he obtained, there is also a laboratory, and there should be a laboratory not far from here. Yes. Samir said. Half an hour later, Eli was already standing at another location. In a silver-white laboratory, there are 4 experimental tables in the center. In addition to the 3 dead people, there is also a part of the body of the dead beholder. Taking a deep breath, Eli put on a hazmat suit and came to the laboratory, and began to dissect. The first is 3 people. First of all, the appearance, slight alienation, some tissues appear, and then the eyes should be some kind of consciousness pollution, a bit like a black mist. No, it is like a derivative of the black mist, and then the blood system has not been polluted for the time being, and Eli analyzing from the outside to the inside, I soon had a general understanding. The alienation is not big, after all, it is just combat pollution, and they are all high-level warlocks. Let's take a look at the beholder's body. Eli turned his gaze to the other side. The cold scalpel cut open the corpse, and Eli found that it was still flesh and blood tissue, exuding a faint feeling of pollution. Like the source of the black mist, it was a special rule, coming from the Supreme One. The dissection continues quickly, with Eli also having a little fun, but it leaves him bewildered. Why does it seem to have little effect on me? Eli looked at in a daze as the eyes in front of him touched his partially separated flesh and blood, but it didn't have the slightest effect. This is not the rule of death in the secret realm, but alive, but it still has no effect on him. Things are getting interesting. Eli pursed his lips. Although the reason has not been found yet, it is definitely a big discovery. Is there anything special about him? It seems that we need to dig it out later. At this time, a figure also emerged from the camera on one side. My lord, according to your instructions, we let them pass through the core area. At this time, they have entered the core area and are fighting with the polluted mechanical life and cursed creatures in the inner Guardian Center. Samir bowed his head. Oh! Eli's eyes lit up. Faster than he thought. Put these away and go to the monitoring room first. Eli said quickly, his body was already walking out of the laboratory. Soon, he returned to the monitoring room again, and Dylan was still here at this time. Eli ignored him, but looked up at the screen. Among the screens, a towering wizard's tower stands in the distance, I don't know how far away, and below him is a huge steel city, filled with polluted mechanical life and cursed creatures. They no longer belong to the wizard's tower control, they're just there to stop someone from getting in here. And behind them, there is the remaining 27 warlock team. They stepped into the steel forest without hesitation. Fighting broke out. As soon as they entered, a fierce battle broke out. At this time, these people also broke out their own background, as if countless disposable consumables were used, and a large number of creatures fell down. As expected of the Warlock Alliance that has been entrenched for thousands of years, the savings are still strong, and even many of the items in it are unusable by warlocks, but they are used as one-time explosives at this time. Eli looked at the steadily advancing team and the two sides. A large number of dead machines and creatures, the corners of their mouths twitched. At this time, it is no longer about fighting strength, but about foundation. How proud! As time passed, thousands of space rings from the Warlock Alliance exploded one by one. After one day, at least tens of millions of mechanical lives have died in this city, and at this time their accumulation is almost exhausted, and they start to fight on their own, but at this moment the number of enemies is much less. But as the periphery of the center that has accumulated most of the evil creatures, there are still many powerful creatures, and attrition has begun to occur, but they are indeed getting closer to the center. At this moment, Eli stood up slowly. Where are you going, my lord? Dylan looked up at Eli's movements and asked. According to the monitoring, most of the creatures in the city have died at this time, and there are only one or two obstacles blocking them. Is it time for us to harvest? Eli smiled, and Dylan's eyes lit up. A layer of black mist enveloped the earth. The huge center stood in the center, and in the dark room not far away, more than a dozen figures slowly appeared. Out! Saladin took a long breath and turned his head to look around. There are 17 other people, all of them are Kunyi, and the sacred tree has died. Everything is worth it, as long as we get that wizard tower, we will reverse everything. At this time, Patriarch Press walked to his side and looked at the front. Yes. Saladin also looked at the wizard tower standing in front of him. He has never seen such a beautiful wizard tower, only a dozen high, silver and white, without any decorations. This is the control center of the entire planet. Once they have mastered this place, they will master this grey wizard tower. Along the way, they have seen the horror of this wizard tower, which has consumed their accumulation for thousands of years, and still more than 90% of the devices have not been activated, and no one has controlled the situation. Victory will belong to us in the end, the wizard tower, and the wizard world. He shouted, and the eyes around him flickered wildly. Da-da-da! But at this moment, the sound of crutches hitting the ground sounded. Everyone was stunned and turned their heads away. A figure slowly walked out of the black mist. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. Eli walked out slowly, holding a wizard's cane left and right, and touching his chest with his right hand. Chapter 525. Eli. Patriarch Press looked at the person who came out in front of him, nothing but shock in his eyes. How could he appear here? When they heard the name, the others quickly associated the face of the person in front of them with the name, their faces changed drastically, and the weapons in their hands tightened a little. Eli? Why did you appear here? Saladin looked at Eli with a serious face. Of course it came in. Eli glanced at the crowd, then looked at the mechanical creations and monsters piled up in the distance, and said with emotion, I also have to thank you for helping me clean up so many troubles, otherwise rely on I am really in trouble. Hiss. Hearing Eli's words, everyone's expression changed again. You followed us. Saladin's face was livid, and he gritted his teeth, but he was deeply puzzled in his heart. They clearly watched the space crack close. How could Eli follow in? Could it be that he had already prepared in advance? Did someone in the family tell him in advance? There is a traitor in the family. He frowned more and more, looking at the warlocks of the same clan around him. Obviously not only him, but everyone else also thought of this, and their complexions suddenly became weird. In the end, Patriarch Price broke the silence, and said to everyone, "We will talk about our internal affairs later, but we must first solve the trouble of Eli, or else everything will be leaked today, then we are afraid that we really want to talk about it." Perished. That's right, kill Eli first. Reasonable. Everyone agreed that even if there was a traitor, it would be a later matter, although all of this was their imagination. Saladin stood up and his momentum gradually erupted. Layers of red gold flames burned all around, and pairs of wings appeared behind him. He chose half-blood because of the suppression here. "Eli, you are very strong, but we have 17 Shiba warlocks here, 7 or 8 of them are at the peak of Kyunyi, you have to die here today." He looked at Eli with killing intent. Not only him, but the other 16 warlocks also looked at Eli, and their blood was aroused. The soaring blood energy exploded in an instant, the blood of the blazing angel, the crystal butterfly of the world-destroying wind, the sacred tree, the titan, the golden dragon and lion, all the characteristics of the blood appeared on them, and the aura was not hidden. Compared with the last 10-member group, this time the 17-member group is basically Chiba, which is not the same as last time. If it was the previous Eli, he would definitely turn around and leave, but this time is different from the past. It's all flowers. Thinking of this, he raised his head, his black eyes gradually turned into red gold. A smear of scales wrapped it around the body, and a dragon's tail slowly stretched out from the position of the tailbone, and the shadow covered the whole body like ink, exuding the power of devouring. Shadow Dragon Bloodline. He looked at the other side, and the other side was looking at him. Saladin looked at the warlocks around him and Eli on the opposite side, and couldn't help feeling confident. He had never faced Eli before, so he only felt that his breath was normal. Not far away, Patriarch Price's heart was pounding. Too many defeats to Eli, he was a little scared when he saw this man. If he fought one-on-one, he must have no courage, but fortunately, the remaining high-end combat power of the Alliance is still there. Even if it is Eli, it is absolutely impossible to escape. Die here. He looked at Eli with hatred in his eyes. If it wasn't for him, how could they have fallen to where they are today? Let's do it together, kill Eli directly, don't cause other disasters. At this time Saladin said again, the flame in his hand condensed into a big sword, pointing at Eli. Good. The others nodded, and silently dispersed their positions, and then the rules began to emerge for everyone, or gather strength, or take out weapons, or tense their bodies, and Patriarch Price did the same. They watched Eli, awaiting final instructions. During this period, Eli didn't move, but the secret method of violent blood had already been activated, the tree of rules in his body was swaying, countless leaves of rules were rippling, and the flowers of rules were about to leave. In this way, the two sides confronted each other for 3 minutes. 3 minutes later. All I saw was that Saladin suddenly moved his feet, and then flew towards Eli. The flames from the flaming longsword in his hand burned a little hole in the space. Do it! As if it was a signal, in a split second, the remaining 16 Shibas also made their move, and each of them roared towards Eli with ferocious killing intent on their faces. 17 attacks. There are umbrellas attacking Eli, in every direction. And every attack is their strongest method. Although they didn't use their blood avatars, the power that erupted in them was enough to burn mountains and seas, shocking everyone. This joint attack is much stronger than the previous siege of Eli, even if it is only part of it, it is enough to crush the last so-called joint attack of blood into scum. Eli, go to hell! Frenzy flashed in Saladin's eyes, and only Eli was in his eyes. Why is Eli still not moving? But among these people, Press looked at Eli who was still not moving, feeling a little confused and having a bad premonition in his heart. But the confusion was only instantly replaced by firmness. With such a powerful attack, what can Eli do? The distance is getting closer and closer, and his self-confidence is getting stronger and stronger. Not only him, but also everyone around him has no trace of confusion on their faces. They are all firm, can, and have the will to become Kyunyi. Suddenly, a wave of fluctuations spread to everyone's perception. What? Everyone looked at the center. At this moment, Eli raised his head with a calm face. Calm? Why is he so calm? But in the next second, I saw Eli stretching out his hand slowly. 2 blood-colored flowers slowly appeared. The flower was white and black, as if light and darkness were intertwined, but the aura it emitted was enough to shock them, because it was extremely rich in the power of rules. Wanhua. So this word suddenly flashed in people's minds. Fear flashed in Press's eyes, and he knew that the ominous premonition had come true. But this time, he couldn't allow him to think too much, because he was already at a distance. Next second, I only saw 2 regular flowers flying towards them, and then exploded and collided with them. In just a moment, everyone was submerged in the rules. The flames die, the flesh sinks, the storm falls, and everything, drowns in the shadows, and perishes in the eternity of time. When everything dissipated, 17 people lay neatly on the ground in front of them. A shadow entwined them tightly on the ground, and their consciousness had already sunk. 17 Kyunyi were defeated so easily. But they didn't die. It's useful to keep it. Eli reached out and dragged them into the darkness. My lord is getting stronger and stronger. Dylan ran over from a distance. He has been hiding behind. It's just that when he looked at Eli at this moment, he also felt sincerely shocked. Even if he was a student of the 8-ring wizard, even if he was born in that glorious world, he has never heard of a character like Eli. This is a true pride of heaven. Facing Dylan's flattery, Eli didn't pay attention to it. He just raised his head and looked at the silver wizard tower not far away. Let's go. Eli took out the key and strode towards the wizard's tower. Dylan took a look and followed quickly. Chapter 526. Click. When Eli placed the silver key on the wall immediately rippled like water waves. My lord, it's inside. Dylan looked eagerly at the side. Eli nodded, then took a step back, and a clone suddenly condensed out. After the avatar condensed, slowly opened his eyes, and said to Dylan beside him, go in and have a look. It's my lord. Dylan fully understood Eli's behavior, after all, he had been with him for so many years. Hula. Walking into a group of rippling walls like water waves, a wave of spatial fluctuation enveloped them. My lord, a large area of space is integrated into the wizard tower, which is a normal space fluctuation when entering. Dylan said, feeling the familiar fluctuation. Hearing that, Eli nodded. 3 seconds later, they have appeared in another area. This is. Eli looked up. There is a huge space in front of me, with an area of over 1,000 acres. The surrounding walls are densely covered with countless complicated lines, and there are consoles one after another on the ground, with a prominent console in the center. Is this the core control area of Wizard Grey Tower? It's ordinary. Eli pursed his lips, but he didn't dare to underestimate it. My lord, here. At this time, Dylan in the distance ran to the highest console at some point and waved him to go. Eli walked over, only to find that there was actually a keyhole on the side of the console, which exactly matched the key he was holding. My lord, as long as you insert the key and operate it, you can obtain the final authority. Dylan added. It's all here, and there is no hesitation. The next second, Eli inserted the key into it. Click. With the insertion of the key, Eli felt the ground tremble instantly, and the screens in front of him began to flicker one by one, like ancient black and white screens, and between the screens, a human witch spirit wearing a black dress slowly walked away. Come out. Sola, long time no see. Dylan shouted happily. Oh, Dylan. Wu Ling glanced at Dylan, a little surprised, then turned to look at Eli, and then looked a little puzzled, but when he saw the key, his eyes suddenly brightened. This is Master Eli. Dylan on the side quickly introduced. Soon, under the introduction of Dylan, the two parties also got to know each other. Eli also understood that the witch spirit Sola in front of him was the chief witch spirit of the original wizard tower, a role like a housekeeper, with the ability to mobilize most of the wizard tower's power. And Sola also understands the status quo of today's world, as well as things about Eli and Dylan. Things are impermanent, who would have thought that the great wizarding world would become like this? Sola sighed, his eyes gradually turned to Eli and said, if this is the case, my lord, I will hand over the authority of the remaining wizard towers to your Lord Bar. Okay. Eli nodded, understanding the most critical step. With a burst of data floating from Wu Ling's body, Eli received all of them. After an hour. Eli opened his eyes, but the way he looked at Sola was complicated. Is the situation in the wizard's tower really that bad? He asked. My lord is not here. If the situation is good, I won't be unable to deal with the creatures within the range of the wizard tower. But with my lord here, I believe it will be resolved. Sola sighed as if he understood what he was talking about. Why? It's terrible. Eli's mouth twitched. Just now, he obtained all the authority of the wizard tower, and he also understood that the current situation of the wizard tower can only be described in one word: it is a mess. 99% of the mobile devices were damaged, 90% of the weapon system was damaged, the energy system was completely damaged, the external communication system was completely damaged, and 80% of the internal communication was damaged. It can be said that the Tower of the Wizard Grey is now a lump of iron that cannot be moved. It's completely different from what he thought, killing the quartet as soon as he got it. Anything that rules the wizarding world is a lie. But if it is repaired, it can be done, but the ghost knows how many years it will take. My lord, anyway, the situation of the wizard tower is like this for the time being, but after obtaining the authority, my lord can order some mechanical creations of the wizard tower to start self-repair, but some important systems may still need a real alchemist. Sora sighed tone way. 2. Eli nodded, looking helplessly at the screens in front of him. Eli left. He left very simply. That afternoon, he left the secret realm, and then returned to the Greenland with Vivica and Alida. As for what Eli experienced inside, he had no comment, and let the two pretend that they didn't go out this time. Both of them naturally agreed. In the wizard's tower, Eli sat on the recliner, looking out the window, thinking about the matter of the wizard's tower. He temporarily left Dylan and a clone in the Grey Wizard's tower to take care of some repairs and destroy some monsters, and he decided to come back first. The restoration of the wizard tower is a long way to go. It seems that we have to go to the green field to let the dwarves surrender, but this matter has to be considered in the long run, at least not for a short period of time, at least 1 or 2 years. There must be certain news coming out of the Warlock Alliance, so I must not do anything during this time, at least not let other people focus on me, and I will pretend that nothing happened. The wizard tower is too big, even Eli dare not release the news, otherwise he will face the pressure of the whole world, and it will be really troublesome at that time. But even so, he still felt a lot of pressure. He needs to be stronger. No, continue to implement the previous idea. Under pressure, Eli decides to do something. He quickly walked down the wizard's tower, then walked towards the laboratory. Enter a laboratory. At this time, in the laboratory, there were 2 sealed living warlocks on the 2 crosses. Eli ignored the 2, but took out the 17 people who had been harvested this time. I have to deal with these people quickly. Eli looked down at these people. The reason why he stayed was actually related to his methods. Devouring power. Before Wanhua's advancement was different, she could absorb different rules and finally support her own rules, so Eli naturally thought of devouring other warlocks to harvest the rules. Anyway, he did this kind of thing when he was in the second ring. Let's bring Patriarch Price first. Eli first looked at the warlock he was familiar with. The next moment, Eli stretched out his hand, a shadow appeared in his hand, and then a gap opened, a tentacle stretched out slowly, and then pulled his corpse into it. Digest, devour. Eli slowly closed his eyes, feeling the change. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes again, gleaming with joy. Success! Eli took a deep breath and looked into his body. At this time, in addition to the 2 regular flowers, there are 3 more fiery red flowers, exuding the rich power of the rules of the fire element, just like the previous Patriarch Price. It works. Eli clenched his fists tightly, but in the next second, he seemed to remember something. Damn, forgot to touch the corpse. Eli closed his eyes, a burst of heartache. Pain. It hurts so much. Chapter 527. Time flows on and on. A week later. In the laboratory. On the silver-white table, a black tentacle full of eyes was firmly controlled by the power of faith on the experimental table, and there was a white light shining on one side, which calmed the black tentacle a lot. In front of the test bench, Eli's eyes were shining with silver light, and his hands kept moving, dissecting the tentacle. Strictly speaking, this kind of creature is not a creature, it seems to be some kind of evil condensation, but this black mist rule is a bit interesting. Even if it is dead, the infectious mim still exists. As long as it is not controlled, it is afraid it was a small-scale disaster. Eli is still very interested in the rules of the Black Mist, and he is still studying them these days. However, he is still very cautious, and only takes a small part of research, so that even if there is a problem, he has the means to solve it, and a tentacle that damages the low-end version cannot affect him. After studying for a while, he put down the scalpel. We have to continue to analyze the rules of the Black Mist. This rule still has great potential. After all, it is one of the rules that once dominated the 8 rings. Eli thought for a while, and then turned his gaze to the 2 rays of light on the console. The power of faith and the light of purification. The former belongs to him, and the latter is the application of the once purified rune. These 2 are accidental discoveries during the experiment. The power of faith itself had a certain resistance to the Black Mist, but then Eli accidentally discovered that the 2 merged together, but there is a kind of suppression of the Black Mist. In the light of the 2, the Black Mist has no ability to move at all, which is why Eli dared to let go of the experiment. It seems that I have to study the 2 in the future. Whether it is my comprehension of the rules of the Black Mist, or the suppression of the Black Mist itself, it is of great significance. Eli took off his clothes, sterilized and left the laboratory, thinking. He thinks these are all meaningful. The former means he has a better understanding of that civilization, as well as supplementary means, while the latter means restraint, which may be of great use in the future. No, I also need to study my own peculiarities. Eli did not forget that day on the Grey Wizard's Tower, he himself showed a strange resistance to the creatures of the Black Mist. In this way, 3 experiments will be started at the same time. Eli felt that he was full of motivation. It feels like an experiment, which is really great. But at this moment, someone called him. Did something happen? Elita looked at the anxious Alita in front of her and asked curiously. In fact, he already had a guess, probably because the Warlocks alliance had been exposed. My lord, something big has happened. Alita panicked, and said in a panic, My lord, just the day before yesterday, we found that all the high-level members of the Warlock alliance have disappeared. The reason is unknown. I am worried that something big may happen. What? What's the matter? Eli's eyes widened, and he got up from his seat in shock. That's right, my lord, there are dozens of wizards with 5 rings. If they really plot something, it will be troublesome. Alita was worried, and all kinds of dangerous thoughts were entangled in her mind. Sneak attack, open the door to another world, the abyss descends. My lord, what should we do? She raised her head and asked. Eli's face was calm, and he frowned and said, Continue to observe. If there are really big events in the Warlock Alliance, there will naturally be traces, if not, then it will be interesting. Maybe this is our chance to not bother where they go? As long as they don't show up, then we will eat away at their power and force them to come out. Don't worry, I'm here. As if he really didn't know, Eli began to speculate. You can't even fool yourself, let alone others. Yes, sir. Alita felt a lot more relaxed. Then let's do it quickly, this matter must not be sloppy. Eli continued. Yes. Alita anxiously left the Green Land. And beside the window of the Wizard Tower, Eli watched her leaving back and said with emotion. It's time for the Warlock League to end. A week has passed in the blink of an eye. Eli started 3 experiments at the same time, but currently the focus is on analyzing the Black Mist. At the same time, under Eli's suggestion, the Bloodline Tower also began to devour the territory of the Warlock Alliance. Although many forces were puzzled, they still did so. Even the Lich Tower in the extreme north fell into deep doubts. But they still didn't move, they wanted to see what the Warlock Union was going to do. But a month later, they finally couldn't sit still. At this time, 1/3 of the Warlock Alliance's territory had been swallowed up, but there was no response from the Warlock Alliance. They finally realized that there was something wrong with the top management of the Warlock Alliance. So in a hurry, they also started their crusade against the Warlock Alliance. The war has begun. But the outcome of this war was beyond anyone's expectations. It was over in just 1 month. At this time, 2/3 of the Warlock Alliance was occupied by the Bloodline Alliance, and the rest was occupied by the Lich Tower. The Warlock Alliance was wiped out just like that. As for the higher-ups of the Warlock Alliance, he never showed his face until Paradise City was wiped out. However, when everyone rushed to the clans, they were shocked to find that the bloodline soul lamps of the 5 rings had been extinguished for a long time, and they had already died. This shocked the mainland again, and soon spread as an unsolved mystery. Another month. My lord, the power of the Warlock Alliance has been completely surrendered at this time. The current situation in the mainland is only the Lich Tower in the north. As for the western region, the central and southern regions, as well as the eastern and southern regions, are all under our governance. The era of the Warlock League is over. Alida said in a trance. Even she felt a moment of unreality about the past January. Is the League of Warlocks gone? In the blink of an eye, they became the largest force in the human race. Outrageous. Yeah, it's over. Eli nodded. In fact, with the killing of those Warlock Alliance executives by him a few months ago, the end of the Warlock Alliance was already doomed. But the trouble is still not over, there is still a Lich Tower. Compared with the Warlock Alliance, this is an organization that really wants to destroy the world, and after so many years of development, with the characteristics of a Lich, they are much more difficult to deal with than the Warlock Alliance. Of course, there will be no conflict between the two parties in a short time. They all need to develop, digest. My lord, this is the result of our inventory of the Warlock Alliance's treasure house, but it's strange, their treasure house has been almost emptied, we suspect that it was transferred, and we are tracking it down. Alida took out another ring and said. Eli nodded and opened the ring. The space inside is not large, and the number is much smaller than he imagined. But Eli was not surprised. He knew the firepower of the Wizard Tower that day, and their background was consumed there to open the way for Eli. However, as a big force, even if it is the rest, there are still many Elis who need it. After picking and picking, Eli still found a lot of good things. He is also very excited. Chapter 528. The next day. This time the harvest is not small. Eli looked at the three things in front of him with emotion. A piece of spiritual wood that looks ordinary but exudes a unique aura, a mass of burning flames gathered in an oil lamp, and finally a handful of soil, about tens of grams. The spiritual wood was found from the Diluo family, and it was found in the center of its bloodline. It was surrounded by a large number of sacred trees in the center, and the level reached the 6th level. It should be the core of a tree creature with 6 rings or the part of existence above the 7 rings. Eli made his own judgment. Very good, when the time comes to use it, and go to the secret realm of time to collect some time elements, and combine them, you should be able to upgrade the staff to the 6th ring and increase its power. Eli made a decision, and then looked at the flames aside, the eyes suddenly lit up. Eternal Flame, from the top collection of the Price family. Eli pursed his lips, feeling a little hot. It is not the temperature of the flame, but the action of the flame. It can burn impurities in the bloodline, improve the level of the bloodline, and after it is integrated into the body, it will continuously entangle the bloodline, and finally raise the bloodline to a level, but it cannot break through the shackles of the bloodline itself. Even just looking at it, Eli could feel the desire of his own blood for it. To be honest, the bloodline of the Shadow Dragon is the bloodline of the 5th ring, which is naturally extremely powerful in the past, but compared to the families of the Warlock Alliance, it is indeed not qualified, because every family in the Warlock Alliance has a bloodline of the 6th ring. This is also the most important reason for their strength. The bloodline of the Shadow Dragon is only 5 rings, but the king of the bloodline itself should have 6 rings, so as long as I integrate it into my body, sooner or later I can turn the bloodline into 6 rings. Eli only felt a burst of heat in his heart. Bloodline is very important to a warlock, and it is the same for Eli. The bloodline that was once powerful is about to become an obstacle restricting his path, but as long as the bloodline is raised to the 6th ring, then at least there is no need to worry about this problem for a long time, and his strength can also be enhanced. As expected of the Warlock League, there are such good things. Eli smiled happily. And the last soil is also very interesting, it is the soil of the Wisdom Tree. The Wisdom Tree is a friend of the wizarding world. It is a powerful master in the multiverse, with a rank of 8 rings, and its soil also has a magical effect, which can temporarily improve comprehension, even comprehension of laws. Even if it is placed in the world of wizards, it will be fought by countless people, even the 6th ring will participate in it, so in today's world, it can fall into his hands. It just so happened that many parts of the experiment were a bit confusing, so I feel comfortable now. Only this time, I really want to eat dirt. Eli grinned, what a happy annoyance. The above is all the harvest this time, a total of 3 pieces, but each piece is extremely precious. Without hesitation, he directly picked up the oil lamp, took it out with a touch of flame, and swallowed it in one gulp. Grunt! The golden flames entered the body like gold, and then entered all parts of the body. At the same time, Eli felt that his body was gradually heating up, the impurities in the blood began to burn slowly, and the quality of the blood itself gradually improved. Cool! Eli couldn't help but close his eyes. This feeling, directly from the soul and blood, is really the joy that goes directly to the soul. Compared with the material pleasure, it is completely different level, very refreshing. And this coolness lasted for 3 days. 3 days later, Eli woke up from this sinking. It's really scary to be in this kind of sinking all the time. Eli shook his head. He has always refused to enjoy too much, but this time it was really cool. Slowly got up and picked up the other 2 things. The eternal flame is burning in the body, but the promotion is not over yet, because the promotion of the bloodline takes a long time. It can be completed not in a few years, but in decades. Next, he will go to the time secret realm to speed up this process. In this process, he plans to upgrade the wizard's staff, and then move the laboratory to the time fragments. Of course, those warlocks have to be devoured. Eli shook his head. At this time, he had devoured several of those warlocks, and the total number of regular flowers in his body had reached 100, even surpassing himself. This kind of rapid improvement is also cool. Eli curled his lips and walked towards the laboratory. After 1 day, Eli enters the time shard again. 3 months later, the new staff did the trick. The new Eli scepter, the 6-ring level, is based on a large number of time rules and 6 changes of spirit wood. Its function is to speed up the use of rules, increase the attack speed, and at the same time strengthen the time rules, about 30%. Eli looked towards the new staff in his hand. The original silver thread returned to its simplicity and turned into a brown wooden texture, and the hourglass on the head of the staff turned into a crystal, in which the grains of time flowed like constant sand, which was condensed by Eli through the rules of time during this period. It took almost 50 years. Eli sighed, but these 50 years were worth it. With this staff, his strength has been improved again. At this time, the blood is also approaching the 5th ring, which has increased by about 3%. Putting away the staff, Eli once again sensed the blood in his body. The eternal flame is burning, and the bloodline is also rising, slowly but firmly. As long as we continue, we will break through sooner or later. After dealing with these, I can also focus on improving my strength and experimenting. The remaining shadow rules and timeline lightning can also start to devour them again. Eli thought. The outside environment is unstable, and he needs to improve his strength as soon as possible. Speaking of which, many things have happened in the past 6 months. Although the Lich Tower and the Bloodline Alliance have not yet had any conflicts, in the shadows, an organization has been secretly organized, called the Immortal Society, an organization that transforms liches and pursues eternal life. According to the investigation, they kept recruiting people secretly in their territory, and the source of it was most likely the Lich Tower on the opposite side. There is no doubt that this has absolutely no good intentions. So at this moment, as long as the Eternal Life Society is caught, they must be killed. Because the high-level Lich, 5 rings, does not know, it seems that there are many conditions that require the Lich King to do it, but the low-level Lich only needs a lot of life sacrifices and an item bestowed by the Lich Tower. Therefore, there have been several tragedies within the range of the Tower of Bloodlines, causing considerable impact. What's worse is that this kind of immortality has been noticed by more people. Troublesome. Eli shook his head, feeling troublesome for a while, but fortunately the method has not spread, otherwise it would be really troublesome. But he knew that sooner or later, conflicts would erupt. I need to be stronger. Eli felt a burst of urgency, and took out the remaining half of the Shadow Law. He once thought about using this to make witchcraft, but the situation no longer allowed. Click. Eli gulped down a piece of Shadow Rule, digesting it. No matter what happens, as long as he is strong enough, then naturally it will not be a problem. Hwagyo Investment Bank Elite Song Yi was reborn in South Korea in 2000, and his company went bankrupt at the beginning. Watch how he grows into a chaebol boss. Chapter 529. Spring goes to winter, summer goes to autumn. Time passed, and 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Among the time fragments, Eli's consciousness sank into the consciousness space. On the huge tree of rules, countless leaves of laws are swaying, and nearly 5,000 flowers of laws are dotted on it. Most of them are black and translucent, a few are grey, and finally there are flowers of other rules of various colors. Needless to say the former, but the grey leaves come from the black mist, which is the result of his perception over the years. He successfully comprehended this weird rule, inherited some attributes, and finally came from the 5 he had caught. Rings. At this time, he has entered the second half of the Wanhua Middle School. However, this is the result of dozens of thousands of leaves and devoured shadow rules, as well as a large number of devoured time rules, and it took almost 300 years to digest. Eli silently calculated, and seemed to find no loopholes at all. What he was in was 200 times the speed of time, how could it be 300 years? In response, Eli also raised his head and looked around. In the time fragments like night, the earth is dark, and in the sky, countless times flow like nebulae, and timelines of thunder and lightning emanate from it, but if you observe carefully, you will find that the thunder and lightning at this time has been compared to it used to be too sparse. It's all Eli's job. A large number of time-swallowing rules seriously damaged the unstable origin of time fragments, which began to reduce its effect, so the 400 years that should have been severely shrunk. And if Eli continues, it is predictable that the situation will become more serious. But how could I stop? Eli shook his head. Not to mention that he is unwilling to give up this fast way of promotion, and if he doesn't do this, the effect of the secret realm will also gradually weaken, which has something to do with himself. He is already a wizard of 10,000 flowers, but this secret realm is just a slightly larger time fragment. It didn't have any effect when he was just promoted, but now as he is getting stronger and stronger, he even feels that he will explode this world sooner or later. This is also Eli's lack of common sense. If it were placed in the former wizarding world, each of the 5 rings has experienced at least several world wars, and has a very clear understanding of the tolerance of the world and itself. But obviously, he, who has been trapped in the wizarding world for a long time, doesn't know. If you don't know, you don't know. I'm not going to leave anyway. Eli put the question down and stood up slowly. Go for a walk. He stretched his body and walked into the teleportation array not far away. After a burst of light, Eli returned to the wizard tower, and he didn't even feel anything on the way. This was because the bloodline was getting stronger, and the evolution progress was approaching 8%. Walking out of the wizard's tower, Eli felt the long-lost sunshine. In the distance, Hill's huge body grew, and countless branches spread down. Under the tree, Hyde stretched his waist, and fell asleep boredly. The regiment, and Dylan is also there. And Eli's coming out also attracted the attention of several people, and even Hydra opened his sleepy eyes, and then slowly crawled towards Eli. Touching Hydra's head, he walked towards the tree. First of all, he looked at Dylan and asked, "How is the situation in the wizard's tower?" "My lord, the wizard tower has entered the stage of self-repair at this time. The resources transported by the lord and the dwarves have helped a lot. You are indeed a natural alchemist," Dylan said excitedly. "Yet." Eli nodded in satisfaction. To make a digression, Eli went out to meet the dwarf king half a year ago, and was going to surrender him. At first, he would rather die than obey, but then Eli took him to the wizard tower, so he went alone. He knelt down and declared surrender. At present, the dwarves have entered the wizard tower and are currently engaged in restoration work. "Then what system should we fix first, my lord?" Dylan asked suddenly. "Energy system, weapon system," Eli said. "Anyway, I can't get out now, and these 2 systems are the most useful." "Yes." Dylan nodded again. After dealing with the wizard's tower, Eli looked at Nicholas. The frowning Nicholas still made him feel a little weird. "Seeing you like this, did something serious happen?" Eli asked. "My lord, I was going to call you, but I didn't expect my lord to come out first. I really caught up." Nicholas seemed to relax when he saw Eli, and then sighed. "Oh? Tell me more." Eli pulled out a recliner and sat down. "My lord, it's like this. Nicholas began to report, 3 months after your lord left, that is, 3 months ago, the Eternal Life Association took a new action. First of all, they launched large-scale sabotage activities, especially for places that the Warlock Alliance could not notice. Of course, this is still within the Alliance's processing capacity, so the adults were not awakened." Eli nodded. "If he is woken up by any big ass, then the leadership team will have to be changed. He is not a nanny, and the subject relationship cannot be mistaken." Nicholas continued, "Then the chaos lasted for about 2 months, and a month ago, a major event happened, that is, a large number of liches invaded our territory, from the lich tower. Eli's eyes changed, and his expression became slightly serious. But it's nothing, we still dealt with it quickly, but we discovered a frightening thing. The purpose of these liches is not to invade at all, but to spread the mystery of the changes of the liches. They spread the lich transformation method under the fourth ring. Nicholas said almost through gritted teeth. The lich tower actually spread the law of lich transformation. This time Eli was not calm anymore, and then saw a crystal ball being handed over by Nicholas. My lord, this is the law of the lich. After taking the crystal ball, Eli began to examine it. A few minutes later, Eli put down the crystal ball silently, looked at Nicholas, and sighed, "You should have called me earlier." Nicholas remained silent this time, as if he had made a mistake. The truth is too. The transformation of the lich is actually like this, there are indeed some delicate processes, but the transformation of a low-level warlock actually requires a lot of life sacrifices, and as time goes by, almost everyone has a set of this information. Lots of old warlocks wanting to live, and then. Eli didn't expect to encounter such a thing when he came out, and the rare good mood was gone. It can be said that the scope of the alliance at this time has become a mess. I don't know how many sacrifices have started, a large number of liches have been secretly converted, and there are even true spirits occupying the city to perform sacrifices, just for the mystery of eternal life. My lord, we have already stopped it half a month ago, but once these liches transform, they will transfer their souls into the phylactery. If they cannot destroy the phylactery, they cannot be killed at all. Once they cannot find the phylactery, even it's useless to go to the Fifth Ring Road, which makes the situation outside very bad. Nicholas's face was covered with deep sorrow. I see. Eli nodded. Consciousness extended to the outside, and soon entered the City of Blood, only to find that many warlocks were in a hurry. There were a large number of warlocks inside and outside the city, as if they were fleeing. And this is just here, within hundreds of thousands of miles nearby, almost one-third of the cities are plunged into blood and flames, and the rest are still in chaos. If it lasts for a few months, I am afraid that the Warlock Alliance will collapse directly. He has only been sleeping for half a year, and it is like this, it is really troublesome. My lord, we are sorry for your expectations. Nicholas lowered his head. Clatter. Eli put his hand on his shoulder and said softly, "This is really not easy to solve, you have done a good job, this is undoubtedly a conspiracy of the Lich Tower. Leave it to me." Nicholas said with some hesitation on his face, "But my lord, their phylactery is indestructible, they will be reborn soon, and almost all of them are within the scope of the Alliance, killing cannot solve it. I have a way." Eli smiled. In the past 200 years, he happened to have a new method to deal with this situation. Seeing Eli's confident expression, Nicholas fell into confusion. Can this also be resolved? And this time the scope is so large. At this time, only seeing the lotus flower of faith in Eli's right hand flickering, Nicholas saw Eli slowly appearing in front of him, and then flew in all directions in an instant. That number must be dozens of times larger. Nicholas was slightly taken aback. But at this moment, Eli seemed to not care about anything, and smiled at him and said, "Such a good time, let's bask in the sun, together." Nicholas hesitated for a few seconds, but seeing Eli's confident face, he nodded with difficulty. Good. The summer is blowing, and the two miss the past in the sunlight. In the distance, streaks of golden light flew in all directions. Chapter 530. Hurrah! The breeze blows against the city of Lengsa, and a big sun sticks out slightly. In the early morning, this is usually the busiest time in the city. Generally, residents of large and small cities will walk through the city to go to their respective workplaces, and various shops are also open to attract customers. But on this day, the city showed a different calm than before. The bustling morning market was empty, the bustling streets were silent, and even in the sky, there were no passing birds chirping, like a dead city. The fact is the same. At this time, the empty streets were already covered with corpses. Countless blood flowed through the gaps between the bricks and tiles of the streets, then entered the moat, evaporated again, and then turned into a blood mist that enveloped the entire city. In the center of the city, Kigu stood on a high pile of bones, more precisely on the altar of flesh and blood, surrounded by countless souls, silently transforming his body. The soul entered his body, causing his flesh and blood to gradually rot, but his bones became harder and harder, and the once aging bloodlines redistributed vitality and merged into his soul, making him feel trembling. The soul is recovering, abandoning everything, and transforming into a lich. Chigu touched his delicate bones and felt a burst of joy. Not long ago, the wrinkled and decayed skin disgusted him, but at this moment it completely dissipated. He knows he has made it. He's already a lich. I got the method of transforming into a lich in the dying years. It seems that this is fate. Fate doesn't want me to die like this. Kigu pursed his lips, only to remember that he has no lips at this time, so he can only touch his teeth. Ka 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 is the sound of collision. Some are not used to it. But he believes that as long as he goes through it for a while, he can get used to it. However, after offering sacrifices to almost 8 cities and a population of nearly 5 million, I transformed from Sunshine Warlock to Bright Moon Warlock. The combat effectiveness dropped too much, but fortunately, it was all worth it. I gained eternal life. I will walk on this earth again and liven up the second life. Kigu sighed silently. He lowered his head and glanced at the mountain of corpses and sea of blood in the distance. Before the transformation, he was slightly uncomfortable, but at this moment he felt a little longing, even hungry. But he knew that this was not the time to eat, but he needed to leave as soon as possible. Even though his phylactery has already been successfully manufactured, even if he has hidden the phylactery, and even if he dies, he will be reborn again, but he still feels a little scared. This is the Tower of Blood, Eli's territory. He had seen Doyle and learned about the terrible events one by one, but they were all resolved one by one. He was really scared. Of course, he was definitely not the only one who thought so, but most of the others. But this time it involves half of the central continent. Even Eli, it's impossible to rush to every place. At most, the warlocks under his command will handle it. They can't kill me. He took a deep breath, turned his head and prepared to leave. But the next second, he froze in place. On the other side of the altar, at some point, a figure stood there. A handsome face, eyes like a deep pool, and that familiar figure. In an instant, the fire of his soul burned violently, and his body couldn't help but began to tremble. Master Eli. He looked at the man in front of him full of fear, his voice trembling. Chigu, I'm disappointed. Eli looked at him and shook his head. The person in front of him was one of the 2 or 3 secondary powers in the eastern part of the western regions, the family of the Twilight Python family, Chigu Mark, and one of the first to join his family. My lord, I want to live, I'm already too old. Kigu said bitterly. Is it worth it to kill all my own blood and sacrifice millions of souls? Eli looked at Mark and asked curiously. This is also the second condition for the transformation of a lich. My lord, when you reach my age, you will know that it is a kind of torture for you to watch your bloodline weaken a little bit, your soul rotten a little bit, and your vitality disappear a little bit. That's why I don't hesitate so much when the opportunity of eternal life appears in front of my eyes, even if it requires some price, even if I may face unknown consequences. Kigu shook his head. Is it the same age as you? Eli's expression became strange. My lord, I believe you can understand me. Kigu raised his head, but his gaze gradually became firmer. I don't understand. Eli shook his head. No, my lord, you can certainly understand. I really don't understand. Eli looked at the man and shook his head. Okay, my lord, then how are you going to kill me? You are still going to capture me, but my lord still gives up the idea of being a prisoner. I have prepared in advance. I can commit suicide at any time. As long as I die, I will be reborn in the phylactery. So my lord, if you don't let me go, I promise that I will never step into the bloodline tower area for the rest of my life. Chigu raised his head and said. He knew that he was definitely not Eli's opponent, but it was impossible for Eli to really kill him. No, you broke the law, you have to die today. Eli shook his head. A shadowy giant hand slowly appeared, enveloping Kigu, and during this process, Kigu also seemed to give up, watching helplessly as the shadow gradually enveloped him. At this moment, there was no trace of fear in his heart. Eli, he, the lifespan of the strong with 5 rings is longer, but you will face death one day, you will understand me one day, I will not die today, I will wait in the distance watch you die, then dance on your grave and kill your descendants. Eli, you humble, lowly creature, you. Chigu began to curse at Eli, insulting him, because he knew he couldn't die, and if he couldn't find the phylactery, he wouldn't die. Soon, the shadow gradually engulfed him, and his soul gradually disappeared. During this process, Eli just watched, still calm. But a strange grey seemed to be slowly disappearing along with his soul. At the same time, tens of thousands of meters away, in a cave in a mountain range, a phylactery buried here was slowly opened, and a soul flew out slowly. Ha ha ha, even though he's dead, it's really cool to scold Eli, so what if he's the top powerhouse in the mainland, he can't catch me. Kigu said cheerfully. It's a pity that I just died like this once, and I'm afraid it will take decades to be completely resurrected. He shook his head, and was about to return to the phylactery, but a sudden blackness gradually appeared on his body, and then gradually expanded. What is this? He was stunned, and wanted to expel it, but it didn't work. The black color is like a virus, constantly polluting his body, causing his soul to rot piece by piece. This person is completely flustered and confused. How can it be? But he didn't understand how this could happen. He obviously just died, and his soul is also here, so how could he be attacked? Is it Eli? No, absolutely impossible. No one can trace a lich's body to a phylactery. But at this time, another thing that shocked him happened. After the black spot on his body expanded, it gradually turned into a wisp of breath, and then flew towards the phylactery. In the process of flying, it slowly turned into a big hand of black mist, holding the phylactery in the blink of an eye. Click! A crack appeared, and then Kigu felt an extremely intense pain, causing him to collapse on the ground instantly, rolling all over the ground, howling. But there was another unbelievable light in his eyes. Because that familiar big hand was exactly the same as Eli's before. But how is this possible? Really him? How could a warlock do this? How could they have a solution to the lich? You must know that even the former warlock alliance has nothing to do with the resurrection of the lich. Is this Eli? At this moment, he thought of this powerful man, and the peace in his eyes at the end, isn't it a mockery of his ignorance? In front of that person, the warlock alliance was helpless as a lich, but in his eyes, it could be easily solved. Lord Eli, have mercy. He understood, he desperately begged for mercy, but the big hand didn't hesitate at all, directly exerted force, turned the phylactery into dust with a click, and scattered it all over the ground. And at this moment, his soul trembled incomparably. He understood that he had lost one of the most important things in him. But there's one more thing. He looked down, and the black spot had covered every corner of the body, and the soul had been made into pieces of black material like objects, which were slowly decomposing. The phylactery is important, but this soul is even more important, because this is his real soul. As long as this soul is destroyed, there will be no more of him. As for the phylactery, it is just a residence, and this soul is the key to the eternal life of the lich. Feeling his state, he was completely desperate. Eli, I just want to live forever, what's wrong with me? He wailed, and then his whole body was completely shrouded in black mist, and then completely disappeared between the sky and the earth. Eli, what's wrong with me? The wailing echoed in his ears, and Eli looked down at the nearly 1 million corpses and flesh and blood here, thinking of the dead silence of several surrounding cities, and denied Chigu's self-idea. If this is the case, then I'm sorry, I won't allow your eternal life. He raised his hand, and a black mist appeared in his hand, as if to pollute everything. Black mist rules, with the ability to spread infection. Even through the phylactery, as long as there is even a causal connection, it can be infected. This is a seemingly insignificant rule among the rules left by the ruler, but it is indeed an important cornerstone of the spread of pollution. At this time, it can also help him get rid of the lich. Even if they die and come back to life, their phylactery can be found. Let me end this war. His gaze gradually became firmer, he glanced at the city, and then continued to fly towards the distance. A golden light enveloped him. Not only him, there are dozens of rays of light flying in the infinite land. Wherever the light goes, the liches turn into ashes. Chapter 531. No, Lord Eli, spare me. You can't kill me, I will come back. What's wrong with me? I just want to be alive. Eli, you will die one day, I look forward to the next meeting. No, how is it possible? How did you find my phylactery? No, no, spare my life. Whenever Eli walked through a place ravaged by liches, similar wailing sounds rang in his ears, and these liches soon discovered that Eli seemed to be able to find their phylactery. How is this possible? Are you sure what you said is true? In a bloody city, On an altar, Rupert looked at the passing lich in disbelief. This is the city of Sauron, one of the cities in the northern part of the central region, and Rupert is the former ruler of the nearby area, a four-ring sun warlock. For the sake of his life, he also disregarded the law. A few days ago, he also carried out a blood sacrifice and transformed himself into a lich. He planned to strengthen it here for a few days, but found that many liches escaped from here, as if seeing ghostly. Surprised, he stopped a fleeing lich. "Yes, my lord, Eli has made a move, you should run too." The little lich with only 3 rings looked at the lich with 4 rings in front of him, his body trembling, but his head couldn't stop looking back. "You're lying to me, Eli is alone, how could it be?" Rupert's soul flickered. "My lord, have you forgotten that Lord Eli has the legendary avatar? Elis are everywhere in the mainland now, as long as ordinary liches encounter them, there is no chance of escaping." The 3-ringed lich said quickly. "Doppelganger?" Rupert was taken aback for a moment, as if there really was such a saying. "But that's an exaggeration, how many clones cover half the continent? Then you shouldn't be so scared. Anyway, there is a phylactery. Even if you are caught, you can just commit suicide. At worst, it will take some time to recover." "Why does it look like you're gone after you die?" Rupert said again asked. "My lord, you don't know something." The lich tremblingly said, "Then Eli actually has the means to restrain the phylactery, as long as he is attacked, even the phylactery will be found, follow the clues to destroy the original soul." "What?" Rupert was not calm this time. Immortality is one of the reasons why he has not panicked, but how could Eli have a way? "My lord, please let me go, if I don't run, it will be too late." Warlock begged. He looked at Rupert in a daze, and flew towards the distance in a heartless heart. Rupert didn't stop either. If what Warlock said was true, then he should go too. But he still didn't understand how it was possible to find the phylactery. The Warlock Alliance used to have nothing to do. "Is this Eli?" He shuddered and was about to leave. "Ah!" But at this moment, an awe came to his ears. Looking up, the front of the flying 3-ringed lich in the distance was covered by a golden light, and it was shrouded in it, and its body swayed and let out a howl. In just a few seconds, it completely melted into nothingness. What made Rupert even more uneasy was that he seemed to faintly feel that the lich was gone. In the true sense, the original soul had been destroyed. How can this be? He widened his eyes and turned his head to look, only to realize that there was a figure not far away. Lord Eli! He trembled all over. But that figure cast a glance at him, an array of golden light flew over. As soon as Rupert's body trembled, he felt that his body was being destroyed rapidly. Couldn't even handle Yaora's strength recently. He fell into darkness in despair. When he woke up again, it was already an underground area. Looking at the darkness around him, he knew that he was in the phylactery right now. "Hey? It seems to be all right. No, what is this black mist? No no no, please forgive me, Lord Eli, I was wrong, please spare my life, I was bewitched." A wail sounded, but after a few seconds the sound subsided, and finally returned to nothingness. The entire phylactery was also shattered inch by inch. Feeling that the lich was dealt with, Eli stood on top of the city, looked down at the city full of blood, and looked up to the distance. 10,000 meters away, there stood a series of bone wizard towers, which were already within the range of the lich tower. 95% of the problems have been solved, all above the 4th ring has been wiped out, and only a small number of low-level liches have escaped. It's almost over. Eli's eyes were calm. After his running around, this time Lich Huo is almost over. It's just that the impact is too bad, and the death toll may reach tens of millions. But counting the time, the Lich Tower should have almost absorbed the occupied land. Are you impatient? I just don't know if I scared you. Eli shook his head, looked in front of his eyes, and then his body cracked inch by inch, turning into countless light spots, and disappearing into the void. How can this be? At this time, Alida looked at the warlock with bloodshot eyes in the Tower of Blood. These days, the plague of the Lich has really caused huge troubles to the Tower of Bloodlines. She has not slept for several days. Of course, this has no effect on a true spirit, but the huge pressure made her feel extremely headache. There's nothing they can do about it. Even if the liches are dealt with, those liches will still be reborn in the phylactery. Even if they are much weaker after the resurrection, they still cause trouble many times. In just a few days, the trouble caused was not even smaller than when the Warlock Tower was recovered. But just now, news about Eli finally came back. My lord can actually restrain the lich, even hiding in the phylactery is useless. Alita was excited for a while. Although I don't understand how adults do it, it's really amazing. After all, the lich phylactery is the most advantageous method of the lich, which has tortured the Warlock Alliance for hundreds of years, but Lord Eli actually has a solution, which is outrageous. And there are nearly 100 clones, each of which is no worse than Siwan Yaori. How strong is your lord? She pursed her lips and found that this had surpassed her cognition. The adults are always refreshing her understanding of the 5 rings. As expected of an adult. She sighed deeply. But after being shocked, her brows gradually wrinkled. There is no doubt that this time is just a trial of the Lich Tower. What's next? Not necessarily. Knowing that Lord Eli has a way to restrain himself, do they really dare to do it? Alita suddenly thought of this, and raised her frowning brows. Yes, the next thing to be afraid of should be the Lich Tower. Knowing that they have a way to restrain the Lich, I'm afraid that the Lich Tower is already in chaos at this time. Even that Lich King might not be so calm. Alita thought. Chapter 532. The Land of the Extreme North. At noon, the sun was shining, but it couldn't change the environment here at all. In the castle in the cold wind, on both sides of a huge long table of ice, the Lich King sat at the front, on both sides sat the Bone Dragon Lich and the Scourge Lich, and further down, there was a Lich who is at least one of the Chiba sacred trees. No Lich spoke, only the whistling of the cold wind passing through the holes in the Lich's body. Why is no one talking? A calm voice sounded, awakening many Liches. Everyone raised their heads one after another and looked at the tall Lich in the front, which was the Lich King. My lord, stop joking. The most urgent thing is to consider how to deal with Eli and confirm whether he has a way to restrain us. The Bone Dragon Lich sighed and said. And the words of the Bone Dragon Lich were like a switch, and all the Liches present became worried. Indeed, if it is true, then it will be in big trouble. How could this be? It was just a test, but it turned out that we were restricted. At least one of the downlines I developed, only one came back, and the others died. There are a few phylacteries in my hands. I watched them helplessly. The soul gradually rots. What should I do? Seeing everyone's worried expressions, the Lich King frowned. Even he felt troubled for a while. The immortality of Liches and the secret of longevity are their strongest means, but this Eli actually has the means to restrain them. Although it is not clear whether it is useful for high-level Liches, the threat is real. Everyone. Suddenly, he coughed and said. Everyone looked at it. According to my observation and research, this black mist should have a certain relationship with the black mist of the world fragments outside the world. Although I don't know how he mastered it, it is essentially just a rule, as long as it is stronger. Crushing and restraint are not so much, but they can pose a threat to the phylactery, which is equivalent to losing a back road. Overall, there is a threat, but it is not fatal. Just solve him with stronger combat power. The Lich King spoke slowly. Hearing his judgment, all the Liches present nodded. But a few seconds later, the castle fell silent again. Obviously, although this was the case, killing Eli was not an easy matter. After all, it was Eli. My lord, if this is the case, then I have thought of a way. But a few seconds later, the Scourge Lich spoke. His body was a giant elephant, and his 2 tusks exuded a cold light. Oh! Everyone looked at him. And he didn't interrupt, and explained directly, killing Eli is an indispensable step to accomplish the great cause of adults, but to be honest, Eli's fighting power is very strong, and he has restraint against us. So naturally we can't take this risk. You must know that at this time, in the outer layer of the world, in fact, there are still some old guys hidden in many world fragments. Forces, but most of them fell into a deep sleep. They are united, and even surpass the Warlock Alliance. If we can wake them up and let them unite to deal with Eli, even he will definitely die. Then what price do we have to pay? After all, they are human beings in essence. Bone Dragon Lich asked in a buzzing voice. Hey, those old guys used to be supported by the Warlock Alliance and its forces to maintain anything, but since the establishment of the Bloodline Alliance, this has been broken, so the living environment of those old guys is very poor at this time. Even if we don't no matter what, they will do it sooner or later. As long as we promise them to kill Eli, we will give them the territory of the Bloodline Tower. I believe they will be eager to wait. The Scourge Lich laughed. Then isn't destroying an enemy and erecting a more powerful enemy? A Lich questioned. Hey, do you think there will be no loss in the battle between the two sides? Moreover, after this time, our power has spread and increased by several %. I don't know how many liches we have attracted. According to our previous plan, as long as we eat a wave, everyone here is making another leap in strength. Are you still afraid of them? Swaying the sharp ivory, he looked at the lich present and laughed. The liches on both sides also smiled. Except for the liches present, those liches who ran over from the Bloodline Tower territory really thought they were really just trying to cause trouble for the enemy. That's just one of them, and the second is to absorb these liches and make a leap in strength. However, the final decision depends on the adults. What do you think? At this time, the Scourge Lich looked at the Lich King who had been silent all this time. Can. The Lich King nodded slowly in agreement. It's over, I can continue my experiment. In the Wizard's Tower, Eli looked at the back of Alita leaving, and then thought. At this time, the Lich disaster has almost ended, and it has entered the follow-up post-war comfort period. However, the loss caused this time is still too great. Even if I killed a large number of liches, a considerable number of liches escaped, and the total number of deaths reached tens of millions. Eli shook his head. And he faintly felt that the idea of the Lich Tower might not be that simple. I need to be stronger. Eli pursed his lips. Instinctive caution makes him feel that his strength is still not enough and needs to be further enhanced, but his strength has now improved and it is almost impossible to make a huge improvement in a short period of time. Unless there is a wave of warlocks with a number comparable to the number of the 5 rings of the Warlock Alliance to attack me, but how is that possible? There are those old guys in the outer world, and the total number may even exceed the Warlock Alliance, but they one more is more hidden than the other, and no one takes the lead. Eli shook his head, feeling that this idea was too unreliable. It is even less reliable than completing bloodline evolution within 100 years. Forget it, let's take one step at a time. Shaking his head, he returned to the secret realm. Feeling the increasingly tense fragments of time around him, he understood that he had to make good use of this precious place as soon as possible, or it might collapse any time soon. Out of the world. Outside a hidden world fragment. The Bone Dragon Lich and the Natural Disaster Lich stood side by side, looking at the trembling warlock in front of them. You are one of the Kyunyi pinnacles left by the Warlock Alliance, we have something to talk to you. The Scourge Lich chuckled. What are you guys going to do? Warlock looked at the aura of the two, his face a little ugly. A good thing, it's a great thing for you, don't you mind if we go in and talk about it together? Bone Dragon Lich asked. Good. Warlock nodded helplessly. He had no doubts. If he disagreed, he was afraid that the two of them would attack directly. He could sense that he was no match for them. Soon, the 3 of them entered the world fragment. After one day, the 3 of them came out again, but Warlock's face was faintly happy. According to the agreement, as long as you Warlocks can kill Eli, you will not invade the range of the Bloodline Tower at this time for 200 years, and if there are old 5-ring Warlocks, we can help transform them into liches. A brief retelling of the contract signed a while ago has changed. Okay. Warlock nodded, unable to hide his joy. He never expected that the opportunity for family revival would suddenly appear in front of him. The Lich Tower is responsible for the cost of the joint Warlocks, and what they do is to join forces to kill Eli. Although this process is not easy, the benefits afterwards are too great. Whether it is the territory of the Bloodline Tower or others or even transformed into a Lich. Of course he understood that this was collusion with tigers, but they had no choice. Seeing the joy on his face, the 2 liches showed a joking look on their faces. So what if I give you 200 years, and there are quite a few of these warlocks, perhaps even approaching 70%, and there will definitely be many the warlock chooses to transform into a lich. Once transformed, the newly established new forces may be greatly reduced in an instant, and with 200 years of development, the central continent is still in their hands, and they have also eliminated the dangerous enemy, Eli. Big money. Of course, you can't laugh too happily, it's a bit disrespectful. The 2 put away their expressions and turned directly to other areas. The warlock took a look and flew towards other areas. He had to contact other warlocks quickly. Before the flight, he seemed uneasy, so he took out the contract he had just signed, and looked through all the lines without any problems, until he saw his name and the real partner at the end, and then nodded with confidence. Taking it back, his speed accelerated again, and he only looked back at the wizarding world before saying something like a sigh. I didn't expect the name of the Lich King to be so popular, David, too ordinary. Tisk tisk. Chapter 533. Outside the world, the two liches are busy contacting all kinds of old guys. And all this, Eli didn't know, because at this time he was enthusiastically throwing himself into his experiment. A green place, a laboratory. Eli carefully observed the experimental bench in front of him. On the experimental table, there is a glass cover with a large number of complex runes, and there is a golden aura floating in it. At the same time, wisps of almost white aura emanate from the glass cover, towards the golden the breath drifted away. The moment of contact, the two began to blend, but only in an instant, the two quickly separated, and the golden aura also weakened a little bit. Failed again. Seeing this scene, Eli sighed helplessly. The experiment in front of him is the fusion of the power of faith and the power of purification. It is one of the main experiments he is currently conducting, but the progress has been slow. Failure is commonplace. However, the two have begun to contact, which shows that my thinking is not wrong, but I just need to continue to improve. Failure did not defeat Eli, after all, such failures were too common in his past years. Soon, Eli readjusted some parameters and started the experiment again. The two forces began to merge again. But this time it was a little different. It was only accompanied by the fusion of golden light and white light, but this time the fusion did not stop, an array of faith power and purification power had a further fusion. Is there anything? Eli was taken aback, as if he hadn't thought about it. But sometimes doing experiments is like this, you never know which will come first, failure or surprise. He stared intently inside, his eyes gradually turning silver, as if he was about to discover something. Finally, after the silver eye was pushed to the extreme, in the middle of the two, Eli saw a faint aura like a candle in a storm. It was a more holy and purer light, just like light. Eli's eyes lit up, staring at the ray of light. But the light only appeared for an instant, and then disappeared before Eli's eyes. But that's not important anymore, this has already taken a huge step, as long as it is discovered along this road, this strange power will definitely be discovered. However, the quality of this ray of breath is a bit too high, even surpassing the shadow and devouring, but it is under the time. Eli touched his chin, feeling a little surprised. Even he didn't know what would come out of the fusion of the two. After all, he was only suppressed by the black mist by these two forces before. But it seems reasonable, after all, the black mist rule belongs to a master of 8 rings, and the power to suppress this power is naturally not much worse. It seems that I have to invest more attention and resources. Eli immediately decided to give the experiment more weight. Originally, the importance of this experiment was far less than that of Grey Wizard Tower, but he decided to promote this to the first echelon. Speaking of the Wizard's Tower is still under active construction at this time, but the progress is really slow. After all, the volume is too large. Even if only a small part is damaged, it will take 10 years. Eli had a headache, and even at this time he had temporarily given up the power system and concentrated on the repair of the weapon system. No way, I have to eat one bite at a time. Anyway, I won't leave this world for a short time. It doesn't matter if I don't move, but having a weapon system is equivalent to adding a giant weapon in the sky. Once activated, the effect will be quite explosive, but if the weapon system is used, then definitely needs to be aimed, and the surveillance system needs to be fixed. Yes, in fact, the external monitoring system may be more meaningful to me. Is it equivalent to a large satellite? This is what I need. Eli suddenly woke up. The weapon system has been repaired and repaired. There is a problem with not being able to aim. The aiming system must be repaired first. Anyway, the Wizard Tower seems to be relatively complete in this regard. If the dwarves do their best, it should be repaired in time, so that he can have an extra surveillance eye outside the world. Immediately, Eli took out a silver key. This thing is not only the activation key of the Wizard Tower, but also can be connected to the Wizard Tower. The mysterious wave swayed, and 2 figures slowly appeared in front of Eli's eyes. Lord Eli. ×2. Wizard Tower Wooling Sola and Dylan respectfully said. Sola, Dylan. Eli nodded, and then directly expressed his thoughts. Of course. Dylan affirmed Eli's thoughts, and continued, however, my lord, the restoration work of the Wizard's Tower is still too much. It is really difficult to continue with the dwarves alone. I think we need more manpower. There are more people, but there are not many people who know alchemy even within the range of the bloodline tower, and I can't put humans in it for the time being. Eli frowned and replied. It's not an alchemist, but a handyman, who is responsible for helping with the construction. Even if the command is not high, some rough-skinned and thick-skinned races in the green field are very suitable. Dylan added hurriedly. That's fine. Eli nodded. If that's the case, that's fine. He waved his hand directly, telling him that there will be a lot of alien support in the future. Oh, by the way, my lord, there is one more thing I think I need to tell my lord. Dylan said suddenly as if he remembered something. What? Eli asked. My lord, you also know that the Wizard Tower is located in a demi-plane outside the world, between the real and the unreal, and we can observe the outside. Recently, there seems to be a lot of traces of the 5 rings in the outer layer. I even sensed the bloodline breath of several world fragments, as if the warlock had awakened, and there was also the breath of a lich. Dylan raised his head and reminded. Lich? Awakening breath? His brow furrowed. What is the lich doing in the outer world? At this time, the two forces had just finished the first round of probing, and the timing was not right for whatever they were going to do. Of course, it was not impossible for the lich to pass by chance, and there was also the breath of awakening, but he still felt wrong. His mind was working so fast that one by one might take shape in his mind. Soon, an idea came to mind. Could it be that the Lich Tower wants to unite the remaining warlocks? Eli thinks this is the most likely, but why? There is a high probability that it is the fear of his black mist rules. After all, this thing can restrain them. This is nothing, the main reason is that he can't figure out what the Lich Tower is offering to attract these people. Lich transformation? Should count as one, but not enough. What else could it be? It is possible to go further, but it is unlikely. After all, the Liches are short of resources. There should be, after all, they lack offerings now. But is this enough for them to betray humanity? Not enough. There must be greater interests. Eli fell into deep thought, and during this process, Dylan and Sola also closed the connection. He thought for 3 days. 3 days later, he suddenly raised his head, and his eyes lit up. In any case, the final purpose of the Lich Tower must be to destroy the Bloodline Tower. As for the process, I don't care what he does. Anyway, as long as their goal is me, there will be an inevitable stop sooner or later. I will beat them down. Do you know it? The frowning brow gradually relaxed. Yes. Think so much about what? At this time, he was almost approaching the middle stage of Wanhua, and Kyunyi was the upper limit of those old guys. Even if there were really a few Wanhua, he would not hesitate at all. There is always a solution to a problem. Eli took a deep breath and immediately walked towards the secret realm. If the guess is correct, then at least he still has a few years, which may allow him to reach a higher level. If he is wrong, he will not lose money in cultivation. Anyway, we have to prepare. He doesn't want to fight at the same level. As for the experiment or something, let's talk about it later, let's be cautious first. Anyway, the experiment can be done at any time. The outside world is calm. While Eli meditated silently in the time fragments to become stronger, he occasionally went out to search for some information. Under his investigation and Dylan's secret spying, he did find traces of the Lich and the 5-ring wizard, and there were a lot of them. The traces of the 5-ring wizards gathered. As for the ground, it was calm, as if the Lich Tower had accepted this failure. But Eli understands that the Lich Tower is going to be ruthless this time. He waits quietly. In this way, 10 years passed in a blink of an eye. In the secret realm, Eli has spent 1300 years. Is it so slow? In the fragments of time, Eli opened his eyes looking at the increasingly damaged environment around him. He didn't expect that the enemy left him so much time. Too much abundance. At first, I thought that I might need to rely on these people to reach the late stage of Wanhua, but now I am almost in the late stage, reaching the level of 7032 flowers, which is almost half more than before. The corner of Eli's mouth twitched. At this time, he is much stronger than 10 years ago. Even if he really came, he is not false at all. Hurry up, I'm still waiting to advance to the top. Unlike the previous apprehension, Eli at this time even looked forward to it. But he understands that there is no rush, after all, it takes a lot of time to wake up those sleeping warlocks and persuade them. Another year. On this day, Eli suddenly opened his eyes. The silver-white eyes traveled through the fragments of the world and came to the outer layer of the wizarding world. Hundreds of figures entered the wizarding world like rain, aiming at the bloodline tower. Coming! Eli stood up and walked towards the teleportation array in the distance. The war is coming. P.S. The error will be corrected tomorrow. Chapter 534. The clouds swayed away like ocean waves, and the boundless blood color drifted away like thick ink. In the sky, hundreds of shooting stars passed through the clouds, entered the world of wizards, and headed towards the city of blood, setting off a huge wave of boundless elements. The terrifying phenomenon instantly attracted the entire continent. Southern Domain. The owners of Haisha and Heilong toasted to celebrate, but the place was no longer the hidden wizard tower, but in the city of Heilong family. At this time, both families belonged to the bloodline tower, so naturally there was no boundary. Brother, it's good if you say so. Since the establishment of the Bloodline Alliance, there has been little exploitation in the mainland, and the Bloodline Alliance is also different from the Warlock Alliance. The Heilong family said leisurely. Yes. Patriarch Haisha nodded in agreement. There is no doubt that they used to bet on the right thing. It's just a pity that there is still the Lich Tower. Patriarch Hailong shook his head, but in the next second, he only felt that the color in the sky seemed to change, and he raised his head to look outside. His mouth gradually opened. What's wrong? Patriarch Haisha looked puzzled, and followed his gaze. Grunt. His throat moved slightly, and his body gradually stiffened. Hundreds of 5 rings, how is it possible? His voice trembled, and the fear in his eyes gradually dissipated. In the sky, each of the hundreds of figures has 5 rings, especially the aura in front, none of them is under Kyunyi, and he even faintly sensed a stronger aura. Wanhua? But how is this possible? Where did these guys come from? I'm afraid it's going to be a big trouble. Patriarch Hailong stared at the figure in the sky. Since the establishment of the Bloodline Alliance, due to the previous battle, the number of 5 rings is even smaller than that of the Warlock Alliance. There are only about 20 people, but there are hundreds of 5 rings in the sky. And he also noticed that there seemed to be many old men among them, they were some old monsters who hadn't been born, and he even saw members of the 5 great families. I'm afraid their goal is my lord, Sea Shark, we are in serious trouble. He looked at the people beside him, with fear in his eyes. Just at this time, the owner of the Sea Shark also looked over. Eyes on each other. In the next second, 2 figures flew out of the wizard tower and flew towards the distant sky. Grown-ups need them. East Territory. Patriarch Feng Shenyaolong flew out of the sky with bitterness, but his face collapsed. Hundreds of 5 rings, how is this possible? How can we resist it? The alliance that was just established is going to end like this. I hate it. He has no confidence in the Blood Alliance, because he knows how powerful the alliance is. Even if you count Eli, whose strength is unknown, he doesn't think he can win. After all, can you hit 50 or 60 with a dozen or so? He doesn't believe it. But the support has to be supported, but he feels that he may fall this time. The good days are just beginning. Hateful. Zhonggayu. In a hidden valley, a large number of warlocks gathered here, and all kinds of materials were piled up around it, and in the middle of it was an old man with the peak aura of the 4 rings. He is the former chairman of the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce and Jinji's former immediate boss. But compared to before, he is now much more depressed. With the establishment of the Bloodline Alliance, we lost our greatest support. The Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce suffered a devastating blow in the blink of an eye, but Jinji skyrocketed in the Tower of Bloodlines, stepping into the 5th ring, but it was me who fell to the 4th ring. Thinking in the past, he almost vomited blood. A faction established by the Warlock Alliance for thousands of years has just disappeared. Who would have thought? It's all because of Eli. His eyes were full of hatred, he pinched the nails of his thighs and entered into the flesh, and a trace of blood flowed out, but he ignored it. He hates it. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked towards the sky. A few seconds later, his eyes flashed, and he stood up like a madman. Ha ha ha, how did these old guys get in touch with each other? Is there purpose for the Bloodline Tower? Ha 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 ha, Eli, you are dead. He has seen many figures in the sky, and many of them are old guys who have been sleeping for thousands of years. They are afraid of the loss of life and never come out. To put it bluntly, the special curse of the wizarding world also works nearby, and the influence of the curse can only be eliminated if you stay away from the wizarding world completely, so even if you are in the world fragments, you will be affected, but it will be weakened. Hehe, Eli, you're dead, and there's Gingy. His face was ferocious and terrifying, and he couldn't see the calmness of being the president at all. Maybe this is what he was like. North Territory. In Coldwind Castle. Many liches were sitting on chairs, and a light curtain in front of them showed the scene where warlocks entered the wizarding world. Bone Dragon, it's amazing. It seems that the Bloodline Tower will be destroyed this time. I didn't expect that there are so many old guys left in the outside world. A lich looked forward and sighed. Bone Dragon glanced at him and said, it's true that this is beyond my imagination, but it just so happens that this is also an opportunity. This battle is destined to consume a lot of combat power from both sides, and it will reduce some obstacles for our future battles. The Calamity Lich at the side didn't speak, but just looked at the figure at the front of the light curtain. It was an old man with skin and bones, like a corpse. But he didn't belittle it, instead he became more cautious and said, however, who would have thought that in those world fragments, there are actually hidden 10,000 flower magicians. It's almost the middle stage, it's amazing. Yeah, but his lifespan is really short, maybe 5 years at most, no wonder he has to come out. The Bone Dragon Lich at the side was a little disdainful. Eli is dead. As he spoke, all the liches present also smiled. What do you think, my lord? At this moment, the Scourge Lich raised his head to look at the figure at the front, the Lich King who had never said a word since the beginning. The Lich King didn't answer, but his eyes were looking at the light curtain, and his soul fire was slightly rippling. Why do I always feel a little confused in my heart? Did this guy named Eli really have anything to do with me? Can't remember, I really can't remember. Hateful. Lich transformation will make the will gradually fall into darkness, and will gradually lose the memory, even for him, he can't remember his past. He only knows that the world shouldn't be like this. Why should he change? Was it when he was a wizard who struggled to survive and was hunted down by warlocks? He is confused. Why did he do this? And everyone could feel the drastic mood change of the Lich King at this time, and they didn't think much about it, they just thought that adults should be happy about the coming future. Everyone ignored him and turned their eyes to the screen. At this time, many warlocks have completely entered the wizarding world. Chapter 535. City of Blood. In the central wizard tower. Alida and Gingy sat on both sides, discussing. Tower Master, the initial investigations on the establishment of Chamber of Commerce branches in remote areas and related departments have ended. The Bloodline Chamber of Commerce will soon plan to send personnel to the first batch of areas, including the Corner of Despair, the Boundless Wasteland, the West Coast, etc. Gingy said with a smile. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Alida nodded while holding Gingy. This former adult friend still has the ability. In just a few decades, he expanded the economic department of the Bloodline Tower, also known as the Bloodline Chamber of Commerce, by dozens of times, and he himself was promoted to the 5th ring because of this, becoming the top fighting force of the Bloodline Tower. 1. Okay, my lord, I will leave. Gingy stood up and prepared to leave. Alida also got up, and was about to see him off. But just as the two got up, they felt a thorn in their backs, and they were shocked. Glancing at each other, the two flew directly towards the window on one side at the same time, raising their heads. In the blue sky, hundreds of blood-colored rays of light flew towards here like shooting stars, and the blood color emitted dyed half of the sky red. Grunt. Their throats moved slightly at the same time, and panic flashed in their eyes. What happened? Alida was a little confused. Gingy's face was also ugly. He had never seen so many 5 rings, and every breath of those figures surpassed him. Just when the two were panicking, beams of light flew towards them not far away, and then the light dispersed, revealing the figure in it, which is the 5th ring that everyone came to support. As for why they are so fast, it is naturally the teleportation array. Since the Bloodline Tower unified the continent, each large domain has been connected by a teleportation array, and the distance between each place has been compressed to a very small distance by space. Everyone is here. Seeing these people, Alida breathed a sigh of relief. Although she still didn't know what the situation was, everyone was obviously aware of the problem and came here one after another. Where is your lord? At this time, the Haisha family asked directly with a serious face. Not yet. Although she still didn't understand the situation, Alida said quickly. The tower master, hurry up and inform the adults, they will arrive in a minute at most, this is not a place for you to stay. A warlock beside him said rudely. Good. Alida replied. All the people present were 5 rings, but it was inappropriate for her to have a 4th ring. Even though she could usually command these 5 rings, no one would pay attention to her at this time. This is still being polite, so I just spoke directly. Go, warlock invasion, time wasted, you can't afford to delay. Alida's heart twitched, but she realized that this was indeed the case, so she flew towards the back of the City of Blood. Watching her leave, the 5 rings present looked at each other and looked towards the sky. There were 24 people from the 5 rings who came today, including Jinji. Among them, there is 1 from Qinyi, 6 from Shenshu, and 17 from Germination. And Warlock Chiba is an old man named Kyle, who belonged to the Warlock family of the former Northern Territory, escaped and joined the Bloodline Tower after the final annexation of the Lich Tower, and the other 3 major families in the 2 domains are the God Tree, and the other 3 sacred trees are free warlocks. At this time, Kyle looked at the sky with a serious face, his brows were wrinkled like the bark of an old tree, and a trace of panic flashed in his only clear eyes. Everyone, I took a look. There are probably at least 30 or 40 people in Qinyi in the sky at this time, and there is 1 who is stronger. We might have to die here today. He pursed his dry lips. Everyone narrowed their eyes slightly, but did not refute. They are all 5 rings, and those people in the sky are not covered up. They can naturally sense the aura of those people, which are far superior to them. And after the establishment of the alliance, they all signed a contract, belonged to one body, and had no way to escape, otherwise they wouldn't all be here at this time, and even the extremely unfavorable Feng Shenye along Patriarch had to come. Damn it, if it weren't for the war with the Lich Tower and the Warlock Alliance, how could our strength be limited to this? A Wuhuan gritted his teeth unwillingly. When everyone heard this, they agreed. The infighting greatly consumed their battles, otherwise it would be absolutely impossible for them to have only these 5 rings. Everyone was looking forward to AI, and Jinji, who was mixed in, frowned while watching this scene, but suddenly Kyle, who was at the front, suddenly said, "Don't think about these meaningless things, they are already here." Coming? Everyone reacted suddenly. In the sky, hundreds of people are only hundreds of kilometers away from them at this time, Wanhua is at the front, and the rest are at the back, flying towards them. And this distance is already very close to the 5th ring. 5 seconds later, everyone looked at the warlock team in front of them, and their throats moved slightly. At the front is a warlock that looks like a dead wood, his skin is wrinkled like bark, his eyes are extremely cloudy, and his clothes are ordinary. And the warlocks in the rear are basically either old men or old ladies, each looking older than the other, and almost most of them are the kind who are approaching the limit of their lives. Granny team? Seeing this scene, the warlocks of the Bloodline Tower were taken aback, but no one dared to say anything, because the bloodlines of these people were stronger than each other, and even the weakest ones were stronger than ordinary sprouts. Who are you? Kyle asked, looking at the man at the front. And the old man just glanced at him, and then calmly said, "Sass." "SARS?" "Sass." The group didn't think of anything at first, but after a few seconds, they all opened their mouths, and Jinji frowned. Sass. This name is a legendary figure more than 2,000 years ago. More than 1,000 years ago, it was the period of the Warlock Alliance's rule, and the oppression was extremely severe. Known as a once-in-a-millennium genius, he was born in poverty, but accidentally obtained the blood of the 6th ring, joined the Warlock Alliance, and advanced all the way to the 5th ring Chiba. Just when everyone thought he would continue this afternoon. One day, the treasure house of the Warlock Alliance was stolen, and at the same time, a Warlock Alliance called the Reverse Blood Alliance was established, setting off a mighty action against the Warlock Alliance. The organizer was Sass. That turmoil lasted for 30 years, the Warlock Alliance was seriously injured, and Sass disappeared. Later, the Warlock Alliance publicized that they had killed Sass. But he actually appeared here today, and he stood on the opposite side of them, and he seemed to be stronger than before. And it wasn't just him, everyone was also recognizing the person opposite at this time, and as the names resounded throughout the central continent, everyone's cold sweat gradually wet their clothes. These people in front of them were all famous in the mainland. "What do you want to do?" Kyle looked at these people with great pressure. Sass raised his head and looked at them indifferently. The aura belonging to Wanhua erupted in an instant. After today, the Bloodline Alliance will become history. I will give you a chance to join me, or you will all die here today. Die. The icy words hovered in everyone's ears, and the strong blood suppression made everyone feel as if a mountain was being pressed on their bodies, and their faces immediately became extremely ugly. Compared to Sass, they are much weaker. The 5 rings behind Sass raised their heads one by one and smiled. Times change, but they remain strong. When you reach the age, you should be cremated, and you should go into the coffin, so don't be scary everywhere. At this time, a calm voice greeted everyone's ears. Seth's expression changed, and everyone behind him also looked ugly. They turned their heads to look, and then saw a figure not far away slowly stepping out of the space. The blood-red wizard robe fluttered in the wind, with a wizard book in one hand and a cane in the other. His face was extremely youthful, as if he was just a young man, showing vitality, which was in stark contrast to them. And behind him, there is an undead and a giant snake. You are Eli. Looking at the costume, Seth already understood who it was. Is this Eli? It's just a child, isn't it because of his luck that he is so lucky now? Which one here has not once ruled the world? Old guy? You said that to me, I want to kill him. You are dead. The warlocks behind Seth looked at Eli viciously, as if he had poked them where they hurt. Hehe, once the arrogants, leaders and patriarchs of the human race have now become lackeys of the liches. It seems that time has tempered your blood and polished your will. Eli looked at these people calmly, stretched out his hand and said. Come on, let me see if you old guys can kill me. Anger. Infinite anger was detonated, as many as 103 5 rings looked at Eli, with only killing intent in their eyes. Even Sass, the former leader of the human race's anti-army, looked at Eli and gritted his teeth word by word. Eli, I want you dead. Chapter 536. I want you to die. Sass' words were like a switch, directly opening the prelude to the battle. In an instant, the majestic power of the blood emanated from his body, armor-like plates emerged from his flesh and blood, his hands turned into sharp claws, and his eyes gradually turned into black. Bloodline of 6 rings ocean turtle. It's not just him, behind him, the bloodlines of the 5 rings also burst out, opening the bloodline body. Some of them directly used the bloodline real body, and the bodies of thousands of meters or tens of thousands of meters occupied the sky. In less than 3 seconds, the sky within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles was completely dark. Dozens of behemoths and some half-blood warlocks looked down at Eli, who was as small as an ant, and made no secret of their killing intent. This scene is like a god judging a mortal. People in half of the continent, as long as they look up at the sky, can see that terrifying scene. Here we go. In the extreme north, many liches watched this scene together. But in the next moment, a shadow covered the picture. It seems that Eli pulled that area into the shadows. The Scourge Lich said slowly. Then wait for the result. The Bone Dragon Lich at the side nodded, and then subconsciously raised his head to glance at the Lich King. At this moment, he seemed to be still in a state of hesitation. Go in. At this time, many Blood Tower warlocks including the Heilong Haisha family looked at the sky. In the sky at this time, thick ink-like shadows enveloped the entire sky, covering the sky and the sun, and the continent with a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles was plunged into darkness. Just at the moment just now, Eli pulled all those warlocks into the shadow space. I can only watch the adults. Jinji gritted his teeth. With so many warlocks, can your lord really beat them? Warlocks throughout the continent also looked up at the shadow, staring intently. At this time, shadow space. Many of the 5 rings looked at the shadows around them, and found that they were only trapped, and immediately relaxed a lot. Eli, you are so brave. Seth looked at Eli who was not far away, and said with a smile. The shadows trapped them, and Eli. Want to hold them all alone? How can it be? Of course, it's just for the convenience of fighting. Eli shook his head, but the eyes looking at the figures of these people gradually turned serious. He took a deep breath, and at the same time, a bit of blood came out from behind him, and then he exhaled this breath, and the blood gradually grew larger with the exhalation. A blood-colored figure slowly rose up, as if to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sky. An elemental body that looks like a human being, but it seems to be covered with a layer of dragon scales, while holding a staff made of elements and a wizard's book in his hand, and eyes like dragon pupils are looking at them. Blood spirit body. Eli hasn't used it for a long time since he was promoted to the 5th ring. But today, the blood spirit body reappeared in this world. And the moment it appeared, the shadows around seemed to be echoed, countless shadows rolled like waves, and Eli also slowly merged into the blood spirit body, looking at the people in front of him. Waving the staff in his hand, a roaring sound resounded through the sky. Come! Eli's voice resounded in everyone's ears, but everyone was silent at this moment, just staring blankly at the figure in the sky, a little dazed. What is this? Everyone raised their doubts. Although they don't go out, they haven't heard that the method of the bloodline avatar has changed. What is this blood-veined body in front of me but not a blood-veined body? But this is not the time to discuss this after all. No matter what it is impossible to defeat so many of them. Everyone, let's go! Seth shouted, and everyone nodded. In the next moment, dozens of warlocks, including a dozen or so Chiba figures, flew directly towards Eli, and the huge figures shook the shadow space into waves, like rolling waves. Eli, die! Looking at dozens of figures around him, Eli remained calm. The staff in his hand is connected with Eli's staff, and the mysterious power of time acts on his whole body. In just a moment, a 1,000-meter shadowy mouth slowly appears in front of him, and countless tentacles wriggle like teeth. In the next second, Shadow Big Mouth flew towards the crowd. So fast! These people were stunned when they saw Eli's speed. But at this moment, the big shadow mouth had already come to a digital Kyunyi, and opened its monstrous mouth. At the same time, countless shadow rules were instantly activated, and the majestic devouring power erupted like a black hole. No. 7 or 8 warlocks stared wide-eyed, but they found that they couldn't move at all, their bodies fell straight into it, and then fell into it, smashed into pieces by the force of devouring. And all this in less than a second. The actions of the rest of the besieging people were taken aback, as if they hadn't expected Eli's methods to be so powerful. But at this time a warlock shouted loudly, "Everyone, don't panic, it is impossible for him to use this kind of attack multiple times in a short period of time. Let's kill him quickly." Yes. Everyone's eyes lit up. How could this kind of attack be used several times in a short period of time? The short time here means less than a second. The speed of the crowd accelerated again and launched an attack. But in the next second, everyone saw that the wizard book in Eli's hand was suddenly opened page after page, and runes were emitted from it, and 9 auras slowly appeared around. 3 big shadow mouths, like before, 2,000-meter wind blades, cracks appeared in the surrounding space, 2 time storms that seemed to condense, exuding a majestic breath of time, and a long spear condensed by the power of faith, shining bright space. The 9 attacks came out almost at the same time, and each breath seemed to be faintly above the previous attack. How can it be? At this time, the warlocks who came from all directions widened their eyes at the same time, and fear welled up in their hearts. Not far away, SAS and the others, who hadn't made a move yet, also had their hearts jump instantly. 9 ways? How can this be? But in the next second, only Eli waved his staff lightly. No. People around shouted in their hearts, but 9 rays of light bloomed at the same time. In the next second, the engulfment of shadows, the ruthlessness of time, the extreme sting of wind elements, and the endless light of the power of faith erupted together, enveloping the surrounding warlocks. Wang! The shadows passed by, the warlocks were swallowed wailing, and time passed, the little vitality of each warlock slowly passed away, and each of them went straight to the 4th place, while the faith spear passed by, each warlock was instantly penetrated. Under the storm, many warlocks were torn to pieces. And those warlocks were easily pierced like thin paper, and the aftermath of several attacks flew towards Sass and the others. Even if it was him, he had to fall into a defensive state, and so did everyone else. In the power of the Berserk Law, everyone swayed from side to side like boats on the stormy sea, but everyone was terrified in their hearts, and they felt extremely shocked in their hearts. At this point of contact, they felt how much power of law was contained in these attacks. Every attack is an attack that is almost at the limit of thousands of flowers. How strong is he? Seth felt the storm around him, and he uttered a fatal question. Eli, isn't it your first time in Wanhua? But at this moment, he felt that Eli's strength was definitely above his. And far beyond. He is actually hiding his strength? The Lich Tower tricked them. Seth felt a burst of anger, but he understood that this was not the time to think about it, but how much they had left after the rules broke out later. And this persistence lasted for a full 3 minutes. When everything dissipated, Seth struggled to open his eyes. In the space in front of him, except for the shadows, there are countless blood mist and corpse residues. The warlocks who participated in the first wave of siege have been wiped out, and the surrounding. He turned his head and saw that there were 17 people left at this time. Except for him, each of them was the peak of Kyunyi, but they were all seriously injured. At this moment, several people looked at each other with fear in their eyes. With one attack, dozens of 5 rings died. This is too exaggerated. Is the level gap so exaggerated? And just now, how could Yulina suddenly burst out 9 attacks that almost exceeded the limit? Eli, how did you do it? Seth raised his head, looked at Eli in the distance, and asked bitterly. Eli was still in the previous place at this time, his eyes were still calm, as if he had expected it. The fact is also that each of these 9 attacks was condensed by him with all his strength, and it took him almost 10 years to store them in his wizard book. As for the wizard's book, it was the trophy of the past, the 5-ring peak wizard weapon, the Almi wizard's book, which is used to store 9 5-ring attacks. This is the first time he has used it, and the effect is gratifying. This time the enemy was almost killed. However, after this attack, this wizard book may not be usable for hundreds of years, and the consumption is too great. As for Sa's question, it was naturally impossible for Eli to answer. He just looked at the rest of the people, showed a kind smile, and slowly waved the wizard's staff in his hand. Everyone's eyes gradually widened. Fighting! Countless elements erupted again. In the blood-spirit-body experience, Eli once again felt the power of the wizard, not to mention his luxurious wizardry, most of which reached the 5th ring, and even several of them were 6th ring. You know, even in the former wizarding world, a wizard with 5 rings could be called rich if he owned 1 or 2 5-ring wizard weapons, but it was much worse than Eli. The combat power of the witch weapon is quite terrifying, not to mention the blood-spirit body. At this moment, even if the rule wizard came, he was not afraid at all. Time passed little by little, Kyunyi died one by one. Sas also watched the fear in the eyes of the warlocks who were constantly losing around him gradually magnified, and looked at Eli with great fear. Finally, when there were still 7 of them left, Sas said directly. Eli, I surrender, please let me go, I promise I will never enter the world of wizards in the future. Seeing Sas begging for mercy, the rest of them simply begged for mercy. Your Excellency has a lot, let us go. We've all been blinded by the Lich Tower. A group of people began to beg for mercy without dignity, and completely lost the spirit of the beginning. On the contrary, at this time they only have the fear of death. Sorry, you all have to die here today, I need you. But Eli would not agree, but felt a little overwhelmed by the rules that the warlocks who had just devoured were digesting. He wants to use these people to break the rules wizard in one fell swoop. Seeing Eli's refusal and even attacking again, Sas almost trembled all over, but he cursed, Eli, let me tell you, today I will die with you, and I am also bloody. Eli glanced at him, and there was a hint of teasing in his eyes. Okay, let me see your bloodiness. A few minutes later, Seth knelt on the ground, kowtowing and making a dull sound. At this time, all the other warlocks had died, and he was the only one left. My lord, spare my life, please, please spare me. He wailed, his head kept rising and falling, and his body trembled like a sieve. Who would have thought that this is a heroic warlock who once set off a continental revolution? But over time, he has lost all ambition. This is the cruelty of time. Eli said with deep emotion. Time can change everything. But he didn't show mercy to him. The next second, he waved the staff in his hand. Boom! The head exploded, and the brains exploded like tofu brains. His body fell slowly, and a shadow appeared on the ground and swallowed him directly. Comfortable. At the moment of devouring, Eli sensed the power of the law that Sas had been devoured, and on the tree of rules, the blossoming khaki-colored flowers slowly began to condense. Not only this, but at this time, there are dozens of rules flowers condensed on the tree of rules every second. And all of this is thanks to these warlocks who sent them to die. Thank you for the gift from the Lich Tower. Eli looked at the empty shadow space around him, the power of blood and rules gradually fell silent, and the blood spirit body slowly dissipated, revealing the body inside. Take another look around to make sure nothing is missing. After stretching his body, the shadows around him gradually began to dissipate. It's over. Chapter 537. Outside world. Under the dark sky, about 20 wizards stayed in the air, including Alida, but no one spoke or made any sound. The whole sky was as quiet as a land of silence. Finally, Alida couldn't bear it any longer. She turned to look at Jinji and asked, "Jinji, what do you think your lord's chances are?" With a worried face on his face, Jinji first glanced at Alida, then sighed and said, "My lord, I don't know, but my lord's winning rate may not be as high as I imagined." Jinji said it very euphemistically. But there was someone on the side who was very direct, a man with a gloomy face, and said unceremoniously, "It's no more than 30%, I think everyone should pack up and prepare to leave, while there is still some time." "Sabo, what are you talking about?" Kyle reprimanded him directly, his eyebrows raised high. "What did I say? Isn't what I said the truth? Don't you have points? There are hundreds of people, not 1, 10, 20. If you don't believe me, you think we can win?" A warlock named Sabo, he is a sacred tree warlock, but he refuted directly, which shows that he is very flustered at this time. "You!" Old man Kyle stared at him and cursed directly. Sabo didn't hold back either. The two fifth rings scolded each other in the sky without the demeanor of a strong man. Alida watched this scene helplessly. A single question actually caused them to quarrel internally. It can be seen that the hearts of these 5 rings are far from calm before, and they are even panicked, which is why they are like this. In fact, although she believed in Eli, in her heart. But at times like this, she couldn't panic, so she coughed and said, "Both of you are 5 rings, arguing in front of hundreds of thousands of people in the City of Blood, the impact is not very good." Her words had an effect after all. The two glanced at her, Kyle stopped talking, and Sabo on the side also showed an angry look, but he didn't speak, and remained silent in the corner. For a while, the scene was silent again. "Hey!" At this, Alida sighed, and looked down at the ground. At this time, in the City of Blood, countless people raised their heads and looked at the sky. In the distance, there were countless people kneeling in front of the statue of Eli. "What are you praying for?" Apparently, they weren't the only ones worried. "In fact, this is just here. I am afraid that at this time, more than half of the continents are paying attention to this battle." "Hey, what happened?" Suddenly, Alida narrowed her eyes. He saw that the countless warlocks on the ground seemed to have discovered something. They stood up one by one and began to cheer. Could it be? She turned her head suddenly and looked towards the sky. The originally pitch-black sky suddenly brightened gradually, the shadows gradually dissipated, and the sunlight in the sky also slowly scattered from it, and amidst the light, Eli slowly flew down towards the ground. And behind him, in the shadows and darkness, only the blood-colored mist and the breath of death can be seen, and the figures of the more than 100 people are completely gone. "Where's the enemy?" Her pupils dilated for a while, not only him, but everyone around him also looked at Eli, but no one spoke. The mind of a high-level warlock is very fast. Looking at the scene in the sky, I can't help but imagine, but looking at the complete Eli, and the disappearance of the enemy, did the adults really defeat them? Is it possible? Is this reasonable? One by one opened their mouths wide, and felt that the world view was beginning to shatter. Eli flew down slowly and came in front of everyone. "My lord, are you all right?" Seeing the complete Eli, Alida stood up and asked. "It's okay, the enemies are all gone." Eli nodded. "Solved?" Hearing the confirmation, Alida's throat moved slightly, and she wanted to say something but couldn't. "Solved? Did your lord kill those 100 warlocks?" Sabo asked directly. "Yes." "Hiss." Everyone gasped at the same time and looked at Eli in awe. There is no doubt that Eli has no need to lie to them about this kind of thing. But is this too outrageous? "How strong is your lord?" The white-haired Kyle looked at Eli's young appearance and expressed the biggest doubt in his life. He didn't understand, he didn't understand. Sabo, who asked the question, stopped talking. Thinking of what he said before, he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He just hoped that no one would tell Eli about it. This is an adult. Jinji breathed a sigh of relief. Just looking at Eli's relaxed look, he immediately sighed. Too strong. Everyone couldn't help being shocked in their hearts, but they were Wuhuan after all, so they all held back. But on the ground, all the warlocks of Blood City were almost going crazy at this time. My lord has won, my lord has won. I knew it was impossible for an adult to lose. A group of old guys don't know what they want to do? They will be cleaned up by an adult. Great, is it over? Countless people celebrated in the streets, as if they were going crazy, and there were also children running on the streets, loudly announcing the result of the war, as if they had won the battle. Their reactions were not without reason. After all, since the establishment of the Bloodline Alliance, the entire continent has been instantly connected as one, and there have been changes in the system. This has changed the atmosphere and appearance of the mainland, and everyone can feel that upward feeling. Let them go back to the kind of rule they used to have, they will never be willing anyway. And just today, they encountered the biggest crisis since the establishment of the alliance. But fortunately, Lord Eli stood up again, killed the enemy, and ended the crisis. In the blink of an eye, you can see that there are a lot more warlocks in front of the statue of Eli. Of course, not only here, almost the Blood Alliance rule has become like this. The whole continent is seething. Am in a family. The old Sirona sat on the seat, his cloudy eyes seemed to see the cheering family members outside through the hall, and a smile appeared on his face. Compared with before, the Amina family at this time was the first to join the Tower of Bloodline, and it has almost grown into a second-tier power at this time, which is exactly the same as before, and he is gradually approaching his old age. And it all started from that afternoon. My lord. He sighed deeply. Who would have thought that the sorcerer who easily suppressed him back then would actually grow to where he is today? The Bloodline Tower, a power that is not even in the third rank, has now grown into the number one power in the mainland. And all of this happened in just a few hundred years. After today's battle, the Alliance only needs to deal with the Lich Tower. I don't know if I don't understand the day when the mainland is unified. He sighed deeply, and then slowly closed his eyes. He is too old. Zhongyu. The head of the white-haired golden-toed Chamber of Commerce's face was ashen, and his body was motionless. Is this the end? This is all victorious? It's too exaggerated. The old voice was almost trembling at this moment, and said in disbelief. Until now, he still couldn't accept the fact that Eli won. How could he win? Shouldn't he? How could he win? How could he win? On his face, there was a half-smile, half-cry, and he kept mumbling without stopping. Not far away, his former subordinates looked at this scene with a look of unbearable expression. How did the former president become like this? Like crazy. But they also understand that there will be no chance for them to rise again in the future, and I am afraid that they will all leave one after another in the near future. The Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce will be completely turned into history. Wizardry, technology, magic, new books on wizardry. Chapter 538. Click. The smooth mirror surface slowly dissipated, turning into thousands of spiritual light spots. In the ancient castle, the icy soul fire was burning in the cold wind. Although they were not afraid of the cold, at this moment, all the liches only felt that their hearts were cold. How is it possible? How could he be so strong? The Scourge Lich's voice trembled, and his body trembled even more. We underestimated his strength, by far. The Bone Dragon Lich also had a bitter expression on his face, and his tone was low. The strength shown by Eli in front of him is really shocking. The combat power shown by the Warlock Alliance is 2 latitudes, and there is no comparison. That's why those warlocks were easily killed by Eli. But how could Eli be so strong? How could? They gritted their teeth, a little dazed and helpless. Dazed is the dazed about Eli's strength, and being at a loss means that Eli's strength is so strong, and there are ways to restrain them. Can they really defeat Eli and solve the Blood Alliance? No, it's not that they want to solve the problem of the Bloodline Tower now, but that the Bloodline Tower will attack them sooner or later. Will they be able to stop it then? My lord, what shall we do next? The Scourge Lich looked up at the Lich King who had been silent all this time, and everyone also looked up at the front one by one. The current leader of the Lich. At this moment, the Lich King's eyes became clearer, as if he remembered something. After being silent for a few seconds, he glanced at the crowd, and slowly said, 10 years later, after digesting the previous wave of power, and gathering power, we will launch a general attack on the Warlock Alliance. Total attack? The souls of all the Liches trembled suddenly, and they all looked at him in disbelief. My lord, we may not be the opponents of the Bloodline Alliance now. It would be too inappropriate to start a war. A Lich retorted directly. Indeed, it's better to seek peace, and wait for us to develop. Too impulsive. Many liches expressed their opinions one after another. The Bone Dragon Lich and the Natural Disaster Lich also had no idea what they were thinking, but their expressions also seemed that they were not willing to start a war. But the Lich King didn't seem to pay attention to everyone's plans, and said calmly, 10 years later, a war will start, everyone, let's adjourn the meeting. After the words fell, he got up directly, regardless of the crowd, and walked directly towards the back of the castle, leaving many liches looking at each other. Silence. After a few seconds of silence, the Scourge Lich glanced at the crowd, and then said, since your lord has said so, let's carry it out, and let's leave first. Many liches looked ugly, but they got up and left the castle one after another. The Scourge Lich also took a look at the ancient castle in the dark depths, and then left the castle. Then the door slowly closed. But after he left, he didn't return to his territory directly. Instead, he took a look around and came to a place where the cold wind was howling. Here stood an iceberg, and under the iceberg, a huge figure was already waiting for him. Bone Dragon. Scourge looked directly at the figure and said, it's me. The Bone Dragon Lich slowly walked out of the snow and nodded. So what did you call me to do? Scourge Lich frowned and asked. Just before leaving just now, this guy suddenly sent him a message quietly. Do you want to die? Suddenly, the Bone Dragon Lich asked. Scourge Lich? He became cautious in an instant, and the cold flames all over his body burned. Don't be nervous, I'm just telling you one thing. Bone Dragon Lich looked at his old friend like this, and then looked at him seriously. You also know that we were all found by him in the past 100 years, and then transformed for the Lich. And before that, my lord didn't know how long it took to be transformed into a Lich. We all know the sequelae of transforming into a Lich, and the soul will gradually degenerate. I have only been transformed for 100 years, but I feel more and more that I am no longer me now. One can imagine what the situation of the adults is now. But my goal is to live longer. If I fight with Eli, it will be very tragic. My lord may not be sure, but we are definitely likely to die. To be honest, I don't want to fight. How about you? Of course I don't want to. Scourge Lich frowned and asked, then what do you mean now? We signed a contract at the beginning, and there is no way to change it. This time he didn't answer, but changed the subject. Your Excellency is a lunatic. He just wants to complete his great cause, and repurify the world as it used to be. I once sneaked into his room and saw a part of him. Diary, I learned that he was once a wizard. Wizard? The Scourge Lich was taken aback. That the Lich King was once a wizard is really big news. Yes. Bone Dragon nodded, and continued, he used to be a wizard, but his whole life was miserable, almost being captured and attacked by warlocks. But by chance, he entered a fragment of the outside world. I don't know what he found in it, but after that, the Lich Law was born. What are you trying to say? The Scourge Lich was completely confused at this moment. The Bone Dragon Lich said, what I want to say is that your lord's dream is for the world to return to the era of wizards, the era of spellcasters, and the era where everyone lives in harmony. That's why he has no scruples about practicing Lich Law, but do you think we Liches are spellcasters? He looked up at the opposite side, and the Scourge Lich shook his head and said, no, we can only be regarded as half spellcasters at most. After all, Lich is almost not a species like human beings. Yes. Bone Dragon Lich nodded, and said, that's true, this is the contradiction, the world will never return to the way it used to be, not to mention that Lich can't give birth, so the idea of adults is just a delusion, but it's been so long since he transformed into a Lich that he probably doesn't even know what he's doing at this point. He is a paranoid, a dreamer who has gone the wrong way. At this moment, he unceremoniously expressed his views on David. So. The Calamity Lich narrowed his eyes. It's the other way around. At this moment, the Bone Dragon Lich no longer covered up, and then took out 2 feathers, saying, these are the feathers of 2 filthy birds, which I once harvested in the Warlock Union, which can help we lift the curse. Since David is a lunatic, then we might as well replace him, and then devour all the Liches, then our strength will be unprecedented, and then deal with Eli, and then find a chance to leave this world. Hiss. The Scourge Lich gasped. After all, isn't it just a backstab? Use the entire Lich Tower as the qualifications for the 2 to advance, then solve Eli and the Lich King, and finally leave this world. However, if all the Liches are swallowed up, their strength will leap forward directly. Even Eli is absolutely impossible to be their opponent, everything is at your fingertips. He was silent, lost in thought. The bone dragon lich also waited quietly aside, no longer speaking. After half an hour, the scourge lich slowly raised his head, looked at him and said, "Okay, I agree." The bone dragon lich showed a smile. At this time, David, who was far away in the castle, slowly opened his eyes and spoke slowly. "David, it turns out that Eli is your teacher, interesting, but he is still alive now, there is definitely a secret in this person." "No, you cannot." Another voice came from his body, and the soul fire trembled. The Lich King faintly felt as if his body was out of control, and instantly a black shadow-like breath escaped towards his body, and then he calmed down, and the voice stopped. "Everything is going according to plan, everything is, except for one thing that happened to Eli, but it's not a big deal. You have been in control of the situation before, but then I will do it by me, you sleep for a while." He shook his head and walked towards the depths of the castle. Outside the castle, the cold wind howled and never stopped. Chapter 539. The other side. Eli, who finished the battle, chatted for a while before flying back to the green land. He couldn't wait to take stock of what he had gained this time. Under the shade of Hill's tree, Eli sat on a chair, looking at a long list of space objects floating in mid-air in front of him. There were hundreds of them, all of which were generous gifts from these warlocks. "But that's all, it's a pity I don't know where they live." Eli shook his head, and began to take inventory one by one. High-level magic stone. Soul crystallization. Precious bloodline. One item was slowly taken out by Eli, and then thrown aside. These things may be very precious to him in the past, but they are dispensable to him now. As long as he wants, he can collect a lot at any time. As the rings are opened and then closed. An hour later, Eli opened a storage bag again, and saw a huge eyeball in it, about 3 meters in size, as beautiful as transparent emeralds, shining with light. The eyeballs of the three-eyed giant. Eli's eyes lit up. The three-eyed giant, a species of giant, has outstanding spiritual attributes. It is one of the giants with the highest bloodline in the royal court of giants. There is a high probability that it is left over from the former wizard. This eyeball should make my quicksilver eye improve again. Eli thought. The Eye of Mercury is currently only around the middle level of the 5th ring. Although he often uses it subconsciously, the level is relatively high, so his progress is slow. Maybe this time, the Eye of Mercury can evolve and even reach the 6th ring. Grunt. Thinking of this possibility, Eli also became excited. Calm down, calm down. Eli closed his eyes, and then continued to take stock of the goods, expecting a bigger harvest in the future. In fact, he really thought too much. After that eyeball, he didn't achieve anything that surprised him. There is only one harvest in one battle. But he is still very calm, because this time his gains are not limited to this. There are 2 hidden gains. One is the increased power of faith, but the power of rules that includes hundreds of warlocks, that is a real big deal. Thinking of this, Eli moved towards the inner perception. The huge tree of rules is entrenched, and thousands of roots go deep into the darkness, absorbing the power of rules hidden in it, while the flowers of rules are slowly blooming on the crown of the tree. Maybe within 10 years I can absorb all these rules, and then I can prepare to be promoted to the rules wizard. After seeing the speed that can be called a rocket at this time, Eli feels that the future is bright. No, let's go immediately. Eli walked directly towards the wizard's tower, and he wanted to go to the time fragment immediately. January passed in the blink of an eye. 10 years have passed in the time shard. In the depths of the fragments, Eli realized what he had gained. In the past month, on the one hand, the power of faith has really exploded. The power of faith with 36 petals has grown to 42 petals, and it is still growing. On the other hand, the strength has also grown to the peak of 10,000 flowers he expected. Peak of 10,000 flowers. Eli looked at the thousands of rules flowers swaying on the tree of rules in his body, and let out a heartfelt sigh. Thousands of years of hard work are not as good as a huge battle. However, he understood that there was no second chance for this kind of opportunity. After all, almost all the old, weak, sick, and disabled warlocks in the 5 rings of the warlock world for thousands of years came out, which made him quickly cross this stage. So then I can prepare to break the rules, but I still need to get used to it for a while. After all, this upgrade is too fast. I will take a rest for a while, and then do experiments to relax. He murmured. He is not a robot, he still needs a proper rest. As for the improvement of the Eye of Mercury, he plans to put it later. Soon, Eli left the shards and returned to Greenland. Looking at the picturesque green valley, I immediately felt a lot better. For the next month, he did nothing, didn't go to the laboratory, didn't go to the time fragments, and didn't even meditate. He just basked in the sun, chatted, and went for a walk every day, constantly digesting the pressure of the past period of time. During this process, Eli also occasionally participated in alliance matters. The impact of this war is extremely far-reaching. Not only is the alliance more united, but some warlocks who have been hiding have also collapsed and joined the Tower of Blood, and even the Lich Tower has abandoned most of the central region, shrinking into the northern territory and the far north. Even Eli was surprised by the last point. After all, they just defeated the Warlock Coalition, not the Lich Coalition. Why did they evacuate if they had nothing to do? It felt a little funny, and Eli could only take it as their fear of the Blood Alliance. Anyway, at least in the short term, there should not be too much conflict between the two parties. Unless Eli takes the initiative. But that is basically impossible, after all, he is still busy breaking the rules. It's not too late to talk about other things after breaking through, he is still very weak. It's time to take a break, and it's time to do the experiment. Eli felt that he was in better condition than ever. Isn't this a good time to do the experiment? What's more, it's time for him to devour the eyeballs of the three-eyed giant and advance to the Eye of Mercury. Another month. In the lab. There was a silver light in Eli's eyes, but his brows were furrowed as he looked at the experimental platform ahead. Compared with a month ago, although the Eye of Mercury has not broken through the fifth ring, it has already reached the peak of the fifth ring, which can be called a huge improvement. This is a happy thing, but at the moment Eli can't be happy at all. The reason for this started 3 days ago. When the silver eye was purified that day, he directly started the research on the light rule, but only studied the power of purification, so he observed the Lich very appropriately. But in his observation, he found something wrong. In the soul of the Lich, he actually faintly felt a trace of a curse. The curse was very peculiar. Eli didn't know what it was, but the aura it emitted had a certain relationship with the one Eli had mastered. That is the Black Mist rule. The Lich is related to the rules of the Black Mist. Eli blinked. No wonder the spirit of the Lich resists falling into the darkness, definitely has something to do with it. However, the curse of the Black Mist still made him feel faintly uneasy. It was an instinctive uneasiness. He couldn't say it, but it did exist. It's like an early warning. Eli believed in his intuition. The Lich, the eternal life, the soul that has fallen into darkness. Eli began to think about some characteristics of the Lich, and the uneasiness in his heart became more and more intense, as well as some distortions. Yes, how could there be such a creature? Eternal life? Just a simple transformation can have eternal life. After all, the ceremony is not complicated. Is this too exaggerated and too tempting? Even if the price is the degeneration of the soul, it is amazing enough. It's like a bait, the routine of the devil in the call story. Eli murmured. Yes, it is bait. He felt that there might be something hidden in it. Is there some kind of conspiracy? Forget it, it's useless to think about it. After thinking for a while, Eli gave up. After all, it was just his guess, maybe he found this way from the curse of the Black Mist. Of course, this still made him a little wary. Being stronger is the right way. After the evolution of Mercury's eye, I feel that I am getting closer and closer to the rules of light. It seems that I must master it quickly, so that if there is something, I can also deal with it. Of course, I should also advance to the rules wizard all right. Eli said firmly. At the same time, I regretted wasting the previous month. In such a dangerous time, he was actually addicted to peace and happiness. This kind of thinking is absolutely unacceptable in the future. Only by becoming stronger can we deal with everything that comes next, whether it's the Lich King at the source of the Lich, or even other threats. Eli murmured, clenching his fists. But at the same time, he seemed to remember something, and asked himself a question, Hey? What is the origin of the Lich King? And who is it? As long as he thought of a Lich, he couldn't get around this person for so long, but he knew almost nothing about this Lich. Even in the previous archives of the Bloodline Tower, there is almost no news about this person, as if it appeared out of thin air. I have to look it up. No, maybe there is some information in those warlock rings, I was only concerned about the high-energy ones, and didn't pay attention to some textual ones. Eli thought, and took out the bunch of space keys again. The second round of viewing begins. After checking each item, Eli discovered something with his powerful mental power. Among all the rings, there seemed to be an identical contract, which should be the contract with the Lich Tower, so Eli, who had to find some effective resources, opened the previous contract without hesitation. Open! The powerful mental power swept over the content in an instant, but Eli froze in place. He looked at the name at the end of the scroll and the breath on it. His eyes were a little dazed. David. Eli opened his mouth wide, surprised. Chapter 540. Familiar name, familiar soul wave. Even Eli has to admit that the Lich King may, it seems, maybe, probably be his apprentice in the mortal world, David. This. Eli's mouth twitched. This turning point was something he never thought of. The enemy suddenly changed students, which made him feel a little complicated. It seems that many things have happened in these years, hey. Eli sighed, from a genius wizard to a lich, from the west coast to the extreme north, from a resolute wizard to the current cold lich, maybe David has experienced no less than him. It seems that the Lich Tower must be resolved afterwards. Eli shook his head. Let his teacher solve the troubles caused by his own students. And knowing that David is the Lich King, Eli suddenly calmed down. Reason. That means David's soul has been engraved with a soul imprint. Eli moved towards the perception in the body, and in a certain corner, a soul imprint that had been dim for an unknown period of time was still there. Although it has long been useless, for Eli, this extremely deep connection is enough to change many things. As long as Eli breaks through the rules of the wizard, as long as he is under the sixth ring, he has plenty of ways to subdue him. And it is impossible for David to be the sixth ring, otherwise the Warlock Alliance would never have been the opponent. The next time we meet, it's time to solve everything. Eli shook his head and walked towards the wizard tower. He was in a very complicated mood at this time and needed to relax. After one day, Eli double-checked and got back to work. Solving the problem is the solution, but there may be some changes in David that he doesn't know about. He needs to be stronger, whether it is the mastery of the rules of light or the improvement of strength, especially the latter. He needs to break the rules wizard ASAP. And after these 2 months of trimming and previous simulations, he is fully prepared. So one day, Eli strode into the bottom of the wizard tower and started a breakthrough. The reason why it is not in the time shards is because it is afraid that it will be broken directly. Another month passed in the blink of an eye. This day, in the wizard's tower, a huge power suddenly erupted inside, and an extreme shadow force soared into the sky, but fortunately, the wizard formation in the green land appeared in time and enveloped it, so that no outsiders could see it. But Hydra, Nicholas, Phoenix, etc. inside raised their heads at the same time. My lord is stronger again. Nicholas sighed. At this time, he has also broken through the sacred tree, thanks to the warlock that Eli killed last time. Hiss. Hydra on the side couldn't help neighing, his eyes full of excitement. For him, Eli is the only master, and naturally the stronger the better. It's outrageous. Felix stretched his feathers, his heart was already numb. During this period of time, he felt that he might not be able to leave here for the rest of his life. Eli's strength has grown so fast that it's almost as if he's on the hook. At this moment, the wizard tower also opened, and Eli walked out slowly. Congratulations, my lord, for the breakthrough. The three came quickly, and Nicholas and Phoenix congratulated. Hydra came up and rubbed against Eli's body. Haha. Eli showed a smile, happy in his heart. At this time, he has broken through the fifth realm of the fifth ring, the realm of rules, sometimes called the realm of fruit of rules, and is one step closer to the sixth ring. If you feel towards the tree of rules in your body at this time, you can see a young fruit growing on the top of the shadow side of the huge tree of rules, and the shadows inside flow, as if everything is pregnant. This is the fruit of rules, the result of the shadow rules being condensed again in the flower of rules. The improvement of this level is to continuously improve the fruit, and then reach the peak, but I feel that I may still need to condense the time fruit, maybe the blood. Eli thought. At his level, he had to think about the sixth ring. The sixth ring is related to the world. Although he still doesn't quite understand it, he has found some resources. He knows that the sixth ring seems to be promoted on the basis of rules. Naturally, the more rules the better, the stronger the better. So Eli's plan is to condense the rules of his main path, As for why he directly considered the 6 rings instead of the Nirvana wizard, there is also a reason, because in fact, to some extent, Nirvana is not a state, but a process. From the point of view of the 5 rings, it is actually the life of the tree of rules, with flowering and fruiting, and natural death, and extinction is the process of death. The leaves of the rules fall, the flowers of the rules rot, the country of the rules falls, the big tree dies, and then a stronger power is born in death, advancing to the 6th ring. This is the secret of the Death Wizard. Of course, Eli doesn't know how this process works. So from a certain point of view, the Rule Wizard is actually the pinnacle of the 5 rings, and as for the Nirvana, it is an end, or a beginning. At this time, my strength is about twice as strong as before, and there are many other changes. Eli thought deeply. At this time, his strength is almost comparable to that of the average peak wizard. If those hundreds of warlocks come again, I am afraid that he only needs 1/3 of the time to solve it. Interesting, I have to realize this change. Eli pursed his lips and glanced at his arm. After another month, this round of faith imprints can be considered to have subsided. At this time, it has reached 48 petals, and runes have appeared on the surface. Compared to before, the lotus of faith seems to have some changes, but I actually sensed some emotions from the deep sea. It seems that this battle has spread there. Eli thought. The power of faith also includes some other people's shock, surprise, and understanding emotions, but this time, some of them came from the deep sea. This shows that at this time, his power of faith is enough to reach the deep sea. Interesting, I don't know what happened to Laura. Eli suddenly remembered the mermaid clan, which was also a random investment he made back then, and he didn't know what happened. Close your eyes. The power of faith emerged one by one in my mind, appearing in each area of the continent, and farther away, in the deep sea, there was also a small spot of light. Seeing the spot of light, Eli didn't hesitate and contacted him directly. In an instant, the power of faith bloomed. At the same time, deep sea. On top of a huge shell tens of thousands of meters in size, deep sea buildings stand one after another, and a large number of mermaids wander here, like a fairyland under the sea. In the center, there is an even bigger palace. At this time, a mermaid swam in from the outside and directly entered the palace. In the palace, there are mermaids wandering on both sides, and in the front is a beautiful figure, with a 7-color scale fish tail, a pure white body, and an incomparable appearance. It is Laura. As soon as the mermaid came in, she came directly to Laura respectfully. Uncle Ivor, how is the imperial court? Laura looked at the figure and asked directly. The vision in the sky more than a year ago also attracted the attention of all races in the deep sea. From the current point of view, it seems that a war broke out between human forces, and it has little impact on us. He shook his head, but his face was full of unstoppable sorrow. Then what about Uncle? Looking at this expression, Laura understood that there were other things. Your Majesty, it's like this. At this Sea Clan meeting, the Imperial Court planned to kick our Mermaid Clan out of the Sea Clan Royal Court. We have been able to enter it all the time because of the father of the adults, but now they feel that your power is no longer enough to enter the Imperial Court, after all we don't even have a 5th ring. And the Megalodon sharks who have been watching us not deal with them are also eyeing us. They are powerful sea tribes with 5 rings, and we are afraid that we will be in big trouble. Ivor spoke slowly. What, how dare they do this? Laura stood up, shaking with anger. But a few seconds later, she sat down again, looking desperate. What can they do? In the deep sea, strength is everything. Although they have returned to the deep sea, their strength is still much weaker than before. Now it is finally time to face all this, so they have to leave again. She is not reconciled. Laura bit her lip, feeling powerless in her heart, and looked sideways. Not far away, there was a statue there, which had never been moved for hundreds of years. If Brother Eli is here? No, even if he is there, it won't change anything. She shook her head, her gaze quickly became firm, and she said to Ivor. We have been in conflict with the Megalodon family for a long time. Even if we leave, they will never let us go. In this case, you should first go to other families to ask for help, and at the same time gather the mermaids to prepare for war. Yes. Ivor nodded, then turned and left. After he left, Laura sat back in her seat and waved to disperse the crowd, but her face drooped suddenly, as if tired and helpless. Taking the statue, she murmured. I became the queen of the mermaid clan, but you didn't contact me and lied. Fraud. But seeing that the statue was still the same as before, Laura just shook her head helplessly, then put it down again, closed her eyes and rested for a while. And what she didn't notice was after she closed her eyes, the statue of faith flickered suddenly, of course only for a moment. Chapter 541. It seems that Laura has encountered some troubles, but I didn't expect her to become the queen of the mermaid clan. I wonder if her mother is still there. Eli opened his eyes, thinking about what he had just heard. Just now, he contacted the statue in Laura's hand, saw Laura and Ivor, and heard the conversation between the two. It seemed that they were in trouble. There are two reasons for not coming directly to meet. One is that he doesn't know the situation in the deep sea, and he is worried that his sudden arrival will cause some changes, which will affect Laura. The second is that he can only descend below the fifth ring after all, and the effect of going there is not as great as imagined. However, judging from the conversation between the two, it seems that the order in the deep sea has been re-established, which is really troublesome. Eli glanced at the distant sky and pursed his lips. Since ancient times, the Sea Clan has been one of the important units in the world of wizards. They have fought openly and secretly with wizards for tens of thousands of years, but only because of the strength of wizards, they succumbed to wizards. But things are different now. The wizards have left, will the Sea Clan be as stable as before? After all, the Sea Clan is not affected by the curse, not to mention that the sea area is very large. Whether it is the legacy of the former power or the later development, there are definitely many strong people, and they may even surpass human beings. Now that he has almost the resources of the entire human race, he has to think about this issue for human beings. Of course, from a historical point of view, the outbreak of conflict between the two is almost inevitable. It is only a matter of intensity, scope of influence, and time. So I have to find a way to understand some things about the deep sea, and the sea people are not affected by the curse. Maybe I can find the information of breaking through the sixth ring there. Eli stroked his chin. Compared with the mainland, the knowledge of the wizards is scattered because of the warlocks, but as far as he knows, there are many subordinates of the great wizards in the Sea Clan, and these Sea Clans did not leave with the Sea Clan back then. Maybe they can find what he needs. Breakthrough 6 rings data. As for the mainland, if he could find it, he would have found it long ago. Anyway, I haven't found it yet. From this point of view, the deep sea seems to have to go. But how should I intervene? Eli thought of the mermaid clan. There is no doubt that the mermaid clan is the best medium for him to intervene in the deep sea. After all, he is a member of the deep sea clan, not to mention it has a long history. And now they are facing a crisis. Isn't this the best time? So now the coming of faith is far from enough, at least 5 rings. It seems that I have to develop the power of faith as soon as possible, and now it is almost enough. Eli said to himself. This time, the power of faith exploded, increasing by more than 1/3. Such a large amount is enough to withstand a stronger force. I can bring down part of the power of rules together with the power of faith, so that the strength condensed by the avatar should be able to surpass the 5th ring. Anyway, there are enough rules, and they can be recalled at any time, so it's not a big problem. Eli also quickly figured out a way. That is to increase the strength of the descent, creating a clone comparable to the 5 rings. And this can also enhance my understanding of the power of faith and help me understand the law of light. After a brief calculation of the pros and cons of this matter, Eli thinks it can be done. So, he turned his head and walked towards the teleportation array, entering the time fragments. He needs time. Half-year later. With the decline of time fragments, only 70 years have passed here. At this time, Eli has completely digested the changes brought about by the promotion. At the same time, whether it is the law of light or the advanced method of faith avatar, they are all under research, and considerable progress has been made. The progress of the former exceeds 50%. Eli has been able to stably create the law of light, and the latter the progress has almost reached 70%, and it is currently stuck on how to transfer the avatar that has been instilled with the rules. But Eli also has ideas, that is the law of space. Although this kind of high-level law is not uncommon. He had absorbed some of it, but wasn't very good at it. But the current experiment made him have to study the power of space in depth, but this is not difficult for him, because as the ruler of half a continent, there are really many resources, even space resources. So the progress of the experiment has been improving. But he still felt the lack of time. In the past 6 months, the laboratory was naturally very peaceful and full of joy, but the mermaids had a hard time. Since half a year ago, the deep-sea race called the giant tooth sharks continued to harass the mermaids, and some small outbreaks occurred from time to time, and the mermaids continued to lose their manpower. Regarding this situation, Laura also proposed a proposal to the royal court of the Sea Clan, but it was useless, and even the threat of the Megalodon Shark Clan, many races have cut off contact with the Mermaid Clan. In the past 6 months, they can be said to have lived in dire straits. Of course, Eli didn't do nothing. Taking advantage of this time, he gradually gained a preliminary understanding of the deep sea from their mouths. At this time, the deep sea has ended the previous chaotic period. At this time, it is ruled by a Sea Clan alliance, that is, the Sea Clan Royal Court, and this Royal Court gathers almost half of the Sea Clan, including the Mermaid Clan. Of course, it is not obvious that the Mermaid family is among them, mainly because they are too weak. This is why the Megalodon family is eyeing the Murloc family. They have taken a fancy to the Mermaids' territory. And from an overall point of view, the strength of the Sea Clan has surpassed today's warlocks, but they have been fighting civil wars, so they ignore the mainland. Also, the mainland is not that attractive to the Sea Clan. But he understands that this is only because their resources are still sufficient. As the Sea Clan develops more and more, sooner or later they will turn their attention to the mainland. At that time, the war between the two clans will break out again. He intends to help the mermaids up to be his internal support and provide help when necessary. But obviously the strength of the Mermaid Clan at this time is not enough, so he is needed. So he had to solve the advancement of faith before the giant tooth sharks invaded. Time flies. A year passed. This year, the Lich Tower is still calm, unbelievably peaceful. At the same time, this year, Eli's Law of Light progressed more than 90%, and the clone experiment was also successful. In the lab, the lotus flower of faith in Eli's arm bloomed, and a clone in front of him gradually condensed, and in the process of agglomeration, a large amount of power of rules was also transmitted. The energy level of the avatar is also constantly improving, and finally reached the level of Chiba. Looking at the clone in front of him, Eli finally smiled. After more than 100 years of hard work, his efforts were finally not in vain. The avatar in front of him not only has reached the Kyunyi level in strength, but more importantly, it contains some space laws and can transmit the statue of faith. Now I'm relaxed, and I can go to the deep sea to have a look. Eli stretched. But in the next second, the statue of Laura in the body flickered. Eli felt it consciously, and raised his eyebrows slightly. Is it such a coincidence? Eli was a little surprised. Because just now, the Megalodon family invaded. Fighting broke out. It's time for me to appear on the stage. Eli looked at the clone, whose lower body slowly turned into a fish tail, completely simulating the posture of a mermaid. Since going to the deep sea, it is natural to be a mermaid. In the next second, his figure suddenly disappeared. Deep sea. He came. Chapter 542. Deep Sea. Mermaid Palace. Laura sat on the shell and looked out through the void in the palace. In the blue sea water, there are mermaids all over the periphery at this time. Each of them is holding a weapon. Looking not far away, there is a humanoid creature like a shark. It is the Megalodon shark family, and it is watching the mermaid covetously. They are surrounded. We haven't withdrawn from the imperial court yet. How dare they invade directly? This is a disregard for the rules of the sea. Beside Laura, Ivor looked angry, but the anger was full of unwillingness and despair. Just now, the Megalodon sharks suddenly appeared on the periphery of the mermaids, and then slaughtered all the way to the core area of the mermaids. In less than 5 minutes, they surrounded the place. At this time, outside the main hall was the strong Murloc still in the mermaid territory, and inside the main hall were Lola and Ivor. There must be a traitor. Ivar's face was full of anger, and his voice echoed in the empty hall. Ivor, calm down. At this moment, Laura spoke. Ivar's voice stopped and he looked towards Laura. At this moment, Laura had a calm face, but her eyes were like volcanoes brewing. Obviously her heart was similar to his. Ivor sighed deeply, and then asked, Your Majesty, what should we do? Surrender. Laura said calmly with eyes like a pool of clear springs. Surrender? What? Ivar's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe it. Yes, I originally thought that our mermaid clan still had some status, but this time it seems that it is nothing more than a mirror image. This deep sea is not suitable for us after all. Give them the territory and leave here. She shook her head, but her eyes were endlessly lonely. It is also embarrassing that it ended like this after going back to the deep sea after all the hardships. But Ivar's eyes were full of unwillingness, and he wanted to say something. Do you think all the mermaids will die here today? Laura looked at Ivar and said calmly. Silence. Ivar was completely silent. After a few seconds, he sighed and said, just follow what His Majesty says. After saying this, his eyes gradually became dull, as if his spine had been taken out. The already old Murloc seemed to be hundreds of years old again at this moment. Let's go. Laura stood up and walked towards the outside of the castle, and Ivar followed silently. Oh, there's still a statue. Before walking a few steps, Laura suddenly remembered that she hadn't taken the statue from Eli, and turned her head to get it back. But when I looked back, the statue was still there. But on the side, there was an extra figure, a figure that she would never forget in her life. Yi. Her figure trembled, as if she couldn't believe it. Little Laura, long time no see. Eli looked at her and smiled. Outside the palace. On the outside are a large number of mermaids captured by the Megalodon tribe, while in front of the inner palace, there are several Murlocs supporting each other, all of them looking embarrassed. And not far from them is a giant toothed shark. It was nearly 5 meters long and had a humanoid shape, but its body was like a shark. At this moment, he opened his mouth, showing a few rows of teeth, and looked at these people in front of him with a ferocious face. His name is Kosas, the king of the Megalodon shark family, a powerful sea tribe in the budding stage of the 5 rings. I'll give you 3 minutes. If I haven't seen the queen of your clan, today will be the day when the mermaid clan will be wiped out. Kosas said with a relaxed expression. For him, the mermaid family is too weak. Too weak to be worth mentioning. He was quite interested in the only mermaid queen. Kosas, the mermaid clan is protected by the royal court. You are ignoring the rules of the sea clan, and thousands of years ago, you were only vassals of our mermaid clan. How could you do this? An old mermaid looking at Kosas with an angry face, the other mermaids also stared at him. Humph, how many years ago did the wizards leave? The world has changed, the strong are respected, you mermaids occupy such a good piece of water, you should give it up. Kosas dismissed, and the surroundings the Megalodon family also laughed. You will be punished. How can this be? The loud ridicule made the mermaids look angry, but at the same time felt powerless in their hearts. Yeah, this is not thousands of years ago. Times have changed. On the other side, looking at the still unmoving palace, Kosas became a little impatient, and walked directly towards the palace, ready to open it himself. A merman was very angry, but he didn't dare to stop it. Click! But suddenly, with the rippling water, the palace in front slowly opened. Lola, the leader with colorful scales, swam out slowly, followed by Ivar on the left, and a strange Murloc wearing a shell and holding a trident on the right. Many mermaids were taken aback. Who is this? They have never seen it. But Kosas on the other side didn't know about this, he just stopped walking, watching Laura's eyes narrowed, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help drooling. It's so white, the meat must be very good. Kosas looked at Laura without hiding his interest. Looking at Kosas' greedy eyes, Laura was terrified, but she turned her head to look at the tall Murloc, and asked directly, Uncle Poseidon, I'll leave it to you. Seeing Laura suddenly turn her head towards the Murloc next to her so respectfully, a merman not far away blinked her eyes, a little confused. Uncle? Does Laura have an uncle? Poseidon? I have never heard of such a character among the mermaids. Oh. Kosas also narrowed his eyes. Laura's performance made him feel weird, and the tall mermaid beside him also made him feel uncomfortable. Who are you? He took a step back and asked cautiously. Humph, you invaded the territory of my mermaid clan and even asked who I am. If I hadn't just returned from a trip and wanted to exterminate the mermaid clan, what a majesty. Have you asked me about Poseidon? The tall mermaid looked at me. He said bluntly. As for the mermaid, it was naturally Eli, with a simple face change. Kosas blinked his small eyes, but his eyes gradually turned serious. Since it's a mermaid, let's kill it, and then slowly taste the taste of Laura. Pretending to be a ghost. He yelled loudly, the water surged all over his body, and then his figure surged towards Poseidon, and the ocean surged all over his body. The huge figure drove the endless sea water, and the aura it exuded chilled all the mermaids and megalodon sharks. Do it! Hey, who is this mermaid? Doesn't this anger Caucasus? He is a 5-ringed megalodon. They lamented in their hearts, some couldn't bear to close their eyes, and the megalodons showed cruel smiles, as if they saw the scene of Poseidon being dismembered. The huge megalodon flew towards Eli like a hammer to the head. Beside Eli, Laura and Ivor were a little nervous. When they met just now, they didn't have time to chat in detail, and Eli just said that he had given it to him, and explained some of his identities. Can he really defeat the mermaid with 5 rings? The megalodon was getting closer and closer, and everyone's eyes gathered together. In the next second, Eli slowly raised the trident on one side, buzzed, and then swung it towards the megalodon shark. The bottom of the sea felt like an earthquake in an instant, and everyone felt unstable for a while. But everyone still looked at the two, waiting for the result. In the eyes of everyone, the two attacks collided together. In the next second, all the creatures opened their mouths wide. I saw that in the collision of the trident, the rules of the sea around the megalodon melted like snow, and his body instantly turned into countless blood mist during the impact, and he didn't even have time to let out a scream. With only one collision, Sax was easily killed. He died. How can this be? Are you kidding me? He's dead with one blow. He's a powerful murloc with 5 rings. In an instant, the mermaids in the distance opened their mouths wide and their eyes were as big as pearls. Farther away, the megalodon froze in place, as if it couldn't believe what it was seeing. And Eli, who was the center of the incident, just waved the trident lightly to shake off the flesh and blood on it, then raised his head lightly, looked around, and a huge aura erupted instantly. What kind of rotten fish and rotten shrimps dare to come to the attention of the mermaid clan? From today, whoever dares to invade, this stinky megalodon will be their role model. Mermaid family, I'm covered by Poseidon. The powerful breath swept across the bottom of the sea, and countless creatures felt as if they were being pressed by an endless sea, and they couldn't move immediately, especially all the megalodon sharks felt a burst of coldness all over their bodies, like a sharp sword hanging above their heads. But the mermaids found that they were not affected. It's just that they looked at the majestic figure in the center, and their eyes were full of excitement. Poseidon! I don't know who shouted, and all the mermaids shouted together. They looked at Eli with wild eyes. On both sides of Eli, Laura's eyes were also full of shock. Looking at Eli's broad figure, a smile finally appeared on the corner of her mouth in relief, and said in a low voice. Thanks. Chapter 543. What? The megalodon family was wiped out. In the deep sea, in a submarine trench, there was an exclamation. Suddenly the waves sucked back, and a huge squid-like creature slowly swam out, looking at a smaller squid not far from the sea hook, but it was still 100 meters away. They are the star squid, a race adjacent to the mermaid race. They also knew about the megalodon invasion this time, and even the mermaid clan's request for help had been sent to them, but after considering the pros and cons, they still refused. Yes, Patriarch, and this time the crisis is solved by a mermaid named Poseidon. It is said that he is the uncle of the queen of the mermaid clan, and his strength is above the 5-ringed Chiba. Said the small star squid. Hiss. The giant squid sucked back a mouthful of seawater, and an underwater vortex formed. Above Kyunyi, the mermaid clan has such combat power, how is it possible? Is it worthy of being one of the dominant clans in the wizarding era? He murmured, his tone extremely regretful. There is no doubt that the mermaid clan will rise again. A sea clan above Chiba can change too much. Hey, take some gifts to congratulate the mermaid clan, and give them the sea area to the north. He said after talking. Yes. The little squid opposite nodded, also looking helpless. This time, they were wrong. Not only them, when the news of the mermaid clan's victory spread to the surrounding waters, all the sea clan who had been asked for help at that time also regretted it, and asked the tribe to run to the mermaid clan with resources to see if they could mend their relationship. At the same time, the reputation of the mermaid Poseidon gradually spread in the deep sea. The deepest part of the deep sea. On a huge submarine continent, there are giant pillars standing here, and a huge open-air submarine hall on the bottom of the sea stands here. And here is where the royal court of the Sea Clan is located, and is now the center of the Sea Clan. There are a large number of sea tribes wandering around here, and there are also sea tribes inside. Most of them are not weak, but suddenly a sailfish-like sea tribe quickly crossed the water and flew into the royal court of the sea tribe. His speed was very fast, and he came to the palace in the blink of an eye. Passing through the stone pillars that looked like the residence of gods and demons, he came to the main hall. A huge long table in the hall stands in the sea water, and at the head of the long table is a human being, but if you look closely, you will find that his hair is tentacles, and there are circles of black hair all over his body. Purple pattern. Master Klin. The Sailfish Sea clan did not dare to overstep, bowing their heads respectfully. The Sea clan in front of me is a member of the Bada royal family Sauron Giant chapter, a powerhouse at the Wanhu level, and also the person in charge of the 8 royal clans who are here on duty during this time. Let me tell you that the Imperial Court was established by the High Clan Alliance, which is just an alliance, and this is only the central point of communication between various clans, so one of the 8 royal clans will take turns in charge every time. During this period of time, it was the Sauron Juzang family who were in charge. What happened? He raised his head and asked as the sailfish's arrival also attracted his attention. Grunt. The sailfish's throat moved slightly, and a shell was sent up. Kellen took it, and then his consciousness poked in. Mermaid family, mermaid above Chiba, Poseidon. Kellen browsed through the information, his eyes gradually opened wide. After a full minute, he put it down. Then he pulled out a scroll from the side of the table, glanced at it, and threw it aside, and the content was about the request of the Mermaid clan to quit. Although this matter is claimed by the Demon Whale clan, they were once vassals of the Mermaid clan, but this has nothing to do with me, but the Mermaid clan still has such a strong person. It is worthy of being the famous deep-sea royal family in the wizard era. He survived all kinds of setbacks. Kellen sighed. In fact, most of the current 8 royal families were once inferior to the Mermaid clan. On the contrary, they, the great chapter of Sauron and the Mermaid clan, were both nobles of the deep sea, so seeing the rise of the Mermaid clan once again made him feel a little happy. Of course, if it's just him, other races may be unhappy. What follows doesn't look peaceful. Of course, if they can get over it, he doesn't mind contacting this family again. Boom. Easily killed a hidden sea snake at the stage of the sacred tree, and Eli put away its corpse. Behind him, there were dozens of mermaids, all looking at him in awe, including Ivor. Master Poseidon, this is the 5th sea creature with 5 rings and above that you have killed in the past 3 months, and it is also the first sacred tree. I am afraid that no sea tribe with 5 rings will dare to come after that do something wrong. Ivor came out, his eyes full of excitement. The last 3 months have been extremely turbulent 3 months. Due to Lord Eli's sudden arrival, the situation of the Mermaid clan is instantly different. It not only stabilizes their position in the Imperial Court, but also makes the Mermaid clan's reputation soar again. No, many wandering sea creatures and some powerful races appear around the mermaids from time to time, but fortunately most of them are well behaved, but there are also a few sea tribes that are not easy to deal with. No, the sea snake in front of me is, this is already the 5th sea clan killed by Eli, and I'm afraid it will be much more stable in the future. During this time, his avatar has been staying here. They searched for a lot of unique resources, as well as the corpses of the Sea clan, and asked the Mermaid clan to help them find some knowledge about the 6-ring wizard. My lord, it seems that the knowledge clues of the 6-ring wizards you want have been collected, and they are at His Majesty's place. Do you want to go back and have a look? At this time, Ivor suddenly said. Oh! Eli turned his head, his eyes lit up. Soon, Eli returned to the Mermaid Palace. Brother Eli. Laura hurriedly got up to greet him. It's okay, tell me, what's the situation? Eli waved him to sit down, and then he also came to the other side to sit down. About the knowledge about the 6th ring, I asked some sea people who looked at each other. For your sake, most of the sea people generously gave us wizard information. Laura said with emotion. If it wasn't for Brother Eli, how could these races pay attention to them? It was during this time that she thoroughly understood the importance of combat power, so she was even more grateful for Eli's arrival, especially when she thought of the previous agreement between the two. She even smiled. Eli's eyes were weird. Why did the kid laugh? Laura also realized it, adjusted quickly, and continued the topic, but although a lot of wizard resources have been sent, the 6th ring is still too high-end, but there are some clues, some races in the Imperial Court might have. Oh! Eli's eyes lit up. As expected, the High Clan really had what he wanted. But how to get it seems to be a problem. Oh, by the way, my lord, the Sol giant chapter family has thrown an olive branch to us, hoping that we will join their camp. Like the mermaid family, they are a big family in the wizarding era, and they are a relatively moderate family. Do you think we should join? Laura asked suddenly. The great chapter of Sol? Do they have the knowledge of the 6 rings? Eli asked. It's not clear, but there is a high probability that there is, and they shouldn't mind giving us this kind of resource. After all, it is a reproducible resource. Laura said. Okay, if there are, then promise them. Eli nodded. These days, he also learned about some of the composition of the imperial court. There are mainly 2 rows. One is a deep-sea demon whale family who are violent and advocate the annexation of the world. If you want to join one, it is naturally the latter. Then Laura understands. Laura nodded, and then looked at Eli. Oh, by the way, Clin from Sol's Grand Chapter wants to see the Lord, and I don't know what the Lord thinks. Push it. Eli refused directly. Just kidding, let Laura do this kind of thing. Well, that's okay, here is all the wizard knowledge we have collected. Laura sent over a crystal ball. This kind of cheap and easy to use thing is also used by the Sea tribe. Eli took it casually, and then quickly scanned it. Most of it is the knowledge he has understood, but there are also some that he does not understand. Although it cannot directly improve his combat effectiveness, it can increase his knowledge. It can only be said that this trip to the Sea clan was indeed not in vain. As for the next step, it is natural to continue to improve the status of the Mermaid clan in the Sea clan, but this has to be done slowly. There is no rush. Anyway, the Sea clan is temporarily stable, so there is no need to worry too much. Of course, he didn't have time to manage the Sea clan at this time, because as half a year passed, the experiment on the Law of Light on the main body's side finally succeeded after many years. Chapter 544. Land of Greenery. Wizard Tower. Success. Eli breathed a sigh of relief. After nearly 200 years of hard work, he finally comprehended the Law of Light. Stretching out his hand, a soft light suddenly lit up in the wizard's tower, bright, holy, purified, pure. All kinds of attributes were perceived by Eli one by one. This is an unprecedented experience for him, because generally speaking, the rules of comprehension generally have only one attribute, such as his shadow is devouring, some storms are lingering, etc., but this time the Law of Light is completely different, and it has several attributes. Attributes. Sure enough, it is higher end than the general rules. Eli was very happy. The essence of the Law of Light is still relatively high. Among the laws mastered by Eli, only the Law of Time can be compared, and even the Law of Devouring is inferior. Of course, inferiority does not mean that it is not important. After all, the Law of Devouring is very unusual for Eli. Of course, the final point is that the rules of light have strong suppression and even restraint against the rules of black mist, and even curse-like, dark attribute, which is of great significance to Eli. After teaching students more confident. However, the rules of light are actually the fusion of the power of faith and the rules of purification. From this point of view, some laws of the same origin should be able to be integrated, so maybe I can try to integrate some of the laws I have mastered. Eli rubbed his chin thinking. The 5th ring is essentially the stage of mastering the rules. There is a world of difference between strong rules and weak rules. The shadow rules he mastered are average, but his other attributes are too explosive, and blood spirits and the like, or always bullying low-level ones with high-level ones always cause a crushing state, which is actually a bit unconventional. So although the experiment is over, it has led to a new experiment. Eli pursed his lips. Experiments are like this. When you are free, there may not be any good topics for hundreds of years. When you are busy, the laboratories are one after another, and you can't stop. But this is also very good, the main focus is to enrich. You can try to integrate shadow rules, transformation, flow, and other rules. Eli set a small goal first, and first upgraded the shadow rules. Anyway, whether it is the deep sea or the mainland, the situation is quite stable, and nothing major will happen in a short time. He still has a lot of time. 10 years later. Bah, it failed again. Eli walked out of the laboratory with a disheartened face, and when he looked back, the laboratory behind him was covered with shadows. Just now, he tried to integrate the rules of change into the rules of shadows, but he accidentally failed, and almost caused a big explosion. It had to be his quick eyesight and quick hands that did not cause an accident in the experiment. After cleaning up briefly, Eli also decided to take a break. He took out the experiment log and flipped through it. In the past 10 years, he has successfully integrated the 2 rules of darkness and corrosion into the rules of shadow, making the rule of shadow upgrade twice. The current level is the second level of rules in his body, the first is the law of time and light. Of course, if it is 10 years, it is almost impossible to accomplish so much, mainly with the help of time fragments. 10 years is time, and he spent almost 1300 years in it, which gave him a leap in strength. At present, the fruit of the law of the time attribute, the fruit of the law of the bloodline rule, and the light the fruits of the laws have been condensed, and these are also the main laws that Eli currently masters. Of course, according to the growth rate of the fruit, the distance is still quite a bit. He divided the fruit growth into 4 levels, the first level is just condensed, and the 4th level is the standard for promotion. At this time, there are 3 levels of shadow rules and bloodline fruits, 2 levels of time, and 1 level of light law. Speaking of blood, it still benefits from the eternal flame. The burning of the flames promoted the improvement of the bloodline. At this time, the bloodline of the shadow dragon had almost reached the peak level of the 5-ring bloodline, which was also the reason for the rapid improvement of the bloodline fruit. Of course, there is still a long way to go to advance to the 6th ring bloodline, and Eli doesn't know when he will succeed. I've gained a lot in these years, but walking the 4 roads at the same time is a bit time-consuming, which means I have a long lifespan. Eli shook his head, sighing for a while. Normally, wizards with 5 rings specialize in 1 law. It is naturally much slower for him to walk 4. After sighing, he took out a crystal ball and began to flip through it. As for the content inside, it is the content of advancing to the 6th ring. That's right, it is the resource that Eli was looking for before. Obtaining this information was far easier than he had imagined. 7 years ago, the Mermaid clan joined the moderate faction, and then the Soul Giant chapter clan simply sent over their information about wizards, which contained the knowledge of breaking through the 6th ring. Of course, it is not without cost, at least if there is a war in the future, they will also participate in the war. Eli also hesitated at that time, but it was only for a moment. Compared with the knowledge of breaking through the 6th ring, this is nothing. What's more, it's Poseidon's business, so what does it have to do with Eli? To break through the 6 rings, you actually need to use laws to gather a world of laws, forming a collective like a world, and then burst out with powerful power. This is why the 6 rings are also known as the Lord of the World. Eli sighed. He seemed to shake his head. Just listening to the conditions, one can already feel the difficulty. Condensing the world of laws is too demanding for a wizard's mastery of laws, spirit, and other aspects, not to mention his 4 aspects, and the difficulty is even more difficult. But it doesn't matter, as long as I have enough time, I can grind slowly, and I can always grind to the limit, and I still have the resources of a continent, maybe it's not as difficult as I imagined. He is still quite optimistic, at least for advancing to the 6th ring. Of course, it will still take time. I hope the time shards can last until I break through the 6th ring. Eli sincerely looked forward to it. So far, the time shards have really helped him a lot. For others, it may be a place with a different time flow rate, but for Eli, it is almost equivalent to an accelerator, and it is combined with the law of devouring, which is why his promotion is so smooth. He has come to the present, still relying on hard work day and night. Otherwise, the cycle of thousands of years of time fragments is not something ordinary wizards can bear, that is to say, he is used to it, so he doesn't feel anything. Eternal life. Eli sighed, turned, and walked towards the wizard tower. Another 3 days. Eli was in the wizard's tower, but suddenly a deafening sound woke him up suddenly. What happened? Eli was taken aback, and immediately flew out of the wizard's tower, looking towards the sky. At this time, in the sky, Nicholas, Hydra, and Phoenix, and farther away, there are a large number of warlocks looking into the distance, and the sound is coming from there. The sky there was shrouded in darkness, and it was unknown what had happened. Which direction is the Lich Tower? Eli narrowed his eyes. He seemed to feel the breath of the 5th ring battle, and what everyone could feel here was definitely a big battle, and it was a high-level battle of the 5th ring. He took out the fate dice that he hadn't taken out for a long time, and cast it. What happened to the Lich Tower? Will it affect the Bloodline Tower? The golden light turned and then slowly stopped at 20. 20. Eli slowly put it away, then stretched his body. He understands. The final battle is about to begin. Chapter 545. The war is about to begin. Perhaps even the members of the Bloodline Alliance are not aware of this. Only 3 days later, a large number of liches began to gather. The large-scale gathering instantly attracted the attention of the Alliance, and everyone was stunned. After all, it was too sudden. But the Bloodline Alliance's response was also very quick. The airship, warlocks, and resources all quickly headed to the border under the dispatch of the Bloodline Alliance, preparing for a battle that may break out at any time. During this process, spies entered the Lich Tower area one by one, and the reason for the previous energy activities gradually became clear, which surprised everyone. Tower of Blood. Many high-ranking members of the Bloodline Alliance sat on both sides of the long table. Alida sat at the front, and Eli sat on the other side. The previous things have been investigated, and the final cause seems to be the conspiracy of the natural disaster and the Bone Dragon Lich. They summoned all the 5 ring liches, and then set traps to kill and swallow almost all the 5 ring liches, resulting in this tragedy. Alida said with a serious face. It was obviously the self-mutilation of the Lich Tower, but it made them feel shuddering. Don't they have a phylactery? How could they die? Nicholas asked curiously. Alida glanced at him, and said, it's the deceitful act of the Scourge Lich and the Bone Dragon Lich. They used the Lich King to spread false news, and then all the Lich brought the phylactery, but it's not clear what it is what. Of course it doesn't matter. What's important is that at this time, the 2 Liches, Bone Dragon and Scourge, are said to have achieved a leap in strength, at least above Wanhua, and may even be even higher. Hiss! Everyone gasped, shocked. Above 10,000 flowers, how strong is that? Can they stop it? At this time, everyone turned their eyes to one side, that is, Eli, and saw that Eli's eyes were still calm at this time, as if he didn't care, and he felt relieved. What about the Lich King? Suddenly, Eli also asked softly. The Lich King? Alida hesitated for a moment, and said, after the 2 Liches advanced, there was a big battle with the Lich King, and then the Lich King fled with serious injuries. His whereabouts are no longer known. The entire Lich Tower has been destroyed. Under the grasp of the Bone Dragon and the Scourge. Eli nodded, not talking. Seeing Eli's calm reaction, everyone didn't know whether to panic or not. But Alida started a new arrangement again, and suddenly one topic after another was discussed again, while Eli, who was sitting in the corner, was very calm, just thinking in his heart. How should I put it? He immediately felt that this matter was a scam. Scourge Liches and Bone Dragon Liches are probably just guns. The curse observed that day went deep into every Lich's body. Although Eli didn't know how to cast it, as long as David wanted to, he could easily control any Lich. Big impact. So in his view, the escape of the Lich King is more like a scam. It's a scam. A large number of 5-ringed Liches died, but he couldn't have done it, otherwise the whole team would be difficult to lead, so it is very likely that he just borrowed the hands of 2 Liches to achieve his goals. Eli raised the corner of his mouth, seems to have found something interesting. As for the Scourge Lich and the Bone Dragon Lich, he wasn't that worried. Even if both advanced to the rule level, so what? When he first advanced, he didn't need to rule out the peak difference. After more than 1,000 years, his combat power has already been lowered from the previous level, not to mention he has a witch weapon. You are acting, then let me play with you. Eli murmured softly. My lord, we're done discussing, do you have any comments? Suddenly, Alida said to Eli. No, just follow your plan. Eli waved his hand, and didn't intend to tell them this, which might scare the snake away. Yes, my lord. Alida nodded, and then announced the end of the meeting. Everyone got up, and Eli also left directly, returning to the Wizard Tower. Time blinks past March. The atmosphere of war is getting stronger and stronger. Walking on the road, you can see that everyone's faces are a lot more dignified. The entertainment venues and battle-related industries in every city are full of people coming and going. It is clear to everyone that the next war may be brutal. Eli, on the other hand, continued to sit and experiment as before, as if he hadn't been affected in any way. Even during this period of time, his law of light broke through the second floor, and his suppression of black mist, curses, etc. was stronger, which made him more confident in the subsequent battles. As for when the war will start, Eli predicts that it won't be too long. Sure enough, 1 month later, war broke out. Countless liches stepped into the border and launched an attack on the Warlock Alliance, and the Northern Territory was completely turned into a land of war. Needless to say, the cruelty of the war, not to mention the fact that the opponent is a lich, a creature that is not afraid of death, and even every lich needs two of the same level to suppress it, which escalates the intensity of the war again. At this time, Eli also paid attention to the war, but did not make a move. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. At this time, the number of liches and warlocks participating in the war on both sides has exceeded 2 million. At this time, the impact of the war has involved the entire world, and even the deep sea has noticed. Laura even participated in several meetings of the Imperial Court to discuss whether the Sea Clan should intervene. During this process, the Gentle Clan resolutely opposed it, and the Mermaid Clan naturally also opposed it. In addition, the Moderate Clan was a bit stronger at this time, so it was finally decided that the Sea Clan would not do anything. It also made Eli a little easier. After all, if there is another Sea Clan added, it might be a little troublesome. The Bloodline Alliance is not yet capable of dealing with two major forces at the same time. On the other side, the Lich War has passed its initial exhaustion state. At this time, the Bloodline Tower also began to send high-end 5-ring combat power to participate in the war. The situation of the war changed instantly. The lack of the 5 rings of the Lich Tower caused heavy losses to the Liches in an instant, and the Liches had to adjust. The battlefield was aggregated from multiple to 1. At the same time, the Scourge Lich and the Bone Dragon Lich appeared. On the day of their debut, the Bloodline Alliance died 3 times, and the battle between the two was finally observed. Both of them have entered the regular stage. This greatly reduced the momentum of the Bloodline Alliance, and the Lich Tower was also invincible. Everyone is under a lot of pressure, especially Alida. So one day, Alida hesitated for a long time, and finally walked into the Green Land, hoping that Eli could make a move. But when they arrived, they found that the entire Green Land was empty, only Hill was still there. When Alida couldn't beat him and asked, Hill asked suspiciously, "You mean father?" Hill saw him leave this morning, and Hydra and the others went together. What, all gone? Alida was taken aback for a moment, but her mood gradually became excited. The adults are finally about to make a move. Chapter 546. Northern Territory. It used to be a prosperous place, with a lot of ore resources here, which brought a lot of wealth to it. At its peak, even the Warlock Alliance would not provoke it. But now, the cloud of war hangs over here, and the thick fog of death in the sky makes everyone feel a burst of pressure. Front. Millions of warlocks guarded here, and on the opposite side of them, there were a large number of liches, all staring at them, their eyes full of bloodthirsty and cruelty. Behind the battle line, Vivica was flying high in the sky, surrounded by 25 rings, all of them with serious faces, staring intently at the lich in the distance. Behind the lich, there are 2 figures standing in the shadows like gods, a bone dragon tens of thousands of meters long, surrounded by frightening icy bone fireworks, and one is tall, with 2 ivory tusks piercing the sky. Both were just behind the lich, looking down at them. Scary Lich and Bone Dragon Lich. Everyone looked bitter. Just yesterday, the Lich Tower broke through the 4 defense lines of the Bloodline Tower, and here is the latest one, and everyone came from all over the Wizard Tower. But when everyone saw those 2 behemoths, they all understood that they were definitely not opponents. "I'm afraid I'm going to die here today," a 5th ring said unwillingly. "Hey, the 2 are too strong, we are far from rivals, why is Lord Eli still not coming? Is it possible that adults also think that they are not opponents?" They murmured one by one, and the last voice made everyone even more energetic. It's not that they haven't thought about this problem, but it's just too hopeless. Suddenly, the shadows in front of them began to disintegrate, accompanied by a burst of soul fluctuations. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts, while the liches on the opposite side had roared and rushed towards the warlock. "Here we go!" Everyone reacted. At this time, on the ground in the distance, a torrent of white liches collided with the warlock, and a bloody mist suddenly rose on the battlefield. In the sky, a large number of liches of the true spirit level had already started fighting. Vivica glanced at it, she was also surrounded by elements, and instantly set off a gust of wind, killing a large number of liches, but the 5 rings were indifferent, because their opponents were not them, but 2 other desperate opponents. All of a sudden, the mist in the distance receded towards both sides like a tide, and the 10,000-meter bone dragon flew out of it, and the icy aura emanating from it caused the battlefield to stagnate for an instant. Roar! Accompanied by a dragon roar, he looked at the crowd, and jokingly said, "Hey, there are so few people sent out from the Lich Tower, you really look down on me." The tone made many Five Rings feel cold, and their hearts were even more angry. "Bone Dragon Lich, don't be too arrogant," a warlock said angrily, and directly flew towards him with a flame attack. The flames cut through the sky, illuminating the fog, but the Bone Dragon Lich just smiled, wrapped in a layer of grey fog, and flew towards the flames. The grey mist wrapped the flames, and the flames collapsed directly. "That's it," he sneered. "Everyone, let's go together, or we will all die here today." Warlock looked ugly, and then looked at the people around him. A dozen of them nodded, and a few of them took half a step back. "Coward!" he cursed, but ignored it. In the face of embarrassment, some people step forward, and naturally some people retreat. "Let's do it, everyone!" he shouted, and flew towards the sky. A dozen warlocks nodded, but the others turned their heads and flew back. They actually chose to run away directly. "Ha ha ha ha!" The Bone Dragon Lich laughed loudly when he saw this scene. But the eyes of more than a dozen Five Rings gradually became firmer, one by one's blood surged, and attacks gathered in front of them: flames, lightning, storms. The massive mobilization of blood vessels distorted the surrounding air. But the Bone Dragon Lich remained calm, as if he didn't care. "Beat!" Warlock shouted, and dozens of attacks flew towards the Bone Dragon. But in the next second, only the Bone Dragon opened its mouth, a layer of invisible grey mist rippled, and then swallowed more than a dozen attacks at once, without even causing any damage. "Too weak." He shook his head, his figure flickered, and he came to the front of the warlocks in the blink of an eye. "One claw." A warlock exploded into a blood mist, and a large amount of blood fell to the ground. On the ground, the liches were shocked seeing this scene, and the natural disaster lich in the distance also smiled. This scene has appeared many times, and the gap in combat power cannot be made up by numbers. Next will be the massacre of the Bone Dragon. And the Bone Dragon Lich was also very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he came to another warlock, grabbed it with one claw, and the warlock suddenly showed a sense of despair. He couldn't see a glimmer of hope. But suddenly, an inexplicable feeling enveloped him. His figure quickly leaned back, not only him, but also dozens of warlocks around him, all flying towards the back. On the other side, the dragon claws tore through the space, but did not catch a single person. The Bone Dragon Lich was taken aback for a moment, and looked up. At this time, in front of those warlocks, there was an extra figure at some point. The Scarlet Wizard's robe slammed against the strong wind, with a wizard's book in one hand and a cane in the other. The power of faith behind him emitted a soft light, dispelling the surrounding coldness. And I saw him waving his magic staff lightly, and a layer of light instantly covered tens of thousands of miles around him. The concentration was dispelled immediately, and the air was filled with a bright atmosphere. Even the liches felt as if they were being suppressed, and the Bone Dragon even shook his body, as if this breath made him feel uncomfortable. Of course, it was only for a moment, because at this time his energy was concentrated on this person who appeared suddenly, and even in an instant, the natural disaster lich in the distance also came towards this side. "Eli." The two liches made their voices at the same time, looking at the approaching people. "Eli." This name seemed to have magical power. In an instant, everyone stopped fighting. They looked towards the sky and focused their eyes on that figure that looked like a god. The Lord of the Bloodline Tower, Eli. But Eli didn't pay attention to these gazes, and casually threw the escaped warlocks he caught just now to Nicholas, who came with him not far away, and said, "Control them." "Yes." Nicholas nodded, full of emotion in his heart. The adult's appearance is getting stronger and stronger. "Eli, I didn't expect you to dare to come here." In the distance, the Bone Dragon Lich looked at Eli, the soul fire in his eyes was burning. "Just you two weaklings, why wouldn't I dare to come?" Eli watched them, eyebrows raised. "Weak chicken?" The Bone Dragon Lich's eyes froze for an instant, and the soul fire couldn't help but rise and fall. Looking at Eli, he couldn't bear it anymore, gritted his teeth and said, "Eli, do you think we are still the same as we used to be? Go to hell." In the next second, the Bone Dragon's huge body rushed towards Eli, setting off a boundless grey mist, and the powerful soul flame quickly covered the whole body, exuding a terrifying aura. Even the Five Rings felt a chill from this breath. "Can you block it?" In the distance, the Scourge Lich sneered even more. They are now regular mirror liches, and they are much stronger than they used to be. But the next second, you are very courageous. Eli waved his staff lightly. A shadow spread like an ocean into the eyes, and flew towards the bone dragon. Watch me tear your shadow. Bone Dragon Lich said cruelly, gradually becoming bloodthirsty. His dragon claws stretched out, tearing towards the shadow. Hiss! The dragon's claw collided with the shadow, but the expected cold feeling did not appear. Instead, the dragon's claw entered the shadow, and a vague feeling came instead. When I used it, I only saw the shadow as if it had encountered delicious food and wanted to devour him, and a corrosive atmosphere caused cracks in his bones. No, how is this possible? No, please forgive me. The sound of the bone dragon's wailing spread throughout the battlefield, and all the liches felt a wave of fear. Especially the Scourge Lich in the distance, just watched the bone dragon melt into the shadows like a bubble, and its aura gradually became weaker. In just a few seconds, Bone Dragon Lich, pawn. How is this possible? The Calamity Lich looked dull and couldn't accept it. And Eli just looked at him and calmly said, "It's your turn." Caw. The Scourge Lich's figure stiffened, and a feeling of icy cold spread throughout his body. He's scared. Chapter 547. The Bone Dragon Lich is dead. Just kidding, this is the end. I was distracted for a moment. What happened? On the ground, countless warlocks were stunned in place. The strength of the Bone Dragon Lich has been verified by countless warlocks with their lives. It is the pinnacle of the 5 rings, and the powerful combat power of the Rule Wizards. Even if they imagine Lord Eli, no one thinks that it will be easily defeated. At least have to go through an uphill battle. But now? How many seconds? This is the end? It's been longer than that in a word, it's a bit too outrageous. How strong is he? Dead? Is it over? Hey? It's fake, it must be my eyesight. On the other hand, the liches couldn't imagine it at all. They were full of confidence to break through one level after another. They thought they could turn the Blood Alliance into a flat ground, but it ended before it even started. How could Eli be so powerful? It's simply unreasonable. It seems that we still underestimated the adults. In the distance, a 5th ring sighed, and everyone nodded in agreement. Thinking of what they said before, each of them was extremely ashamed. And those who escaped, I'm afraid they regretted it to death. Thinking of this, everyone turned their heads to look, only to see that Nicholas controlled several 5 rings. Many of them were stronger than Nicholas, but they dared not move in his hands, they were already stupid at this moment. Eli's strength has reached this level, is he hiding his strength? After all, he was not so strong decades ago. It's hidden too deep. However, even though they were caught, they also knew that they would face punishment in the future, but they were much happier at this time. After all, the Bone Dragon Lich had died. Just because they ran away, it didn't mean they wanted to watch the Bloodline Alliance be wiped out. As for having an enemy, does it still make sense? The Bone Dragon Lich has been wiped out so easily, can the Scourge Lich still run away? Thinking of this, everyone looked towards the battlefield. The center of the battlefield. Eli stood calmly in the sky, looking at the slightly trembling Scourge Lich not far away. You, how could you be so powerful? Who is Ni? His voice trembled, and he even felt that Eli was no longer Eli, but some old monster wearing his skin. Of course I am me. Eli smiled, but his eyes were not on him, but he was constantly sensing his surroundings. As he had guessed before, the Lich King was absolutely fine, maybe he was hiding around, or even lurking among the little liches. The mercury eyes of almost 6 rings were sweeping round after round, but their eyes were not on the Scourge Lich, as if because they didn't care, which completely angered the Scourge Lich. He looked angry and stared at Eli. You are very strong, but you look down on liches too much. Oh. Eli replied, but continued to search. His eyes wandered tens of thousands of meters around, and finally found a small change in a space 50,000 meters away from the war, which verified Eli's idea. After finding the enemy, he relaxed a lot, and looked at the Scourge Lich again, only to see that he was still motionless. Don't you want to do it? Eli smiled. Humph, don't worry about me. The Scourge Lich took a step back. Just kidding, angry words are angry words, he is definitely not Eli's opponent. After all, his strength is about the same as that of the Bone Dragon Lich. Where is Eli's opponent? Running away is the right choice at this time. So, the next moment, he turned around and ran away. Want to run? Eli let out a cold snort, and suddenly a layer of transparent space-time power stretched for thousands of miles, covering the Scourge Lich, and the Scourge Lich only felt that he was running slower and slower. He found that he was actually closer to Eli. In the next few minutes, the Scourge Lich tried various methods to escape, but to no avail. This undoubtedly made him despair. The Lich on the ground looked at this scene that seemed to be playing with it, and it was bitter. In the end, the Scourge Lich gave up and turned around to look at Eli. He sighed directly, "Eli, kill me, you win, I admit defeat." The Scourge Lich directly conceded defeat and gave up resistance. Countless Liches and Warlocks watched this scene with complicated emotions. No one thought that the end of the war would be like this. Eli's strength is beyond everyone's imagination. Did the Lich still lose in the end? In a secret space, David watched this scene, but he was not angry at all, and even had some expectation on his face. "It's over, kill him, kill him." He looked down, and at this moment there was already a wriggling curse like a bug in his hand, which was left over from the death of the Bone Dragon Lich. These curses, as long as the Lich dies, will return to his side. Even the fourth ring and below, he can directly control life and death, only the fifth ring is troublesome and must be killed, so he allows the two Liches to do it, and even pretends to be seriously injured to escape. Why he needed them dead was another question. "It's over." A cold smile appeared on his face, ignoring the howl of someone inside him. But in the next second, his smile suddenly disappeared. In the sky, I only saw countless shadows entwined around the Scourge Lich. Just when everyone thought that he would be killed, suddenly, rays of light like stars bloomed in the shadows, and a large amount of space began to be blocked. The Scourge Lich seemed to be gradually solidified by Ning, and his body gradually shrank. In the end, it turned into a small bone carving like amber. "He is sealed." The warlocks present were all stunned. "It can be easily killed, why seal it?" And David, who was hiding in the corner of the space, was also instantly stunned. "How so? How did he seal the Scourge Lich? Kill him like this? Did he notice it? Impossible. Is it a mistake?" He looked towards Eli, but found that Eli was also looking at him, and the faint smile on his face reminded him that he had already been discovered. "Has it been discovered?" He frowned. "It can be found here, so you guessed that he didn't leave?" He stepped out his legs and was about to go out, but stopped again. "No, what about me?" He shook his head. "Aren't you coming out yet?" Eli frowned slightly. Did he really think he didn't see him? In that case, let him call it out. He waved his wizard staff, a shadow gradually appeared in his hand, and then turned into a sharp arrow, and then flew towards the distance, leaving a black scratch, and then pierced into a certain space, producing a violent explosion. And all this in less than a second. After a bang, countless Liches and Warlocks looked over in astonishment. They still don't understand what's going on. Looking in the direction of the explosion, I saw a figure slowly appearing in the shadows. He was covered in white bones, but he was 7 or 8 meters tall, and he was wearing a gorgeous coat that looked like bearskin, a crown on his head, and rings on his hands. The Liches looked at this figure and were shocked. Because this is the king of Liches, Lich David. At this moment, the Lich King's eyes were only fixed on Eli in the sky, and he slowly flew towards the battlefield. His voice was hoarse but everyone could hear. "Hey, isn't this my good teacher Eli? Haven't seen you for a long time." Chapter 548. 2 Liches died, and the Lich King appeared on the battlefield. In an instant, the atmosphere of the entire battlefield changed. The Liches looked at that figure, and their soul fires flashed with light, as if they saw the hope of survival, while the human warlocks frowned, not expecting such a change. Of course, this was only for a moment. When the Lich King spoke, it really set the entire battlefield on fire instantly. "Teacher Eli. Haven't seen you for a long time." Teacher. This title came from the mouth of the Lich King, and his target was Eli. Eli is the Lich King's teacher? Is this too exaggerated? Countless Liches and Warlocks all opened their mouths wide. Teacher. Are you kidding me? Eli is the Lich King's teacher? I must have something wrong with my ears, right? How is this possible? Isn't Eli born on the West Coast? Could it be that David is also from the West Coast? Isn't it right? The time of the two seems to be inconsistent. They are actually a teacher-student relationship? A Lich leader and a human race leader, what happened in the middle? It's fake, it's all fake, I don't believe it. Countless liches felt that their beliefs had collapsed at this moment. Grown-ups. The 5 rings looked at Eli's back with complicated eyes. Teacher? Does Brother Eli have any students? How could it be the Lich King? Hey, why do I always feel like I've seen this Lich King before? The Demon King lingered. On the Lich King, he inexplicably felt a familiar feeling. What is happening? Everyone doubted their lives, and the Lich King had already arrived above the battlefield. He was directly opposite Eli, looking at Eli with a smile on his face. Looking at Eli, who was silent, he said with a smile, "What's the matter, Mr. Eli, don't you know me? I'm David." "No, you are not him." Eli shook his head, looking at David. The moment it appeared, the soul imprint in Eli's body suddenly flickered, which made him sure that the Lich in front of him was his student David. But it is not him who controls the body, but another consciousness. "Oh? Then who do you say I am?" He turned his head and asked. "The ghost that was born in the Black Mist after the death of the Master of the Black Mist." Eli replied calmly. This is also his guess. Being able to control the Black Mist undoubtedly has a great relationship with the Master of the Black Mist. And the moment David heard this, he was taken aback. Layers of black mist came out from his body gradually rose, his eyes stared at Eli, and said, "Sure enough, you guessed something otherwise, you wouldn't have sealed the Scourge Lich away. It seems that I underestimated you warlocks this time. So what are you going to do? Want to kill your students? That's cruel." In the next second, his figure disappeared in the same place in an instant, and came to Eli. The black mist surged, and a black palm directly attacked Eli. Boom! The shadow collided with the black mist, and Eli's body flew backwards. But at the same time, more shadows had flowed out of his body, entangled towards David, directly turning him into a cocoon, leaving only his head. In an instant, Eli trapped him. He stared at Eli, and said madly, "Come on, kill your good apprentice, he is trying his best to prevent me from seeing you in my body, kill him." Looking at the crazy David, he frowned. He just guessed casually, but he didn't expect to be right. What controls David is actually something born in the black mist. It seems to have to force this thing out. Eli shook his head and put away the wizard book, but another wizard book wrapped in chains slowly appeared in his hand. It was the book of curses that Eli hadn't used for a long time. The moment he took it out, the chain slowly opened, and at the same time, the soul imprint slowly appeared in Eli's body, and then it was directly inserted into the book. This is... In the distance, David looked at this scene and suddenly felt a little bad. But in the next second, his eyes widened. Curses suddenly appeared in his body, and each curse was tightly entwined on his body, like sticking to the bone, as if to kill him. It's like a curse, but every body attached to him seems to have a great vitality, so strong that it would kill him directly, even if he was born in the black mist, he couldn't bear it at all. "You crazy, you're crazy!" he wailed, looking at the peaceful Eli not far away. Just what he perceives, at least 5,000 or 6,000 years of vitality is perceived on it. Isn't he afraid of killing himself directly? Is it worth it for a student? At the same time, a consciousness in his body seemed to wake up again and launched a fierce attack towards him, which made him almost crazy, and the expression on his face became more ferocious and crazy. In the distance, Eli just watched this scene calmly. On the ground, all the creatures just watched this scene, a little at a loss. My lord has been captured, is my lord crazy? But in the next second, they saw a burst of black mist suddenly emerge from Lich King's eyes, endless black mist suddenly drilled from the inside of the body, and then left David's body. The whole body is like a flowing black mist, but the figure is a blurred human figure. As soon as he appeared, curses appeared on his body, just like the most vicious existence in the world. He has no eyes, but Eli knows that he is watching, looking at him, full of chaotic killing intent. "Eli, you damn it!" With a screaming sound, he looked at Eli with hatred. "I knew you were not human." Eli's eyes were calm, and at the same time, he threw the sleeping David to Vivica in the distance. "Take care of him." A voice came out, and Vivica looked at David beside her, and suddenly felt that strange feeling even more strange, while the other 5 rings had complicated eyes. Of course they didn't pay attention to the Lich King at this time, the thing in the sky was obviously the culprit. Everyone looked towards the sky. "Eli, are you so confident that you can kill me?" Enduring the curse on his body, the black mist stared at Eli. Oh! Eli is still calm, in fact, he is very confident. Because he still has a useless ultimate move, as for Mist's trump card at this time, he has already guessed it, which is nothing more than using the curse to swallow all the liches. So he gave him a look, as if telling him to hurry up. Sensing Eli's emotion, he twitched. Okay, you forced me to do this. He let out a roar, his voice was like a wild beast, but he felt that there were many layers, and a change was also taking place. At this time, on the ground, the liches were watching this battle. Suddenly, a lich let out a wail, and fell to the ground in pain. What's wrong with you? The lich on the side was a little confused, watching the fallen lich. But in the next second, he saw that the lich's body gradually became illusory, and in illusory, a black curse broke like a string in an instant. That's a curse. His eyes widened, as if he understood something. But in the next second, a sharp pain spread throughout his body, and he felt his strength draining little by little. He looked around and realized that not only him, but all the liches had fallen to the ground. Even the aloof Siwan lich is no exception. Millions of liches died instantly, but the breath of black mist in the sky was getting stronger little by little. What is eternal life and what is not dead is just a trap to lure them. The gifts bestowed by fate have already secretly marked their prices. At this moment, he suddenly realized, but unfortunately it was too late. Looking at the dead liches on the ground, and the trembling sealed lich in the ring, Eli raised his head and looked at the black mist not far away that was constantly rising. 1 ring. 2nd ring. 5 rings. Germination, divine tree, Chiba, 10,000 flowers, rules. In the blink of an eye, the breath of the black mist has risen from a mass of nothingness to the peak of rules. I see. Eli got it too. Eternal life, do I still want to live forever? A group of fools thought that such a simple ceremony could obtain eternal life, but I used the rules to confuse them. Mist transformed into a human form, and he looked at Eli and said madly. Really? Eli agrees with this, and there is no benefit for no reason. So, are you ready to die? Eli looked at the shadow with a smile on his face. Sombra? Chapter 549. Snort? Eli's words made Hiwa snort coldly, and his tone became cold. You are crazy, I hope you can still be so arrogant in a while. Wu looked at Eli coldly. At this time, he was almost at the peak of the 5th ring. If Eli hadn't taken a large part of the curse, otherwise he could even directly advance to the 6th ring. But even if he didn't, he was still at the peak of the 5 rings, and even because of his nature, he was stronger than the average peak. He didn't think Eli was any match for him. If you hand over the Scourge Lich to me now, I can let you live for a while longer. He said again. Okay, then come and get it. Eli stretched out his hand with a smile, and the Scourge Lich appeared in his hand. Throw it over. Get it yourself. Well, it seems that we still have to fight. Wu said coldly. The boundless black mist covered the sky, and he seemed to be in it, like the sky high above. In just an instant, tens of thousands of miles around were plunged into darkness. Grunt. On the ground, everyone who had just recovered from the fact that all the liches were dead felt their scalps tingling again. What the hell is this today? This kind of breath is too strong. A warlock at the peak of Chiba looked at the wriggling black mist in the sky, and a face slowly appeared, staring straight at Eli on the opposite side. Even though the pressure wasn't directed at him, he still found it hard to breathe. Brother Eli. Viveka ignored the lich beside her, and looked at Eli with worried eyes. All eyes are gathered toward the sky. They understand that this will be the final battle. In the sky. Feeling the pressure from all directions, Eli smiled. In the next second, his blood started to burn like a flame, and the blood-colored mist wrapped around him, like a blood-colored Vulcan. But in this change, his aura is skyrocketing. Double. 9 times. The secret method of violent blood. This is a secret method that Eli obtained during the 4th ring period, and the level 9, even the creator, has never used it, because he died due to excessive life burning when he was on the 5th level. And Eli has successfully cultivated it to the peak in the past years. At this time, this secret technique exploded to its peak level. At the same time, Eli's eyes are also flickering, and the eyes of Mercury have reached the limit, and the faint spiritual power affects the surroundings, even distorting the surrounding air. In the sky, Wu looked at Eli, his pupils suddenly dilated. At this moment, Eli is a bit breathy, it seems, outrageous. And every second, he could feel Eli's burning vitality. Is he really crazy? Want to die here? You crazy? His voice was sharp and sharp. For the first time, it saw a madman crazier than him. He can't wait anymore. Surrounded by endless black mist, he turned into a giant shadow palm. The giant palm charged towards Eli with black smoke. The huge slab was almost 10,000 meters in size, like a piece of ground that fell from the sky. Before it landed, the ground had already felt the pressure and began to sink slowly. This palm is like a demon god alive. Many warlocks can't move at all, and this palm even has a space-locking function. Brother Eli. Vivica looked at Eli in the sky with difficulty, but still did not move. This made her fearful and worried, and even her body began to tremble. But when the giant palm was still 100 meters away from Eli, suddenly, he moved. Eli raised his staff, and in an instant, endless light bloomed. Warms, softens, purifies, restores. Bright. Just like sunlight meeting white snow, light passing through the space, black mist began to disintegrate, and the huge palm collapsed directly as if meeting a nemesis. How is this possible? What kind of law is that? How could the rules of the black mist be broken? Seeing this scene, the face of the black mist was extremely frightened. At this moment, he felt that his worldview had collapsed. He is a strange life born from the black mist, and he also knows his own origin. You must know that he did not meet the nemesis in the wars of the wizard era, but today, he met light. He felt that every inch of the black mist that touched the light was disintegrating. He finally understood Eli's confidence. He panicked. At this moment, he completely panicked. Eli, everything is negotiable. He looked at Eli in horror. But Eli ignored him at all, and just raised his staff again. It was just a small trial just now, and the real attack will come next. The light gathered in front of Eli, and gradually turned into a 10,000-meter angel, with layers of purification power rippling, and the power of faith inserted pairs of wings behind him. The power of light turns into a sharp sword, with the eternally burning bloodline fire attached to it, and the spiritual power provided by the silver eye, rippling around like divine power. Eat me a blazing angel! Eli shouted, and all his strength exploded instantly. In the next second, the angel spread his wings, the light bloomed, raised his head, let out a roar, and rushed towards the black mist, holding the sharp sword tightly in his hand, and crossed towards the black mist. No! The black mist shouted in horror, and layers of black mist rushed towards the angel, but they were easily broken through. In the blink of an eye, the angel had already arrived in front of the black mist, and then plunged heavily into the black mist with his sword in hand. The light receded. In the next instant, a bright light burst out. No! A more mournful wail sounded for a moment, and then it ended. On the ground, all the warlocks watched this scene in shock. In the sky, the black mist dissipated, light descended, and seraphim also exploded completely in the black mist, skipping tens of thousands of meters of space. To dispel all the darkness, everyone couldn't help closing their eyes. Vivica gave I put on a shield with David. The light lasted for several minutes before slowly dissipating. Open your eyes again. There was no black mist in the sky, only the blue sky. All the blood on the ground had disappeared, and all the liches were also annihilated in the light, except David, who was protected by Vivica. As for the black mist, there was no trace of it. In the sky, only one person still exists. Master Eli. Everyone looked at Eli, who looked like a god in the sky, and every eye was full of enthusiasm, as if infected by light, without exception. Today's scene is really shocking. And this also means that the war is over. It's over. In the sky, Eli looked at death as a black mist, and took a deep breath. But suddenly he found something not far away. Reaching out to take it, it was a black gem like crystal. Is it left after the death of the black mist? Eli wondered, but obviously now is not the time for research. Putting it away casually, he flew in the direction of Vivica. But before flying a few hundred meters, suddenly, a huge, ancient aura suddenly enveloped the sky, and the air was rippling for thousands of miles, which also made him feel like he was locked in for an instant. Eli looked up. In the sky, a familiar vortex slowly appeared, and a vast aura descended. This. Eli opened his mouth wide. He experienced a similar scene once, it was a long time ago. Does eradicating the black mist count this time? Does that count as a significant contribution to the world? It's a big profit. Eli murmured subconsciously. In the next moment, the will of the world has enveloped it. Chapter 550. At this moment, looking at Eli who was shrouded in light in the distance, everyone in the distance felt numb for a while. The will of the world is coming. Just kidding, the will of the world has come, even the world thinks that the black mist may cause great damage to the world? It seems that the adults are really powerful this time. Outrageous. The 5 rings and the real spirits showed incredible expressions on their faces. You know, in the past few thousand years, the will of the world has appeared 3 times in total, and the adults have occupied one of them. What a privilege and honor this is. Wait for your lord to come out. Viveka was completely relaxed. 2. The others also nodded, but their eyes couldn't help but look towards the light. Within the light, the majestic power of the world brought Eli a sense of intimacy. At the same time, he felt as if his body was changing, his already high talent was improved again, some details were being adjusted, and his comprehension of laws was also progressing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the law of light broke through the 2nd floor. Not only the law of light, several other laws are also improving rapidly, and even the most outrageous thing is, regarding the law of shadow, Eli feels that all the laws of shadow in his body are integrated into it: change, death, decay. All in all, Eli felt that he was going through a transformation. It's even more exaggerated than last time. Eli understands that this is the world's reward for him. In this case, let me enjoy this great gift. Eli closed his eyes, and simply ignored it, letting the world do what it wanted. The other side. Most of the 5 rings stayed to protect Eli, who was in the will of the world, while others left one after another. Viveka stayed and took care of David. Of course, she used multiple methods, but she was shocked to find that the lich had turned into an undead. In addition to the other dead liches, she realized that the so-called liches were a fundamental scam. At the same time, news came from other fronts that not only here, but all the liches on other fronts also died. She was so shocked that the black mist actually absorbed all the nearby liches. No, maybe all liches. Viveka guessed. Of course, this idea is too amazing, she is not sure. Maybe when this guy wakes up he will know. She looked down at David who had turned into an undead, very confused. And according to what the battlefield said before, this guy was still Eli's student, which made him even more confused. What exactly is going on? Her eyes flickered, looking at David, at the beam of light in the distance. On the other side, after Alida left the Green Land, she has been waiting anxiously. Suddenly, the door opened, and a figure almost rushed in. Alida did not reprimand, but immediately stood up and asked, "How is it now? Has Lord Eli arrived at the battlefield?" Warlock panted heavily, took a deep breath and said, "My lord has arrived." "What's the matter?" Alida grabbed the warlock's shoulder and said anxiously, "My lord, things are a bit complicated. Let me make a long story short. After my lord arrived, I first easily killed the Scourge Lich and the Bone Dragon Lich. Then the Lich King suddenly arrived on the battlefield. Then he was actually a student of Eli, but was easily killed by Lord Eli. Defeated, after that, the mysterious black mist emerged from the Lich King's body, absorbed all the power of the Lich, reached the peak of the 5 rings, and was killed again by the Lord. After that, the will of the world descended. The beginning and the end finished in one breath." Alida. She understood every word, but she couldn't understand how to connect them together. How did the Lich King appear on the battlefield, and the black mist, the death of the Lich, the black mist, and the will of the world? Even if she is a real spirit with 4 rings, her brain can't understand these things for a while. "My lord, it is indeed a bit complicated, let me explain it to you again," the warlock said again. 10 minutes later. "So it's like this." Alida finally understood, but her heart was even more shocked. She had only heard of the ups and downs and complexity of this battle, and it was the first time that the combat power involved was so powerful, and the methods displayed by the adults were even more exaggerated. That's the pinnacle of the 5 rings. Has the adult actually reached this point? She couldn't help feeling a shock. Clap clap. Suddenly, the door opened again, and a warlock ran in panting. "Calm down, what's the matter?" Alida signaled the warlock to calm down. She didn't think this time could be more shocking than the previous one. The warlock nodded, sighing in his heart that he was worthy of being the tower owner. "My lord, all the liches within the range of the Lich Tower are dead. What? Alida opened her mouth wide, and the exclamation came out of the room. Warlock. Another 10 minutes. Alida finally reluctantly accepted the fact that the black mist seemed to have killed not only the liches on the battlefield, but all the liches, and her mood was complicated. To be a pagoda master, one must have a good heart. She exclaimed. In fact, I don't blame her, mainly because what happened this time was too exaggerated. No matter which one is usually enough to shock her, let alone adding it together. But, the Lich Tower is over? We won. She blinked, feeling unreal for a moment. But this is the reality, the Lich is dead, and their alliance is the only force in the mainland. She took a deep breath, soothed her mood, and then strode outside. At the same time, her voice reached the guard's ears. Call me all the high-level officials. Meeting. In an office not far away, Jinji, who had just received the news, also felt a burst of excitement. This time I won the bet. He smiled. In the City of Blood. In a room. A woman slowly pushed open a door and said respectfully, President, my lord has won. Won. There was a joyful voice in the room, and then it calmed down a lot. I knew he was going to win, he never lost. Prepare the most beautiful clothes for me, and when he comes back, I will go to see him. Yes, Lady Liliana. The room was closed again, and the woman slowly exited. Am in a family. Win, win. A smile appeared on Sirona's old face. Compared with before, he is undoubtedly older at this time, and he has almost reached the end of his life. It's coming soon, the adults will be unified soon, I'm finally waiting for this day. He laughed loudly, and his voice echoed throughout the room. Deep Sea. Laura was resting, but was suddenly awakened by Ivor, who rushed over. What's wrong? Laura asked curiously. The royal court of the Sea Clan summoned all the Sea Clans for a meeting, and this time all 8 royal families will participate. Ivor looked anxious. What's the matter? Laura lost her composure for an instant. The 8 royal families participated in the meeting at the same time. This situation has only happened a few times since the establishment of the imperial court. It's related to Lord Eli. Ivor whispered, seeing no one around. What? Laura's pupils dilated and she looked shocked. Chapter 551. 3 months later. Eli slowly opened his eyes, and the surrounding light gradually dissipated. Stretching his body, he looked around. At this time, as he woke up, a group of guarding warlocks around him also opened their eyes, and Alida also flew towards this direction, dragging the sleeping Nicholas. Brother Eli. Vivica said happily. Eli nodded. Soon, under the understanding of everyone, he also realized that 3 months had passed since he entered the will of the world. It's been 3 months. Eli was also a little surprised. Because he was in the will of the world, he also didn't know the passage of time. He thought that only a few days had passed, but he didn't expect it to be several months. But thinking about his harvest, it seems that it is indeed not something that can be completed in a few days. Thinking of this, Eli was sincerely delighted. In the past 3 months, he has gained a lot. First of all, his 4 laws have reached the 4th level at this time, which is the peak state of promotion, and the shadow rules have also integrated many laws of the same origin, which are completely different from the past, and are almost at the same level as the laws of light and time. Secondly, his bloodline has been promoted and has become the bloodline of the 6th ring, the bloodline of the Shadow Dragon King. Compared with blood, he is not lost to any family. Finally, and the most outrageous item. In the infiltration of the will of the world, Eli faintly sensed the formation and development of the wizarding world, which made him understand how to build a world and eliminated the biggest difficulty for him to advance. At this time, he already possessed all the conditions to break through the 6th ring. It seems that the black mist is quite a threat in the eyes of the will of the world, and I missed it. Eli shook his head. Except for the black mist, he couldn't think of why the will of the world gave enough rewards this time. It seems that the black mist left a deep impression on the world. But these are cheaper for him. As long as the time is right, I should be promoted to the 6th ring. Eli was overjoyed. If the 5th ring might still have opponents in this world, then the 6th ring would be much safer. When he advances, he can rest here with peace of mind without worrying about being disturbed. Of course, it doesn't have to be a human, because from the words of the people around him, Eli also knows that now the Lich Tower has been completely taken over by the Bloodline Tower, and all the forces in the human continent are already under his command. In other words, the Bloodline Tower is now the only superpower on the mainland. So, this is the unified central continent. Eli was a little taken aback. Even he didn't expect this day to come so soon. Forget it, let's go back to the wizard's tower first, and wake up David by the way. Thinking of this, Eli looked at David who was being taken behind by Vivica, or more precisely dragged. Sensing Eli's gaze, Vivica felt a little embarrassed, and said, "My lord, it's been 3 months and this guy hasn't woken up yet. His soul should be injured." "It's okay, let's talk when we go back." Eli waved his hand. It would have been strange if the soul hadn't been hurt that day. He can only be treated when he goes back, not to mention that he needs to carefully understand what happened during this period. Everyone also nodded, and after 3 months of guarding, they can finally go back. On the way back, nothing happened. But it wasn't until Eli arrived in Blood City that he seemed to feel some kind of change. Compared with 3 months ago, the city of Bloodlines at this time has expanded again, and the number of warlocks is almost several times higher than before. In front of the statue of Eli, there are almost a few more mountains of flowers. "It's really enthusiastic," Eli said with emotion. But this is also within his expectations. On the way, he found that his power of faith was skyrocketing, from 48 petals to 56 petals, which was not a small increase. After all, there were only so many human beings. His return was also quickly noticed by others. Alida quickly came to greet her, and there were several people behind her. "My lord, you are finally back," Alida said excitedly. "Well, sort out all the things that happened recently and send them to me," Eli said directly, then turned to Vivica and said, "Take David, and come back to the wizard's tower with me." After finishing speaking, he ignored everyone and flew directly towards the green land, leaving behind everyone who looked at each other in blank dismay. "This is the adults." Alida shook her head helplessly, "This is very big." Vivica didn't feel anything, and followed behind. The other side. Entering the familiar territory again, Eli felt relieved for a while. In the distance, Hydra, Nicholas, and Phoenix had already seen Eli coming up, and Eli waved them away, and Vivica had also arrived. "Send David here, I'll treat him," Eli said to her. "Yes." Vivica nodded, and then dragged David who was still unconscious. Looking at the slightly worn brain, the corners of Eli's mouth twitched. "This kid. Hope David wakes up with his head in order." But looking at David, who has changed a lot from the past, Eli is also full of emotions. David's coma at this time is entirely because the black mist pulled away all his rules for a while when he left, which caused such a thing to happen. If he wants to recover, he must make up for it with a large number of rules of the same origin. As it happens, he does have this. He opened the space ring, took out the sealed Scourge Lich, and crushed it directly. A burst of grey aura appeared in the air, and the figure of the Scourge Lich seemed to come out again. The icy aura made everyone present become serious in an instant. But in the next second, I saw Eli move his hand, and with the sound of awe, the grey mist was held in Eli's hand again. As for the Scourge Lich, he was already dead. "My lord is stronger." Nicholas couldn't help being a little shocked when he saw this scene. Compared with 3 months ago, it is easier for adults to deal with it. And Eli grabbed the grey mist, and with a yank, a black silk thread was pulled, and then flew directly towards David, and then burrowed into his body. "Okay, take him to a room to rest, he should wake up in a few days." Eli gestured. Nicholas lifted him up, and then walked towards the wizard's tower. After dealing with David, Alida also sent all the materials over an hour later. Eli began to read, and soon had a more detailed understanding of the recent events, but he was a little emotional when he saw the news that Cyrano died 2 months ago, but everything else was normal. After finishing all this, Eli took out the black gemstone obtained on the battlefield before. "What the hell is this?" Eli looked down at the gem in his hand, his eyes narrowed. He was ready to explore a bit. But the arrival of one thing interrupted his exploration again. "Accidentally posted it backwards, wait for me to deal with the previous chapter and ask for permission." Chapter 552. Wizard Tower. Eli rubbed his waist, looked at Liliana who left, and took out this gem again after 3 days. Dark gemstones refract light and radiate brilliant colors. Eli opened his quicksilver eyes and observed carefully. From the perspective of the Eye of Mercury, this gem is a mass of chaos, with no fixed structure inside. Every time you observe it, you have a different feeling. Let's go to the lab. Eli shook his head and headed to the lab. 3 days later. Eli leaves the lab. In the past 3 days, he tried to polish the crystal a little bit, but found that even with his peak level of 5 rings, he couldn't even get a little scratch on it, and as for the various items in the laboratory, it was completely impossible. Observe. Forget it, we'll talk about it later. Eli guessed that the gem might be related to the master of the 8 rings, which might also be the reason why he couldn't observe it. But he is not in a hurry, he will keep it for now, maybe he will know what it is later. At the same time, another thing happened. David woke up. The 3rd floor of the wizard tower. In a room, Eli saw the real David again. At this time, because he absorbed the origin of the natural disaster lich, he regained his identity as a lich, but at the same time, the death of the black mist also allowed him to reduce a lot of curses, and his will return to the original source, and it can even be said to the most simple him. In other words, he was reborn. He had just gotten out of bed when Eli came in, and his eyes met. Almost instantly, David fell to his knees with a plop, and said in shame, "Teacher, I'm sorry, I was wrong." During the time when he was trapped by the black mist, he also fully realized how outrageous and wrong his behavior was, and he even insisted on that ridiculous idea. At this time, looking at Eli's face as it was thousands of years ago, his heart is extremely complicated. One is the longing for the teacher, and the other is the shame and anxiety of doing something wrong. And Eli just glanced at him and snorted. "Because of you, there are many dead people. I just need an assistant. Would you like it?" "Assistant?" David raised his head and looked at Eli, with a tear in his eye. He hurriedly nodded and said, "I am willing, teacher." "Okay." Eli nodded. At the same time, there was a knock on the door, and Vivica came in from behind the door. She also heard that David woke up, and wanted to see who it was. "This is Vivica." Eli introduced to him directly. "Vivica." David was taken aback by the familiar name. But the face doesn't match. He looked into Vivica's eyes, and his strong mental power allowed him to see more, and the more he looked, a sense of familiarity invaded his brain. In the end, he determined that this definitely had a deep relationship with his former junior sister Vivica. "Hello, I'm Vivica." Vivica also looked at this stranger curiously, and stretched out her hand. "Hello, David." David's soul flickered, and he also stretched out his hand, holding both hands, just like when the two met in Bern, only one became a lich, and the other lost his soul and pinned it on the blood. They're all there, and they're not here either. Looking at this scene, Eli felt inexplicably complicated. Time flies. Eli once again returned to the days of experimenting and practicing, but this time there is another assistant. At the same time, the new order of the central continent is gradually being re-established. The new bloodline tower is established on the basis of the alliance, which breaks the power of the family system and transforms into a central system, which is coordinated by the bloodline tower. Everything is moving upwards. Meanwhile, Eli also receives a message from Laura about the view of the deep sea on this world. After all, the moderate faction is more powerful than the violent faction, so the news of launching a war against the mainland was directly rejected, but Shenha's view of the mainland gradually began to change. After all, a unified force still makes them feel very uncomfortable. Eli guessed that sooner or later, this contradiction would erupt. Eli naturally understood, but he still hoped that it could last longer. The Sea Clan is no better than humans. There are definitely many powerful creatures left behind. At least the emperors of the Sea Clan are all at the peak of the 5th ring. Only the 6th ring can solve everything. Eli said with emotion. At this time, he has reached the peak in all aspects. Just waiting for him to adjust his state, he will enter the time fragments and complete the breakthrough of the 6th ring. He's still adjusting. 3 years later. On this day, Eli was doing experiments with the help of David. Suddenly, his movements stopped. "Teacher, is there a problem with the experiment?" David asked curiously. "No, no problem, but I may need to be away for a while." He shook his head. "Where are you going?" "To do something very important." Eli looked at David and said, "I don't know how long it will be, but if there is any problem with the forces while I'm away, I need you to take care of it." "No problem." "Of course no problem." David was taken aback. After waking up, he regained his former combat effectiveness. As for the fighting power of the 5-ring rule, no one is his opponent except Eli. But are you in such a hurry? He asked anxiously. It's very urgent, so urgent that I can't hold it anymore. Eli nodded, and then checked his own things while ordering the future development of the forces. David listened blankly. A minute later, I saw Eli put a hand on his shoulder and solemnly said, "I'll leave it to you." In the next second, he saw Eli's figure disappear in front of him. At the same time, not far from the green land, the breath of the teleportation array suddenly opened. In the wizard's tower. David quickly walked towards the teleportation array, but found that it was the bottom of the wizard's tower, but the teleportation array had been damaged at this time, as if it had been intentionally destroyed. At the same time, at the gate of the green land in the distance, Aulida's figure suddenly appeared. She came here quickly and asked David, "What happened? Why did your lord suddenly send me a lot of messages and tell me what to do next?" For 3 years, David and Aulida naturally knew each other. He shook his head and said, "My lord only said that he left for a while, and then he left." Aulida? Is it so sloppy? At the same time. In time fragments. I have sealed this area, no one under the 6th ring can destroy it, and I have already prepared the resources, enough, and the people who should be notified have also been notified, and everything has been arranged. Eli looked at his surroundings and took a deep breath. Go to the center of the witch formation that has been gradually improved. Eli closed his eyes. I can't bear it anymore, I really can't bear it for a second. To break through. Push book title, The Witcher, Book of the Dark Star. Introduction. I don't have much money in my pocket, it's time to deal with the summons. Pool Rhine opened the Book of Dark Stars. The newly summoned kid? Chapter 553. The peanut blossoms fall, the tree flourishes and the tree withers. The moment Eli closed his eyes, a sudden change occurred in his body. The trunk of the law tree has a trace of grey matter, and the branches are bent a little bit. The leaves that condensed the power of the law began to wither and yellow, and then fell one by one. The petals withered, the fruit shriveled, and fell. Like an old tree entering the period of death, it presents a sense of death. This is the death of the 5th ring, and it is also the only way to the 6th ring. Once started, there is no stopping. Succeed or die. Of course, Eli is very confident, has the blessings of the world, and the resources of a big world continent, and even himself is extremely powerful, so he is not worried. Thus, layers of shadows surrounded Eli like eggshells. His consciousness also fell asleep in it. This step takes a long time, really long. Deep sea. Mermaid family. What, my lord has fallen into a deep sleep. Laura looked at the message in her hand, and was a little stunned. Just now, she received a letter from adults. The letter said that he would be away for a long time, so he should pay attention to the situation in the sea. Since the adults said it will take a long time, it should be a long time. A trace of worry flashed in Laura's eyes, and she couldn't help but look towards the deep sea in the distance. The sea seems to be stable now, but this is just an appearance, and the darkness has long been chaotic. Even she doesn't know what will happen in the future. And Lord Eli wakes up, and Lord Poseidon. At this time, Ivor came in anxiously, looked at Laura and said, "Your Majesty, just now, Lord Poseidon's aura also disappeared, and no one else was there." Really? Laura took a deep breath, thought for a while and said to Ivor, "Announce, Master Poseidon will leave the territory temporarily to break through to a higher level." Yes. Ivor nodded and left quickly. Watching Ivor leave, Laura sat back in her seat. There is no time in retreat. 50 years in the outside world have passed in a blink of an eye, and in the time fragments, 2,000 years have passed. This year, Eli suddenly opened his eyes. At this time, his appearance has not changed from what it used to be, but the tree of internal rules seems to have 2 appearances. At this time, the big tree has completely withered, and the surface of the trunk is cracked layer by layer. Leaves, flowers, and fruits are all scattered on the ground. The body, even the breath, has almost fallen to the extreme. It can be said that Eli at this time may not be as powerful as a warlock who has just advanced to the 5th ring. But his eyes were extremely bright, as if they contained everything. It's almost done, the next step is to condense the world. Eli looked at this scene without any hesitation. Next second, the huge tree of rules collapsed as if it had no support anymore. But at the same time, one law after another is slowly brewing in it, especially the 4 rays of light are even more dazzling, the Black Shadow Law, the Golden Light Law, the Bloody Blood Power, and the mysterious Time Rule. 4 rays of light shot up into the sky, like 4 pillars of the sky. In an instant, cracks began to appear in the time fragments around Eli. In the universe, there were also some rays of light and mysterious elements converging here, but fortunately, only a few gifted creatures noticed it was covered by a witch formation. Endless power causes changes in the world. With the 4 rules as the pillars, behind Eli, an illusory world is slowly formed. Everything that used to be turned into nourishment fills up everything, which seems real and unreal. Worlds are forming. And Eli, who has already observed the process of world formation in the will of the world, has no obstacles in the face of one, and the world is forming at a firm and rapid speed. His aura is also slowly increasing, breaking through the limit of the 5 rings. Under the influence of this force, the fragments of the surrounding world could no longer bear it, and cracks began to appear one after another. The world that was originally fragments became even more fragmented, and the degree of collapse gradually increased. 3 days later, Eli hangs among the stars, surrounded by shattered fragments of time. Behind him is a huge phantom of the world. The 4 pillars of the sky support the sky, the earth is filled with other laws, and the picture is divided into 4 colors, namely the dark abyss, the holy heaven, the bloody sea, and the end of time flowing with time. These are the rules. Manifestation in the world. At this time, his aura has also surpassed the 5th ring. 6 rings, wizards of the world, a wizard of the world. Eli was delighted. He managed to break through. But looking at the surroundings that have been broken into smaller fragments, which are time fragments, Eli still feels a pity. After all, this kind of place that is of great benefit to him is actually gone. But he is not worried at all, because at this moment, he also possesses such ability. Thinking of this, he turned his head to look at the world behind him. Every picture here is not just a picture, but also represents the sublimation of a kind of power, whether it is shadow, light, blood, or time. He can perceive every kind of power, which is much stronger than before. Times, dozens of times. And my own strength, which is almost dozens of times that of the peak of the 5th ring, is basically 2 levels from the 5th ring. Eli estimated his own strength, and gained a deeper understanding of the 6th ring. Of course, he still has the world behind him, and the explosive power is even more terrifying. Why don't you try it out? Eli was very playful, and looked at the fragments of broken time mixed in the black mist not far away. Even a wizard with 5 rings would definitely not like it. But in the next second, only the heaven flashed behind Eli, and a burst of bright light instantly illuminated the surrounding area, and the surrounding black mist of 100 meters instantly dissipated without a trace. You know, this is not the black mist that Eli fought in the past, but the black mist left by the one who used to be. Even if it was him in the past, he had no choice but to grind it hard, but now it can be easily resolved. And the light stopped shining, and all the time fragments appeared in Eli's eyes. In the next second, the abyss bloomed, and all the time fragments entered the abyss one after another, strengthening Eli's strength. The world became clearer, and another world seemed to be brewing. The power of devouring is stronger than before, and now it is enough to devour world fragments. Of course he is only a realm. If he is stronger, he may be able to devour the real world. Speaking of one world, we have to talk about the level of the 6th ring, which is different from the 5th ring. The 6th ring is the process of condensing the world. The purpose is to unite the 9 worlds, so they are also called world wizards, and because gathering numbers, they are called wizards of several circles. Today's Eli is a first world wizard. But even one realm, in today's world, is already at its peak. I don't know if the Sea Clan still has the 6th ring left behind, but it is absolutely impossible for humans to exist. Eli affirmed that at least 10 times the time had passed at this time, so he didn't think that there would be humans staying here. So at this time, he is the well-deserved number 1 wizard in the world. But I still won't leave. Eli shook his head, and looked at a large number of world fragments outside the wizarding world. These things block the outside world, but they are the best food for him to advance. It will not be easy to go out and find these later. The power of devouring is still useful in the 6th ring. But I'll talk about this later. I'd better go back to the wizarding world first. Shaking his head, Eli decided to return to the world first. Who knows what will happen to the world in 50 years? Hope nothing major happens. And because the space channel was damaged by him, he had no choice but to enter the world directly, but once he entered, when he confirmed the central continent, he was suddenly taken aback. At the edge of the continent, he felt countless energies. On the mainland, the faith is much worse than before, as if it has suffered huge damage. Something has happened. Eli pursed his lips, and decided to go back to the City of Blood first. Chapter 554. Arriving at the sky above the City of Blood, Eli has already noticed something is wrong. On the ground, the once prosperous City of Blood was even more prosperous. The city had been expanded by another layer, and the number of people had increased. However, most of the people were in a hurry at this time, and there were not a few warlocks with weapons and injuries. There was a thick green fog over the potion department in the distance, telling Eli that the potion department might have been producing potions during this time, and the alchemy department in the far distance of the city was similar, and there was a clanging sound. Of course, this is not the main thing. He smelled panic. Not a metaphor, but a real smell, the disgusting smell of hormones. What is it that frightens them? Reminiscent of the edge of the coast seen from outside the world, Eli has the answer. It seems that something happened to the Sea Clan that I don't know about. Eli took out the statue that communicated with Laura from the space ring. If something really happened, Laura would definitely leave some information. Sure enough, when Eli mentally contacted the statue, a series of news appeared. My lord, a big event happened. Clan of the Soul Grand Chapter Clan disappeared during the shift, the Thor Grand Chapter Clan was furious, and traces of humans were found nearby. The royal court held a meeting, and the violent faction proposed to attack humans, but it was rejected in the end, and the Sol Juzang clan replaced the rotating clan member named Kadai. Kadai is dead, and the murderer is unknown. A member of the Deep-Sea Demon Whale clan of the Sea Clan, a powerhouse at the peak of the Five Rings who had been sleeping in the deep sea, woke up, and the power of the Deep-Sea Demon Whale clan rose sharply, becoming the leader of a new round of violent faction. The balance has been disrupted, with the violent overtaking the moderate for the first time. A new round of rotation of the royal family has started, and this time the rotation of the deep-sea demonic whales will be on. The imperial court meeting is opened again, and the war proposal is raised again, and it is passed. My lord, war is about to happen. My lord, are you still awake? The messages are sorted chronologically from 50 years ago to 2 years ago, and the content displayed is also the major events that happened to the Sea Clan during this period, but it has also told Eli why there are so many breaths on the coast, and it also made him understand why most cities feel a little lonely. It turns out that the war has started. Sea Clan War. This is another war between the human race and the sea race thousands of years later, which is amazing. I didn't expect so many major events to happen in 50 years. Eli shook his head, but he was even more puzzled at random. Even if it was a war, there wouldn't be a single person. At least none of the acquaintances he had contacted in the City of Bloodlines just now felt. Not even Nicola, Hydra, Phoenix etc. What the hell happened? Hey, no, there's one more person. Eli frowned, and suddenly sensed a breath. Jinji, this guy doesn't seem to have left, he's still in the City of Blood. This is normal, after all, he is in charge of finances, which is more important than fighting. So Eli flashed his figure and flew towards every part of the city. Hey, where did your lord go? Jinji looked at the documents in front of him and sighed in his heart. Although the war has only started for 2 years, the horror of the Sea Clan still makes him feel terrified. No matter the number of strong people or the number, this is a team that surpasses the Warlock Alliance and the Lich Tower. The strongest enemy. But this is not the worst thing is that Lord Eli is not here. It has not been seen since it disappeared 50 years ago. The same is true even when war breaks out. Eli is the leader of the power. If he is not around, it is not good news for the stability of the power. Even now there are many rumors in the mainland. Why is Eli already dead? Eli is caught in a secret place and is seriously injured. Eli's lifespan has reached its limit and he is about to enter old age. He dare not come out. Even though they have tried their best to extinguish it, there are still omissions. Could it be that my lord really? Jinji couldn't help thinking. My lord is the 5th ring, at least 3,000 years, and he still has a lifespan of hundreds of years. How can my lord die? No, what if my lord is older than him? My lord was already on the 4th ring Sunday before he came to the central continent, and he was still a student of He-Man, so he would not be too young. It seems that many years have passed by now. Could it be? No, absolutely impossible. He shook his head in a panic. Impossible what? Suddenly, a voice entered his ears. Of course it's impossible. He subconsciously wanted to answer, but suddenly realized, this is his room, why is there a sound, who is it? Jinji turned his head quickly, only to find that a figure had already sat on the sofa not far away. His mouth gradually opened wide, his pupils narrowed, and he almost shouted, Master Eli, you are finally back. Yet. Eli nodded, then stretched out his hand to signal him to sit down, and asked, I just came back, please tell me the details of what happened recently. Okay, my lord. Jinji could hardly hide his joy. The adults are back. Sitting down, he immediately began to tell Eli what had happened over the years. Soon, Eli had a clearer understanding of the details, and also understood the disadvantages of these years, and most importantly, why even Alida left in the City of Blood at this time. You mean, in the deep sea, there are 3 royal families gathered in the southern region at the same time, millions of sea clans gathered, and 3 sea clan emperors descended in person? Eli asked with a look of confirmation. From Jinji's words, Eli also knew. The attitude of the Deep Sea clan is so firm this time. There are 3 Deep Sea emperors, all of whom are at the peak of the 5 rings. It seems that they really want to destroy human beings. Yes, my lord is like this. At this time, your student David has arrived, as well as the Tower Master and others. Almost most of the strong people in the human forces have gone. There is even a hidden 5-ring peak warlock. Join the war. Jinji looked anxious. Oh, there is actually a hidden peak of the 5 rings in the mainland. Eli looked surprised. But he shook his head at random, which is normal, after all, the world of wizards and wizards is huge, and it is reasonable to hide some warlocks, but they all came out to help participate in the battle, which shows the seriousness of the matter. Of course, there is another reason. This time it is not an internal fight between the human race, but a battle between races. If the human race is really defeated, they may not end well. Yes, that's an adult named Kyle. Jinji nodded. Okay, I see. Eli stood up. My lord, where are you going? Jinji asked. Eli glanced at him and said, of course it is to end the war. Coincidentally, he hasn't fought since breaking through. The Haizu is a good opponent, and he also wants to see how strong he is after breaking through. Jinji's eyes lit up, and he said, Master, do you want me to go with you? Farewell, you'd better sit in the rear, your mission is equally important. Eli resolutely. Then I wish you all the best. Jinji nodded. In fact, he felt the difference between adults just now. If he had seen an adult before, he thought he might be able to see a little bit, but at this time he couldn't see clearly at all, and it even made him feel, like the will of the world came last time. Thinking of the disappearance of the adults again, a shocking guess emerged in his mind. My lord, you broke through. Jinji couldn't help but wanted to raise his head and asked. But when he raised his head, the room in front of him was empty, and there was no sign of Eli. At such a short distance, there was no gap between him and him. Immediately, his guess became more certain. His spirit was shaken, and he gradually confirmed his guess. A small fresh fairy tale style daily routine of wizard farming. Chapter 555. Southern Domain. Apart from the most prosperous part of the central continent, the central continent is only because it has a vast land, precious blood resources, and most importantly, it is adjacent to the Endless Sea. In the past endless years, Endless Sea has brought a lot of resources to the warlocks here, so here, 2 top bloodline families were born, the Sea Shark family and the Sea Dragon family. But at this moment, the faces of the 2 patriarchs were filled with unstoppable sorrow. At this time, the area they were in was on the edge of the coast, and when they looked down, they could see a line of defense hundreds of meters high and tens of thousands of kilometers standing on the coast, and there were even millions of warlocks arriving. Under the line of defense, there are countless white bones and scarlet, tens of meters deep, which proves that an extremely tragic battle took place here. Going further outside, it is a dark ocean. Of course, it's not because the color of the ocean is black, but because there are too many sea creatures gathered in it, which can't be seen at a glance, and the sea water has been filled, so it appears black. I'm afraid there are hundreds of millions. Patriarch Hai Long's face was ugly. It's not enough, but there are still 3 emperors of the Sea clan. They only took action twice in the past year. I'm afraid it's just to find out the situation, and I'm afraid they will launch a general attack soon. Patriarch Haisha lamented. I hope Lord David and Lord Kyle can resist it. Patriarch Hai Long frowned, but he couldn't stop looking forward. On the city wall, there is such an area, where all the high-level people who arrived this time, including Alida, Nicholas, Luo Yat, etc., are gathered here. There are more than 100 people. But at the front, there are only 3 people. The first is Alida, the Tower Master of the Bloodline Tower, the second is the student of Eli, the powerful Lich David of the 5-ring regular mirror, and the third is an old man with white beard but a firm face, a hidden human powerhouse, 5-ring peak powerhouse Kyle. If the latter two hadn't participated in the war, I'm afraid their line of defense would have already been broken. I just don't know who is better, Lord Eli or Kyle. Patriarch Hai Long pursed his lips and muttered in a low voice. Of course it's Lord Kyle. At this moment, a voice came. Patriarch Hai Long raised his head and looked in response. He was one of the hundreds of warlocks, an old woman wearing grey and white warlock robes, without a single tooth. Patriarch Hai Long remembered her, and this was also a hidden human powerhouse named Nora Tyson, who came to support her. At this time, she had a smile on her face and said with a smile. Indeed, it is naturally Lord Kyle. Although Eli is strong, Lord Kyle is a strong man at the peak of the 5 rings. And as soon as she said this, the people around her all agreed, they were like Nora, they were all strong human beings who came to support, and they didn't like Eli. When they heard their words, the people around them all looked at them, with a faint look of anger on their faces, and a few excitedly said directly, "Humph, how do you know how powerful Lord Eli is? Whether it's the Lich War, or the battle to annihilate the Warlock Alliance, my lord is fighting with one enemy." That's right, don't be too rampant. Almost instantly, the warlocks present were divided into 2 waves, and they were even about to quarrel. They were the strong human race supporting them, which were small in number but strong individually, and on one side were the warlocks of the Blood Alliance. The noise also attracted the attention of the 3 people in front. Alida frowned, turned to the white-haired old man beside her and said, "Kyle, I think you need to manage these coming warlocks. How decent is this? It's really outrageous." David nodded. Hearing the people behind discuss how weak the Lich is, the flames of his soul could not help flickering. And their words reached the old man, that is, Kyle, who just shook his head slightly, and said with deep eyes, "They are not my subordinates, and I can't control them. I have to look at you, Alida." Alida frowned. Kyle said so, but she knew that Kyle had secretly contacted these people recently, obeyed him early, and even obeyed him, but she said so at this time. As for him who has been cultivating hard, but this time the war suddenly popped up, I am afraid there is some plan. But this is also where she is helpless, the adults are not around, her strength is not enough to restrain this person, even if David is there, it is not enough, even if it is not for this person, the line of defense will be broken long ago. Why? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. When Kyle saw this scene, he smiled at the corner of his mouth. Fighting with him, Nazai is still too tender now. As for Eli, he is really not afraid, he is the peak of the 5 rings, he doesn't think this person can easily defeat him, not to mention that he has helped him protect his power, how can he still attack him? Of course, his plan is more than that, no matter what, he must tear off a piece of meat. Haunted. David glanced at Kyle, vigilant in his heart. The 3 of them had their own thoughts, but at this moment, everyone was awakened by an exclamation. Tsunami, the tsunami is coming. A sharp voice pierced the sky. Everyone stopped, and then suddenly looked towards the sea. At this moment, on the distant sea, a 1,000-meter-high tsunami rushed towards the defense line against the wind, and behind the waves, 3 figures came slowly. On the left is a 10,000-meter giant tortoise. Its blue-black shell looks like a continent. In the center is a figure like a whale, but it is tens of thousands of meters long. Its skin is also dark purple. On the right is the giant with a height of more than 10,000 meters, his feet are in the sea water, but only up to the ankle. Seeing the 3 figures, the warlocks who were arguing stopped arguing, and even the faces of the 3 in front suddenly became ugly, even Kyle. He gritted his teeth with disbelief on his face. Did the 3 royal families actually attack at the same time this time? Are they crazy? The Emperor of the Black Turtle, the Emperor of the Deep Sea Demon Whale, and the Emperor of the Sea Giant. David looked at the existence of the 3 5 rings, and his face was also ugly. Late ring rules. But usually there is one emperor or none, but this time all 3 are dispatched. Are they planning a decisive battle? This time, can they hold on? Human beings, today is your death day. A thunderous voice resounded above the sea, and it was the deep-sea demon whale emperor who spoke in the center. And his words were like a prelude, and in an instant, the entire sea boiled up. Countless sea tribes came out of the water, and a huge amount of sea water directly spread across the ground, burying those bones, and those tens of millions of sea tribes also found their attack on the human defense line. The battle begins. On the city wall, the warlocks launched an attack, and the powerhouses at the peak of the 5 rings didn't know what to do. At this time, Kyle said directly, "David, you go to deal with the sea giant king on the side, and I will deal with the deep sea monster. King Whale, Nora, Scar, Soto, the 3 of you deal with King Turtle, just hold him back." Seeing that Kyle directly took over the command, Alita didn't make a sound. "Okay." David nodded helplessly. "Now is not the time for infighting. If we lose today, no one will live." The other 3 whose names were called by Kyle also nodded and walked out. Among them, Nora is also a rule warlock, but her aura is weaker than that of David, which is the lowest end kind. Kyle flew up directly, and flew towards the deep-sea demon whale emperor in the distance. His body gradually became larger and turned into a 10,000-meter demon wolf, with countless ghosts entwined around him. Bloodline of 6 rings, Nether Devil Wolf. And David also spit out a breath of grey, and flew towards the sea giant. Nora flew out with an ugly face. Although the Turtle Emperor with the weakest attack power was handed over to her, it was also a peak of 5 rings. Die. On the other side, the deep-sea demon whale king looked at the demon wolf, set off boundless waves, and crashed towards the demon wolf. His terrifying power made everyone look sideways. But Kyle manipulated the endless ghosts and fought with them. For a while, the 2 were evenly matched. On the other side, David also collided with the black mist. Thanks to the help of the natural disaster lich, his strength is stronger than before, almost in the middle of the rules and close to the late stage, so it is only difficult to fight, but it is not crushed. I hope Nora will last for a while. David and Kyle flashed the same thought. No, no. But in the next second, everyone only heard a mournful wail. Turning his head to look, he saw that on the other side of the battlefield, countless runes shone on the turtle shell of the Black Turtle Emperor, like a sealing technique, and the 3 of them, Nora, were in it, as if they were frozen. Grunt. Turtle Emperor swallowed it in one gulp, then turned to look at David and Kyle, which made them feel cold all over their bodies. Hehe, Emperor Mogui looks very inconspicuous among the 8 emperors, but anyone who underestimates him will definitely die the worst. This sealing technique, even in the wizarding era, was praised by the 7-ring wizards. Now, let me see what you have to resist. Opposite Kyle, the deep-sea demon whale king laughed. Hateful. Kyle's face was ugly. This time, he underestimated the determination and strength of the Sea clan. No more fights. The 3 emperors have absolutely no chance of winning against him and David. They continue to flee, or they will all die here and it will be over. Almost instantly, the demon wolf turned around and ran away with a flick of its body, which made all the warlocks present widen their eyes, and the demon turtle king and deep-sea demon whale king who were not far away were also taken aback. Race war, you just run away? Don't even think about running. But how could the deep-sea demon whale king make him run? The giant tail swung through the air, his figure disappeared in an instant, and he came to the back of the demon wolf, blocking it, and his speed was actually faster than that of the demon wolf. At this time, the Turtle Emperor also came to the opposite of Kyle, and confronted Kyle with the deep-sea demon whale emperor. Ruined. Not just Kyle, although everyone present had this idea. Alita was fighting with a sea tribe, looking at the sky in despair. The same 5-ring rule was solved in an instant. The masters of Heilong and Haisha also looked desperate. 1-on-1 was evenly matched. The result of 2-on-1 was obvious. Kyle could not win, and even not dying here is the best ending. As for the low-level warlocks, their aura suffered a devastating blow, causing heavy casualties in an instant. A defeat made the situation on the battlefield instantly clear. On the other side, seeing the moment when David lost his mind, the sea giant directly launched an attack, swung his fist fiercely, and directly sent David flying towards Kyle. Kyle caught the injured David, his face even more ugly. This is all right, 3 hits and 1.5, just surrender. He raised his head and looked at the 3 emperors of the Sea clan who had already gathered, his body couldn't help but began to tremble. He originally just wanted to make a fortune, but now it seems that he is going to set himself up. Humph, the human race is nothing more than that. Opposite him, the deep-sea demon whale king said. Kyle said nothing, and David looked at him angrily. Oh? The former human slaves dared to be so presumptuous, and even started a war. It seems that the Wizards' Union was too kind to the Sea Clan. What a pity! At this time, a disdainful voice came to someone's ears, but the entire battlefield seemed to be at a standstill. Who? Who dares to say such a thing? Who? Get out! The 3 sea royals were also furious. The deep-sea demon whale king looked around angrily, and found a figure standing not far away. Who? Many Sea Clan eyes focused on this person. Master Eli. But compared to them, Alida called out his name first. The other warlocks of the Bloodline Alliance looked at the scarlet wizard robes. It was not Eli, even David shouted in surprise, "Teacher! Eli!" Kyle also recognized it. After all, his statues are everywhere in the mainland, and it's hard not to recognize him. Hoo-hoo! This made him relax a lot. Although it is not clear why Eli just showed up now, with him around, at least he should be safe, at least he can repel the enemy. Eli, let's join forces and repel them. Kyle said loudly. Who are you? Eli gave him a strange look. Kyle. I'm Kyle. He gritted his teeth and said. Oh. Eli nodded, ignoring him, and looked at the 3 sea clans opposite. Let's go together, so that you have a chance. Let me see the so-called Emperor of the Sea Clan. The corner of Kyle's mouth twitched. Looking at Eli, who completely ignored him, a wave of anger buried it. How can you be crazy? One person hits 3, who do you think you are? Eli, you're so crazy. The 3 emperors of the Sea Clan were also very angry. Among them, the Turtle Emperor, who seemed the most calm, was actually the most irritable. He rushed towards Eli with runes flashing on his body. He used his sealing technique again. Looking at the Black Tortoise Emperor, who was like a mountain, Kyle directly backed away without any intention of doing anything. These emperors of the Sea Clan are not so easy to deal with. He said angrily, planning to see Eli's jokes. He is also very afraid of this hand sealing technique, and Eli will also suffer. But what surprised him was that when Eli saw the Emperor Mogui, he was pleasantly surprised, as if he saw something good. Oh, the main body of the excellent sealing technique is a perfect match with my sealing technique. The frivolous words made Emperor Mogui immediately furious. This is the first human being who plotted a turtle shell in so many years. Eli, I want you to die. He attacked Eli. Facing the powerful attack, Eli waved his hand, and the boundless shadow immediately covered the sky, and then entwined towards the demon turtle emperor, as if to block him. It's ridiculous to want to block the impact. In the distance, the deep-sea demon whale king laughed. Is he crazy? Kyle was also stunned. He didn't think that fragile shadow could block the impact of the turtle emperor. But the next second, he froze. I only saw that the ink turtle emperor collided with the shadow, all his power seemed to disappear without a trace, and his breath was instantly absorbed by the shadow, especially the runes, which were swallowed up little by little. As for the main body, it was entangled by countless shadows, and then shrunk down and flew into Eli's hands. From start to finish, not even a second. A late-stage ink turtle emperor fell into his hands. And Eli was holding the tortoise shell, as if he had also encountered something of joy. He couldn't help playing with it. Unexpectedly, there was such a good thing when I first arrived. But this is not a good time for research, and the war has to end. Thinking of this, he looked at the 2 sluggish sea emperors opposite him, and raised his hand. Let's go together, don't waste time. Chapter 556. Seeing Eli's gaze, the 2 sea emperors couldn't help but take a step back. How is this possible? The deep-sea demon whale king's eyes widened, unable to imagine. That is Emperor Mogui, the existence with the most top defense, even he can't easily defeat it, but today, Eli easily accomplished this thing that he couldn't do. In this way, he felt a little inexplicably cold. The sea giant on the side also stood in place, his huge throat trembling, and said, Are you kidding me? So the turtle emperor will lose? Or use the strongest sealing technique? Compared with them, the sea tribe on the ground is almost crazy, especially the sea tribe of the Black Turtle clan wailed sadly and looked at Eli with eyes full of anger. How could His Majesty just lose like this? Absolutely impossible. Damn human, he must have used despicable means, His Majesty was plotted against. No, no, fake, all fake. Countless sea people are boiling, they are completely boiling. And everyone in the alliance who watched this scene couldn't help but take a deep breath. How do you feel that the adult is strong again? Alida looked at Eli's figure and touched her forehead, feeling unreal for a while. That's it. That is a powerful sea clan in the late stage of the fifth ring. Wouldn't that be a little too much? Did you succeed? Nicholas looked at Eli, as if thinking of something, his eyes narrowed. But if his guess is correct, it would be too soon. As expected of a teacher. Looking at Eli's figure, David immediately remembered the scene of the Lich War that day, and his blood boiled immediately, but when he thought that he had promised the teacher to take care of everything, but he turned out like this, he bowed his head in shame. This is Eli. I want to cut a piece of meat. At this time, Kyle looked suspiciously at Eli in the distance, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He knows that Eli is very strong, but he used to think that you are all 5 rings, how can you be stronger than me, but now looking at it this way, it seems that you are a little bit stronger than him. He can suppress Emperor Mogui, but it is absolutely impossible to kill him, let alone more difficult to control. But Eli did it, and quite effortlessly. At this moment, he suddenly regretted his little move before. However, then if you are facing the 2 emperors, the Deep Sea Demon Whale Emperor and the Sea Giant Emperor, how can you be so relaxed? He raised his head and looked towards the high-altitude battlefield. Facing the 2 emperors? Can he still crush? In the sky. After all, the king of the deep sea demon whale and the emperor of the sea giant were both strong men with 5 rings, and they had experienced countless years, so after a few seconds of shock, they quickly adjusted their mentality. Looking at Eli, the 2 looked cautiously, but without the slightest fear. The deep sea demon whale king took out a crown from nowhere. The huge crown changed rapidly and flew towards the head. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a magnificent crown that could be worn by him. As soon as the crown was put on, it exuded a powerful aura, as if it had turned into the monarch of the entire ocean, and its combat power seemed to gradually break through the 6 rings. This is the crown of the deep sea, a powerful witch weapon at the top of the 6 rings. As long as it is worn, as long as there is an ocean nearby, the user will be blessed with the power of the ocean. At this moment, I can even possess the combat power of the 6th ring for a short time, how can you compare with me? The king of the deep sea demon whale looked at Eli and roared loudly. At the same time, there seemed to be an illusory ocean emerging behind him, exuding a cool feeling, and the sound of clattering, like a real ocean. On the one hand, the sea giant emperor also showed a sense of awe. The reason why the deep sea demonic whale clan was able to sit firmly in the top spot was because of the witch weapon bestowed by the wizard in the wizard era. Although it is not the complete world of the 6th ring, this ocean is also like a broken world, enough to explode part of the power of the 6th ring to suppress the incoming enemies. What are you holding back? The sea giant emperor took a step back silently. It's stronger, is this the 6th ring? Eli is finished, no, we are all finished, everyone has to die here today. Kyle's mentality that had just changed became heavy again, and his body couldn't help it. Trembling. This is the 6th ring. The rest of the people were also looking at the scene in the sky, their throats moved slightly. As for the Sea clan, they were already cheering. It's a good witch weapon, I like it very much. Eli also looked at the crown, seeming a little surprised. Opposite to the deep sea demon whale king. He looked at the calm Eli, and became a little angry. Still this indifferent tone. Eli, die for me. The deep sea demon whale, the imperial whale, blew, and the sea and sky turmoiled together. At the same time, the ocean behind him also pressed down on Eli. It was as if a broken world fell from the sky. Countless warlocks felt the huge oppression in an instant, one by one being suppressed on the ground, the 4-ring warlocks had to fall, and the 5-ring warlocks also felt very difficult, and even the city walls began to hum, as if they would be crushed at any time broken. Is this the 6th ring? Many warlocks felt a chill in their hearts, and looked at the sky uneasily. Brother Eli. Alida said worriedly. It's over. Kyle's body trembled, and he completely regretted participating in this battle. With a movement of his body, he ran directly into the distance. He wants to run. But a figure blocked him. The sea giant emperor looked at him with a smile and said, Human warlock, you can't leave until your lord finishes solving Eli. Kyle's face was completely gloomy, knowing that he couldn't leave today. Oh, that's it. At this time, Eli's voice suddenly entered his ears, making him unable to bear to look over. In the blue sky, Eli hangs in the sky. In front of him, the incomplete ocean pressed down like the real world, as if it was about to crush Eli into pieces, but Eli was still calm, but a mysterious wave suddenly emanated from his body. That aura surpassed the 5 rings and swept across the battlefield like a storm. Everyone felt this layer of pressure, which suddenly became more difficult. It's just, why do I feel that the pressure is stronger than that of the Demon Whale King? But the warlocks raised their heads, showing doubts, but then they all opened their mouths wide. Behind Eli said, the power of the world is rippling, in the illusory, there are various visions emerging, the sea of blood is rippling, the hymn of heaven, the abyss wailing, time wailing. And after that, a huge phantom slowly descended. That's a whole world. Press. Eli made a pressing gesture with one hand. Next second, Eli's world moved towards the ocean and suppressed it. Almost instantly, the huge ocean vision shattered into pieces without any resistance. Seeing this scene, the entire battlefield instantly became quiet. Is it fake? After a few seconds, the sea giant emperor said in a daze. How could Sea World be crushed so easily? Illusion? But the incomparably real touch around him told him that it was true, that the Sea World was crushed into pieces by Eli directly, and he used another world. But isn't that the 6th ring is a means? Eli is the 6th ring. He couldn't believe it, and pulled it down with his hands weak. 6 rings. My lord is the 6th ring. Eli is the 6th ring. The sea giant emperor's words were like a switch, turning on a repeater, and the entire battlefield, whether it was the sea tribe or humans, all read out the message that Eli was the 6th ring in a daze, and the sound spread thousands of miles. How could you be the 6th ring? Only the deep sea demon whale king looked madly at Eli. He can't accept it, he can't accept it. But whether he accepts it or not, the facts are already in front of him. And there was another thing that made him even more desperate. The world is coming. The huge phantom of the world in front of him has arrived. Slam it down on him. Chapter 557. The deep sea demon whale king is dead. He died peacefully. Even though he used all kinds of defensive methods, even burning blood, when the world came, it was instantly torn into countless pieces, without even a wail. And seeing the death of the deep sea demon whale king, there was no longer any debate about the 6th ring of Eli. And when he died, the end of the war was already doomed. The sea giant emperor, together with the sea tribes above the 4th ring, were killed by Eli, and the low-level sea tribes were massacred by the warlocks, and tens of millions of sea tribes died. The pungent blood stained tens of thousands of miles of sea area red, and the white bones turned the sea area where the battlefield was hiding into a white continent, and even a large number of undead were born here, but they were all cheap for Nicholas. The battle is over. The city wall, Eli looked calmly at the sea. My lord, most of the sea tribes have been dealt with, but there are still many sea tribes fleeing. Alida said as she walked out, looking at Eli in awe. Yet. Eli nodded. My lord, this is the ocean crown that fell after the death of the deep sea demon whale king. I have found it. Nicholas took out another golden crown and dedicated it to Eli. Eli took the golden crown with a smile on his face. Consciousness penetrated into it, which is indeed similar to what the demon whale king said. It is a top 6 ring witch weapon, and it is also his biggest gain in this battle. The only pity is that it doesn't match him. Of course, this doesn't erase his value. Eli put it away, then turned to look behind him. The warlocks headed by Kyle lowered their heads collectively, lowering their heads nervously. Kyle, just now Alida has told me everything you've done these days, what do you think? Eli looked at Kyle, expecting him to give an answer. Grunt. Kyle's throat trembled slightly, and a cold sweat flowed from his forehead. After Eli showed the fighting power of the 6 rings, he understood that all his plans would be self-defeating, and he would have to pay the due price for his previous actions, otherwise he had no doubt that he might be inseparable from today. Here. In the end, after hesitating for a few seconds, he said hoarsely, My lord, I am willing to join the Bloodline Alliance, and I will be sent by Lord Eli after today, command. Good. Eli nodded. Behind Kyle, seeing that the boss had said so, they also expressed their willingness to surrender to Eli and pledge their allegiance to the Bloodline Alliance to make up for the past. Seeing this scene, Alida was filled with emotion. A day ago, these people were ignorant of the Tower of Blood, but now they have changed their attitudes, and all of this is because of Eli. Without Eli, these people would not be like this. Of course they can't say that, because if the adults don't come, they may not be able to leave here alive today. Okay, leave some warlocks here to deal with, and the rest go back. Seeing that the goal has been achieved, Eli didn't stop, and said directly. Yes. Everyone nodded. Half an hour later, Eli returns to the City of Blood with the warlocks of the Blood Alliance. Of course, this caused another commotion, and cheers resounded through the city. As for Eli, he naturally returned to the Green Land. But as soon as he returned, he didn't rest, but closed his eyes, as if he was connected to something. The other side. Jinji smiled when he heard the news that Eli had advanced to the 6th ring. Sure enough, he guessed right. With Eli's return, the Sea Clan's war was won, and the result of Eli's promotion to the 6th ring spread across the entire continent at a fast speed, shaking the continent. At the same time, the news spread to the deep sea following the death of the Sea Clan. Mermaid family. Laura listened to Ivar's report with a dull expression, and didn't react slowly until she finished speaking. You mean, your lord has awakened and advanced to the 6th ring? Laura asked in shock. Yes. Ivar nodded. Then the king of the deep sea demon whale, the emperor of the black turtle, and the emperor of the sea giant all died. Yes. And then more than 70% of the Sea Clan army who went there died. Yes. Hiss. Laura took a deep breath, and couldn't help leaning back against the shell. It wasn't that she was too disturbed, but that this incident was too shocking. My lord actually advanced to the 6th ring, and killed 3 emperors of the Sea Clan. The former is enough to scare the Sea Clan, because there is no existence of the Sea Clan above the 6th ring, while the latter means that the strength of the Sea Clan has been greatly reduced, and they can no longer be opponents of humans with Eli. This means, the Sea Clan is about to change. Lola and Ivar looked at each other and realized the problem. At the same time, outside the palace, a mermaid swam in and said anxiously. Your Majesty, a new imperial court meeting will be held in 3 days. 3 days later. Laura leaves worriedly. 2 days later, she came back with an ugly face. My lord, how was this meeting? Ivar asked with a frown as he looked at Laura. It's a complete breakup. Laura shook her head and said, there was already an uproar over this matter at the meeting, both the violent and moderate groups were panicked, and they were already afraid of Eli. And because the members participating in the war this time were mainly violent factions, they suffered heavy losses. This time, the strength of the moderate faction has surpassed that of the violent faction. Elect a new Sea Clan king. What? Ivar's eyes widened, as if he didn't expect such a thing. Also, the violent faction who knew they couldn't keep the throne decided to take crazy revenge on humans. The vastness of the ocean launched an attack on the continent from multiple angles, and instead of investing in the highest-end combat power, they used low-end combat power to consume the human race with numbers. Laura continued, with some hesitation in her tone. This. Ivar's face became inexplicably ugly. This has to be said, it is indeed a way. There are too many low-end sea races in the ocean, and if a few deep-sea races disperse and hide in the deep sea, it is almost difficult to find even Eli, and naturally it is difficult to talk about revenge. In fact, this method is also available now. It should be placed in the wizarding world, and I will find it for you every minute and beat you up. But now, with just one Eli, they can't be found. It has to be reported to the adults immediately. Lola sighed, feeling a pinch. Revenge. Eli lowered his head and put down the statue, not surprised by the behavior of the Sea Clan. However, he gave up the confrontation. Does this mean that the Sea Clan does not have the fighting power of the 6th ring? Don't say it, it's really possible. Eli thought. If they really had 6 rings, they would not have adopted such a method. After all, it would be too dishonest, even despicable, and it would appear too weak in a race war. Doesn't that mean that as long as I go to the deep sea, find a few Sea Clan kings, and kill them, the problem will be solved? Eli blinked. The problem of the Sea Clan must be resolved, and this seems like a good solution. No, this is all my guess. How do I know they don't have the 6th ring? No. Eli shook his head, he couldn't do things he wasn't sure about. And most importantly, how could he find them in the deep sea? Isn't this just looking for a needle in a haystack? Hey, forget it. Shaking his head, Eli decided to give up this idea. But at this moment, a voice suddenly entered Eli's consciousness. "My lord, the Grey Wizard's tower, the monitoring system has been repaired." The familiar voice belonged to Dylan. The wizard tower is his property, and he can contact Eli directly. The monitoring system has been repaired successfully. Hearing this, Eli's eyes lit up. Combining the attributes of wizards with the mystery of sailing, digging out the mysterious beauty of fantasy, this is a new book by old wizards. Chapter 558. Entering the wizard's tower again, Eli still felt a shock. After passing through the ring of star fury, you can see the wizard tower itself. But at this time, the wizard Taco is much more lively than before. The dwarves are all over the world, and other alien helpers also act as hubs, and the number has reached 1 million. Of course, this is far from enough for a wizard's tower restoration that needs to be backed by the world. It seems that I will retransform the bloodline method into a meditation method during my apprenticeship in the wizarding world, and then use my ideas to transform the world and serve me. By the way, I can provide talents for repairing the wizard's tower. Eli thought, thinking set the direction of future world development. Of course, this is not today's mission. Today he came to see the surveillance system. Thinking of this, he judged the direction and looked towards the wizard tower in the center. Taking a step forward, he opened his eyes again, and he was already in front of the central wizard tower. In front of the tower, 2 mechanical dolls guarded, looking at Eli with a flash of light in his eyes. "Eli, the highest authority owner of the wizard tower, allow access." The 2 mechanical figures moved out of the way, and Eli walked directly inside. Soon came to the space where he came last time, and Dylan was here. "My lord, you are here." Feeling the voice, Dylan turned his head happily. Eli nodded and glanced at Dylan as well. Relying on the wizard tower, Dylan's strength is also becoming stronger through continuous transformation. At this time, he has already passed the level of the 5th ring, and his strength is almost at the level of the sacred tree. "I heard you say that the repair was successful, come in and have a look." Eli nodded. "Sure enough, my lord is here to monitor the system." "Come here, my lord." Dylan smiled and pointed to one of the screens. On the screen, there is a huge mechanical eye thousands of meters high, with countless mechanical tentacles hovering above it, but in the center, there is a real eyeball, which is grey, but it seems to be able to detect everything. That is the eye of the Master of the 7 Rings. It was exchanged by my teacher and installed on the wizard tower. This is also the origin of the surveillance system. It has been mechanically strengthened, and its observation ability is stronger. It also has the power of the Master. It's nothing. Creatures can escape his eyes, even the 7 rings, as long as they are not intentionally hidden, they can be found. Dylan introduced. Then can you observe how many powerful creatures there are in the wizarding world at this time, and monitor their positions? Eli asked curiously. Of course. Dylan smiled, and he pushed to the side, and a mechanical ball rose from the console. My lord, this is the console. As long as you connect your mental power to it, you can see the top of the eye and observe the nearby world. Dylan said. Oh. Eli's eyes lit up. The mental power was connected, he felt his mental power wandering along the machine, and then an inexplicable breath connected to him, he knew that it was the eye. It's hard to put into words that feeling. Although he is dead, Eli still seems to be able to feel the power in front of the eyeball, which has already surpassed the power of living things, and is extremely terrifying. Of course, Eli was only enlightened for a moment, and then he was enlightened by a new perspective. How should I put it? It is still the eyes, just like the vision of the silver eye, but there are some differences. The first is the eyes, he can penetrate the space, see through all disguises, especially all the disguises under the 7th ring are meaningless to him, and the field of vision is extremely wide, at least he can directly see the wizarding world outside, which is surrounded a cluster of world fragments that envelop the wizarding world like stars. At this time, Eli also found out. The communities in this world are not simply distributed, but intentionally. A large number of world fragments are arranged in a regular pattern, like a super large wizard formation, wrapping and hiding the wizard world. So it's like this. I said it's just a fragment of the world, how can it stop the outside world? Eli was shocked. He never thought that the world could be used as the core of the witch formation. And interestingly, he discovered that the time shard core he swallowed before was one of the cores, which caused a certain degree of damage to the whole. Damn it, it looks like I'll have to fix it later, or I'll get into trouble. Eli's mouth twitched. Does he have alternative material? There really are. At that time, replace the piece of black crystal that I got before. Eli shook his head, but he didn't feel sorry. If he didn't use the wizard tower, he wouldn't know that he had dug such a big hole. Fortunately, it was all in time. However, he didn't forget the purpose of coming this time, so he changed his direction and looked directly at the wizarding world, more precisely, at the ocean. The endless deep sea suddenly appeared in front of Eli's eyes clearly, even as long as he wanted, he could see any corner, and this was just the ordinary perspective of Kiwan's eyes. Is this the mighty power of the Seven Rings? Eli was shocked and decided to hurry up. The field of vision swept across the ocean and directly opened the global map. The appearance of the ocean changed again, appearing in front of Eli in the form of a map, including every inch of the bottom of the sea, every creature, every king of deep sea brother, and even everyone's breath. After one round, Eli has completed his goal this time, and of course he has identified a very important problem. That means there are no 6 rings in the Sea Clan. Eli smiled. This judgment can be said to be crucial. The former confirmed the location of the source of chaos for the Sea Clan, while the latter confirmed his safety in the deep sea. Then I just need to find them one by one, and then kill all the high-level people, and then I can support Poseidon to be the king of the Sea Clan, and secretly control the Sea Clan. Eli briefly thought about a plan and felt that it was completely feasible. The only difficulty with this plan is to kill all the high-level people, but this difficulty has disappeared now. That's all. He made a decision. Oh, by the way, my lord, you can just leave a clone here, and you can observe directly. Dylan suggested from the side. Good idea. Eli nodded approvingly. The goal has been achieved, and Eli also relaxed, and began to observe the progress of the repair, and found that in addition to the monitoring system, the communication system has basically been repaired, but there is still a small part, and the progress of the others is slow. It's okay, keep going. After a bit of encouragement, he left the witchcraft tower. Back to the wizard tower, only to find that Alita was already waiting at the mouth of the valley. What happened? It should belong to the Sea Clan. Alita thought for a moment and allowed Alita to enter. Soon, Alita told Eli what had happened these days, and it turned out that almost the coastal areas of the wizarding world were attacked by the Sea Clan, and the flames of war burned all over the world. Don't worry, I'll fix everything in 3 days. Eli told her. Yes. Alita nodded, but the doubts on her face couldn't stop. Solve? How to deal with it? Games, grams, players, if you are interested, go ahead. Chapter 559. 3 days later. In the wizard's tower, Alita looked sadly at the thousands of messages in front of her. Each copy comes from a different place, but the content is surprisingly similar, not because of other problems, but because the Sea Clan invaded the mainland and needed help. The Sea Clan's move is cruel. Alita shook her head. The area of the ocean is several times that of the continent, and there are so many marine life bred in it. As for the combat-capable Sea Clan, there are as many as a cow's hair. Compared with the number, the human race is far inferior. And the scattered power makes them more tired to cope. What should I do? She sighed and suddenly remembered what she said a few days ago. If it's 3 days, it seems to be today, right? When she raised her head, she saw a ray of blood leaving the green land and heading into the distance. Grown-ups. Alita's eyes widened. The blood light was very fast, crossing half of the continent in the blink of an eye, and came to the ocean. The light dissipated, revealing Eli in it. While the Avatar sensed the position of the high-level Sea Clan, Eli was thinking about which one to start with, until he saw a familiar Sea Clan, and Eli made a decision. Let's start with the family of the deep-sea demon whales. Shaking his head, Eli set off towards the deep sea. Extreme Sea Abyss. The temporary base of the demon whale clan is also their clan land. Since the beginning of the war, the demon whale has moved here in order to avoid the possible arrival of Eli. In the depths, the 2 demonic whales were communicating. One of them seemed to be a dying old man, and the other was a young and strong demon whale, but compared with the 2, the young demon whale seemed extremely respectful, even humble. The young demon whale lowered its head and looked at the 5-ring peak powerhouse who had awakened decades ago. This time, it was at his mention that the Sea Clan decided to spread out. My lord, all the races in the sea have invaded the human race continent, causing them great damage, but will this be bad and will completely anger Eli? He lowered his head and asked cautiously. Absolutely. The old man said calmly. Then. The young demon whale wanted to say something, but was stopped by the old man. He sneered and said. But so what, can he still find the traces of all our sea people in the endless deep sea? This is absolutely impossible, he is only a 6th ring, not a 7 ring. If he just wants to use force to make our sea clan submit, then he is thinking too much. The sea clan will always be the sea clan, and absolutely cannot be the slaves of human beings, whether it is today or tomorrow. The young demon whale couldn't help lowering its head, not daring to speak. He once heard that the ancestor in front of him was once a slave of wizards, that's why he hated humans so much, and wished to have their blood and bones drawn. But, if they hadn't become slaves, the sea clan would have been dealt with by wizards long ago. Of course, he didn't dare to say these words, he could only say a few words in his heart. He didn't feel much about becoming a vassal of humans. After all, the sea clan had been vassals of humans for tens of thousands of years, but they had been free for thousands of years. I understand, Patriarch. He nodded and was about to leave, but suddenly a strange smell entered his nose. Hey, what's this smell? He frowned. It's blood. The old magic whale glanced at him disdainfully. Blood? But in the next second, both of them were stunned. This is their clan land, how could there be such a serious smell of blood? But the two demon whales still didn't panic, they just frowned. Go out and have a look. The 5-ring peak demon whale frowned and said. Okay. He nodded, but as soon as he turned his head, a figure appeared not far away, looking at the two demon whales with a smile on his face. Who are you? The eyes of the two flickered, and the old demon whale looked at this person and asked. Eli. Eli replied calmly, and the expressions of the two demon whales changed. How could it be you? How could you find this place? The faces of the two demon whales panicked at the same time, their bodies moved at the same time, and they turned and ran. But in the next second, the two found that they couldn't move. Turning around and looking, a phantom of the world slowly descended. It's over. The two looked desperate. What? The deep-sea demon whale family was discovered by Eli, and all the people above the 5 rings died. In the deep sea, another hidden place, the emperor of the Soul Juzang family looked shocked. Yes, Patriarch. In front of him, a small giant seal of soul nodded, and said with a disturbed expression, not only the deep-sea demon whales, but also the black turtles, all the high-ranking members of the sea giants have been found and killed. Death, there are many other sea clans, all of them are big clans. How is it possible? Saul's giant chapter was in disbelief. It's true, my lord, Eli seems to have the eyes of the sky. No group can escape his eyes, and as soon as he is discovered, the high-level people will all be slaughtered. Zhu Zhang looked bitter. The past week has been the most turbulent week in the deep sea. Dozens of big clans were slaughtered, and even affected the battlefield. A large number of sea clans had to choose to withdraw and give up the attack. Now the war seems to be over. In fact, at this time, 5 of the 8 royal families have been wiped out, and the 4 violent royal families have all become history, and the fighting power of the royal court has dropped to the lowest level in history. And worst of all, Eli is still killing. It's over, everything is over, the Sea clan is over. Soul Juzang Huang sighed, feeling a burst of sadness. He persuaded not to attack at the beginning, but unfortunately no one listened to him. But this price has to be borne by all the Sea clan. Kaka. Suddenly, a giant chapter came running from a distance, with a hurried expression, and said loudly, Clan leader, there is a fluctuation outside the clan land, and there is a fluctuation of breath outside. It seems that our hiding has been discovered. It's over, Eli is here. King Saul's giant chapter looked desperate. But in the next second, another giant chapter came quickly, saying, the patriarch, not Eli, is the king of the mermaid clan, Poseidon. Poseidon. Soul Juzang Huang was stunned for a moment, a little confused what he was doing when the Sea clan was dying. Soon, he saw Poseidon. But Poseidon's first words made him freeze in place. Do you want to live? Want to live? Naturally, he thought about it. Isn't Soul Juzang Huang worried about this problem at this time? Because the royal family has already wiped out 5, he could be the next one at any time. But what does it mean when Poseidon said this? Naturally, don't you have a solution? He looked at Poseidon and asked. I have a way to prevent Eli from slaughtering the Sea Clan. Poseidon nodded and said, but I have one condition. If I succeed, I want you, the Soul Giant Chapter Clan, to support me as the new leader. King of the Sea Clan. Hiss. Hearing that Poseidon had a solution, he almost jumped up. As for the conditions after that, so what? As long as you can survive, everything is not a problem. Even if it becomes a vassal of human beings again, even if it loses freedom again. Okay, I want you to contact the various races. Poseidon smiled. But I have a question. He asked suddenly. Say it. Said Poseidon. Your conditions are naturally no problem. In fact, as long as the Sea Clan will not disagree, but what about after that? If it really succeeds, can you hold down the Sea Clan? Sol Zhanghuang asked worriedly. In the next second, a vigorous momentum erupted, and an aura that even surpassed him appeared in front of his eyes, reaching the peak state of the 5 rings. Now? Poseidon asked with a smile on his face. Can? The Emperor of the Deep Sea Giant Chapter took a deep breath and nodded. I'll contact you right away. In fact, the smoothness of the connection was beyond the imagination of the Emperor of the Deep Sea. As long as it is the contacted Hyang clan, almost every one of them agrees quickly, as if there are hungry wolves following behind. The fact is also that Eli has massacred 7 or 8 big clans recently, so they can't help but not be afraid. So under such a background, all ethnic groups were called together again, even at the risk of being discovered, to fight for this chance of survival. As for the location, it is in the clan land of the Deep Sea Zhang clan. This is a sea secret and one of the safest places. Dozens of remaining Sea Clan patriarchs looked at Poseidon in the center with anticipation in their eyes. Poseidon, tell me. The Emperor of the Deep Sea Giant Chapter looked at him and said. Yes, everyone is here. As long as you can really save us, we will support you as the new Aquaman. I agree. Many Sea Clan patriarchs nodded and agreed. The mermaid Lola, who was mixed in, looked at this scene, the corners of her mouth twitching. Of course, she knew about the events during this time. She really thought that Eli was going to slaughter all the sea people. She had planned to go and chat with brother Eli, but this scene happened in front of her. At this moment, she also understood Eli's purpose. On the other side, Poseidon nodded to Laura, then took out a soul contract, held it up and said, "This is a soul contract, I need everyone to sign the contract first. Don't worry, this contract is very loose, as long as after I have resolved this crisis, everyone should not violate it. Of course, I can also guarantee that my method will not damage everyone's interests. It is stated in these contracts, everyone can read it and sign it." Seeing the contract, the faces of many sea clans changed. But when they won the contract, they found that there was no trap, it was just the content of the agreement, and they also guaranteed that they would not damage their interests, so they relaxed a lot. I'll sign. Sol Zhanghuang was the first to sign the contract. The other races took a look, nodded and signed the contract. Withdrawing the contract, Poseidon, that is, Eli, nodded in satisfaction, looked around and said, "Everyone, I will personally go to the human continent in the future and talk to Eli." Hiss. Everyone gasped, and their eyes were shocked. No matter what his method is, he dared to go to the human continent and talk to Eli. What kind of courage is this? You must know that now Eli kills the Sea Clan whenever he sees them, and doesn't talk to the Sea Clan at all. Regardless of success or failure, everyone has been shocked. In the corner, Laura pursed her lips desperately, for fear of laughing. "I can't help it, it's really painful." The other side. Bloodline Tower. Alida smiled when she saw that there were only dozens of scattered letters in front of her. In less than half a month, the situation of the war changed. But your lord is really ruthless. Thinking of the news from the deep sea, Alida couldn't help shaking her head. These days, adults are really killing people. No wonder the Sea Clan was completely scared. Not to mention the Sea Clan, even he feels silent mourning for the Sea Clan. I just don't know when my lord will come back. She shook her head, but the crystal ball suddenly flashed not far away. What happened? She froze for a moment, and quickly linked up her mental power. My lord is about to return, and he will negotiate with the coming Sea King Poseidon. Reflecting on the message from the crystal ball, she opened her mouth wide. Sure enough, the Sea Clan still couldn't bear it. It's just that, in terms of negotiation, I don't know if it will go well. Alida thought silently. Fantasy, Immortal Mage, and Attribute Panels, Boutique Texts. Chapter 560. World Unification, Response from Deep Space. Negotiations have begun. The place of negotiation is the City of Blood. On this day, the boundless sea came from the sky, and the mighty Sea King Poseidon came to the core area of human beings with a trident in his hand. Beside him were Emperor Sol and representatives of several races. At this time, Emperor Sol Juzang looked terrified. He never expected that Poseidon could actually find Eli and make him agree to negotiate. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look towards Poseidon in front of him. Lord Poseidon, when the negotiation begins, our bottom line is actually very low, as long as we let Eli not kill. Sol Juzang Huang worried. It's not his fault for saying that, the main reason is that they don't have any confidence in front of Eli. Don't worry, I will stick to the honor and interests of the Sea Clan. Poseidon patted him on the shoulder, upright. Sol Giant Chapter Emperor. Really don't be so rigid. But before he came to remember to advise, in the distance, many high-level officials of the Bloodline Tower had appeared, including Alida, Jinji, Nicholas and others, and Eli flew in the front, looking at them calmly. Many sea tribes suddenly became more nervous, and some sea tribes even lowered their heads, but Poseidon was still calm, looking at Eli without any fear, which made many sea tribes sigh Poseidon's courage even more. Yes, you are very courageous. Eli admired. Courage is what the sea people need most. Poseidon was calm again. Very good. Eli nodded in satisfaction, and said, it seems that we need to talk, Alida, arrange a room, and we need to have a good talk. Yes. Alida on the side nodded. Soon, under the eyes of countless warlocks, everyone slowly descended towards the wizard tower. Then Eli left side by side with Poseidon and entered a room, leaving behind all the Sea Clan and the high rises of the Bloodline Tower. Alida smiled and said, everyone, the two adults may need some time, I have arranged a place for you to rest. Okay. Sol Juzang Huang nodded, just looking at the eyes of the two, couldn't help worrying. My lord, you must not be too rigid. 3 hours later. In the conference room. Everyone from the Sea Clan and everyone from the Wizard Tower who were called here in advance looked at the two figures in front. Eli and Poseidon. At this time, Eli sat in the main seat, and Poseidon sat in the right seat. Seeing this seat, everyone seemed to have understood something. Sure enough, I only heard Eli calmly say, starting today, the Sea Clan will once again become the vassal of the Bloodline Tower, and the two sides will uphold the principles of mutual benefit and non-aggression based on the Bloodline Tower. And Poseidon will be the king of the sea that I recognize. The Mermaid Clan will also be the highest royal family among the Sea Clan. Friendship. After finishing speaking, he took out the ocean crown and stood up. Poseidon also stood up and lowered his head. In the next second, the ocean crown was placed on his head. Below, Warlock and Sea Clan applauded. That's it. Looking at this scene, Emperor Sol Juzang stared blankly at this scene. He was just a vassal without any price, and he also gave the ocean crown, which is the top witch weapon of the sixth ring. Is the danger of the Sea Clan lifted like this? But after hearing Eli's approval, they also understood that the future master of the Sea Clan will be Poseidon, but that's okay, after all, they have already agreed before. Well, that's all. I'll leave more details to you. After finishing speaking, Eli nodded and got up to leave. Poseidon went with him. A few seconds later, Alida sat on the main seat, looked at the many sea people, and showed a faint smile. Everyone of the Sea Clan, let's talk about the next thing. A week later. Poseidon left, and he left with many sea people. Another week later, a huge Sea Clan feast was held in the Mermaid Palace to celebrate Poseidon becoming the real Sea King. As for the Sea Clan, they had already left the battlefield. The war between humans and the Sea Clan has ended, and the Sea Clan has once again become the wealth of the Sea Clan. But many sea people didn't feel much, but were very happy. The high-level Sea Clan escaped the life and death crisis, and the low-level Sea Clan will also benefit from the transaction with the human race, and there will be no war, which means that many people will die less. The feast lasted for a full week before it stopped. After the banquet, Eli returned to the palace. Congratulations, my lord. Laura, who was already here, looked at Eli with a smile. Today she is only wearing a thin gauze dress, Her private parts are only covered by simple shells. Her white and tender skin glistens in the water. Lola. Eli was taken aback. In the next second, the delicate body has already rushed forward. Etc. Waiting for what? Wait for me to change the body. Good. At night, the bright moon illuminates the starry sky, and fish and dragons dance under the sea. 10 days later. Eli left the Sea Clan and returned to the Wizard Tower again. It's crazy. Eli also felt a rare passion when he thought about the crazy days these days. But I'm also the lord of the world now, so I can't enjoy it anymore. Eli stood by the window, smiling. With the Sea Clan being controlled by Poseidon, it seems that the world is still divided into two big clans, but Poseidon is Eli's clone, so it can be said that the world today has been completely controlled by Eli. Who would have thought that the little librarian back then would have come to where he is today? Eli sighed. But compared to that place, he is almost long-lived, so I'm afraid that place is gone. Why don't you go back and have a look? Suddenly, this idea flashed in Eli's mind. Once the idea was born, it couldn't help but spread. After a moment of hesitation, Eli flew straight into the sky. A few minutes later, Eli returned to the King's Landing location he once remembered. But looking at the desolation in front of him, without even any trace of a city, he shook his head and sighed. Thousands of years have passed, and the former King's Landing has now turned into a piece of barren land. After speaking, he returned directly to the Wizard Tower and left here. After all, King's Landing is just a beautiful place in his memory. But he can never go back. Another 3 years. Greenland. Eli watched Alwyn, Liliana, and Laura playing in the distance, and couldn't help but smile. At this time, he was much more relaxed than before, so he simply brought Alwyn, Liliana, and Laura here, and he was gentle every day. As for the world, there is no need to worry. The Avatar Poseidon is in charge of the Sea Clan, Alita is in charge of the mainland, everything is in order. As for him, he stood behind the two of them, quietly watching all the changes. This is the life an immortal should have. Eli exclaimed. But at this moment, Dylan's voice entered his consciousness again. My lord, the external communication system has been repaired. Yet another system fix? Eli stood up and decided to check it out. Several people in the distance watched Eli get up and walked over. Go to the Wizard's Tower. Eli smiled and hugged a few people, then kissed a few, turned and left. Soon, he came to the familiar central Wizard Tower again. Dylan was already waiting. My lord, the external communication has been repaired, that is, the connection between the Wizard Tower and other Wizard Towers. I dare not open it rashly. I am waiting for the Sir to activate it. Dylan said respectfully. And once the Wizard's Tower. Eli was taken aback for a moment, but without hesitation, he said directly, open it. Yes. Dylan nodded, then pushed a button. Suddenly, the two people's vision changed, and the space in front of them gradually turned into darkness, and there was an endless starry sky below the ground. As for the two of them, they stepped on this starry sky. But in the darkness, there was no response at all. No response? Eli murmured while watching this scene. But in the next second, only a light spot suddenly lit up in the darkness in the distance. And this is just the beginning. As the light spots light up, each light spot also lights up instantly, and thousands of light spots instantly illuminate the darkness that exists. This is... Eli opened his mouth wide. Each point of light represents a Wizard Tower, so how many are there? At this moment, he suddenly remembered what he had explored and what the wizard told him. The wizard didn't die, he just left. Eli read this sentence slowly. Yeah, they've always been there, always been, just scattered all over the universe. At the same time, the sound of the dots of light reached Eli's ears. This is a long starfield, coordinates 306 646 46 64/D64, new wizard, we have occupied this middle world, we need you, come on. This is the puppet star field, coordinates 64,646 64,646 646 464 4334, ha ha ha, come on, a brand new big world, we have survived here. This is Endless Dragon Realm, new wizard, come to us, we need your power, we are conquering this big world, plundering his origin. We are all here, we are still looking for a solution to the problem of the mother world, join us. Come on, start the wizard's journey. Endless world, endless shouts, Countless wizard towers contacting Grey Wizard Tower, they all sent out their own signals without hesitation, calling for Eli. It seems to be saying that wizards are still there, and they still haven't perished. Even, they are stronger than ever, and they scare the endless world even more. Everything is there. Wizards aren't dead, they're just gone. Eli muttered again, like a response in deep space.